Wow. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? Lovely to see you. Lovely to see you.
Justice, leadership, and defender. May we live in unity, peace, and liberty. Plenty be found within our borders. Let one and all arise. With hearts as strong as true. Service be our honest endeavor. And the homeland of Kenya, heritage of splendor. From where we stand to defend. Let all with one accord, in common but united, build this our nation together, and the glory of Kenya, the fruit of our labor, fill every heart with thanksgiving.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. How are you people, lovely people? It's always an awesome moment to have this show. It's always an awesome time to be with you in studio to share and listen to you, because this is where we discuss matters affecting you, mwananchi. Not supporting anyone, but talking about us, because it is only us who can talk about us. This is a station that we do not favor anyone. We are not advocating for the government, neither we are advocating for Azimio or any other person. Hii ni yako mwananchi, wewe kujiongea, maana we listen to you because you listen to us. Thank you for choosing Mtembei TV to be a platform where you can share. We are not affiliated to anybody. We are not affiliated to any political party. This is a show for you who chooses to spend time to listen to us. This is a show where we dissect all that has been said, we dissect it, and we try to make sense of it, and we try to find out the truth from you, mwananchi. Karibu sana kwa kuwa miongoni mwetu. Asante sana kwa wale ambao huwa wanajiunga nasi kila siku ya Ijumaa, Jumamosi, Jumapili na siku ambazo pia tunachagua kuwa na mjadala kama huu. Wewe ambao umejiunga nasi, karibu sana na kusabahi na kusalimu. Wewe ambao umejiunga nami jioni hii ya leo, asante sana. Ningependa kwanza kukusalimu wewe, habari ya jioni, habari ya leo. Asante kwa kunitazama, asante kwa kuwa miongoni mwetu, asante kwa kuifanya hii kuwa show yako, show nambari moja ya kila Mkenya kujiongea. Tubagui wala hatuna nia yoyote ya kusambaza uvumi ama uongo. Haja yetu ni moja tu, kusikia swala la mwananchi, sauti ya mwananchi. Mtembei TV is a place where you are allowed to speak your mind, your heart, and above all to share your opinion. Thank you so much for choosing this to be a show. This is the number one show where we do not support anyone. We support the mwananchi. Allow me to say hi to the people who are joining me live. The first person ni nani? Wacha nione hapa ni nani hapa. Aliyekuwa wa kwanza kabisa kututangulia show ni Honorable Marita. Asante sana kwa kujiunga nasi. Jeff Stones na kuona, asante sana kwa kujiunga nasi. Naona nani hapa? Ninamuona mko wengi. Asante sana kwa kuwa pamoja nasi jioni hii ya leo. Namuona nani? Daniel Kenya unasema asante sana kwa kuwa pamoja na wewe pia. Godfrey Viuzu asante sana. Cosmas Kimutai asante. Honorable Marita umetusalamia na si pia tukusalimu. Habari ya jioni. Nani mwingine hapa? Hope Ima asante sana. Samuel asante sana. Jare Mwita asante sana. Mtetezi wa Boy Child na kuona, asante sana. Namuona nani hapa? Namuona Fardosa Amina. Asante sana, unasema hi na sisi tunasema hi tu. Daniel Kinywa unasema hi, you are watching us from where? Tuambie unatuona ukiwa wapi. Namuona hapa Jua Kali PTL asante sana. Namuona Zainange Koskei asante sana. Kuria Mwea ninamuona, Abdalla Wisdom na kuona, Honorable Simon Sakwa na kuona, unasema unatuwatch live. Asante sana. Kiki Amos, asante sana. Daniel Ayasi, asante sana. Nani mwingine hapa? Jacqueline Akinyi, ninakusalimu, habari ya jioni. Abdalla Wisdom Murunga, samahani, na kuona, asante sana. Good luck Jonathan na kuona hapa. Shadra K Chilchil, asante sana kwa kuwa miongoni mwetu. Bishop Cornelius Okohanya, asante sana, unasema hi. Shadra K Chilchil unasema hi, I love the government but here in Motembei TV we support you mwananchi, not anyone else but you. Make your voice be heard. You can send your voice by your comments through the chats that you are sending in live. Unaweza comment through Facebook, unaweza comment through YouTube and any platform ambao unatucatch up nasi live jioni hii ya leo. Wacha nijue unatuona ukiwa wapi. Namuona hapa Dosmo Rojo, unasema Maro Dismas uko live, asante sana. Pius Bunana Katwa, asante sana na kuona. Karibu sana nyote ambao mnajiunga nasi. Mambo mengi yametokea wiki hii na ndio tutadiscuss jioni ya leo, na kuomba uwe nasi, stay tuned. Zaidi ya yote nataka ufanye hivi, ingia katika hiyo Facebook, YouTube, share, like, subscribe ili tuweze kuwafikia wengi, ili sauti yako nao pia ikaenda mbali sana. So like, share, subscribe. Ingia katika studio, nitakuonyesha jinsi ya kuingia kwa studio na kwa show sasa hivi. Ninamuona hapo Joseph Musomba ametuma predictions za ligi. Kama wewe ni mwana ligi hapo, ametuma predictions za ligi na predictions nyingi kali. Aha, nani mwingine hapa? Namuona Moses Ambani Mudavadi ako ndani. Namuona nani hapa? Didmas ako ndani. Jacqueline Akinyi ako ndani. Unasema Kenya unasema Kenya igawanywe. Maoni yako, lakini tunataka kujua wewe maoni yako ni yapi kama wewe Mkenya. Mengi yametokea wiki hii na tutayazungumzia yote hapa katika Mtembei TV. Kwa Waislamu tunawatakia Idi Mubarak. Mnapoendelea kuwa na saumu tunawatakia kila laheri, ikiwa Ijumaa ya kwanza, samahani, na waombea mema na watakia mema katika mfungo wenu, na zaidi ya yote muwe na wakati mwanana. Nani mwingine hapa? Namuona Nyarusua uko ndani. Aha, unasema do you allow all questions? We allow all questions. Those that can be answered we shall answer. Dr. Recap, asante sana kwa kuwa part of the show. Tuko na mengi ambayo yametokea wiki hii. Maybe nitakujuza tu kwa mtasari tu. Ya kwanza ni jinsi ambavyo Raila amezungumza wiki hii akitoa madai mengi. Moja ya kuwa kuna kundi la vijana ambao waliongozwa na naibu wa rais pamoja naye Dindi Nyoro pamoja na Ishongwa, na anadai kuwa maandamano ya Jumatatu watu zaidi ya 1000 watauawa. Hiyo ni madai tu, lakini wewe maoni yako ni yapi? Nitacheza hiyo clip sasa hivi. Pia kuna yale ambao DP Ruto pia DP Rigathi Gachagua alisema leo na wiki nzima. Amekashifu vikali maneno ya mpinzani wake na akisema hayo tu ni vumi na porojo. Wewe unaona vipi? Je, haya yote ni vumi? Na pia kuna jamaa anajiita Senator wa Vihiga anasema kuwa kuna madai kwamba kuna njama ya kumwangamiza Raila Odinga. Je, wewe unaona vipi? Ni ukweli ama tu watu wanatupaka mafuta kwa mgongo wa chupa? Naye Raila ameambiwa na Ruto ya kuwa kuja Statehouse, wacha kusumbua raia, wacha kusumbua mama mboga, wacha kusumbua watu wa bodaboda, nikute Statehouse. Maoni yako ni yapi? Wacha nikusikie, wacha tujue unasema aje kulingana na show hii ya leo. Kabla sijawaalika ambao tayari wameingia hapa nyuma kama panelist, allow me to play 1 or 2 clips to make this show running. Okay, and this is how we start. Asante sana wandugu na wadada.
That on Tuesday evening, the Mr. Rigathi Gachagua convened a meeting at his residence in Karen. In attendance was Mr. Kamoi Chungwa and also Mr. Ndindi Nyoro. They had invited several youths from different parts of the country to that meeting. And that meeting turned out to be a strategy session to plan to counter the demonstrators on Monday. The plan, according to information we have, is that these youth are going to be given uniforms similar to those of the MDD, our movement, the movement for defense of democracy. Then they will mix with our youth and accompany them throughout the demonstration. But at the end of it, they are going to be armed. They are going to be carrying not only stones, not knives and pangas, which will be disguised, but they will also be having weapons, guns. And then they will shoot, they will stone, they will knife, and the aim is to kill over 1,000 people. And then they're going to now make a case that there's a bloodbath and try to send those who are leaders of Azimio to ICC. Convened a meeting at his residence in Karen. In attendance was Mr. Chungwa and also Mr. Ndindi Joro. They had invited several youths from different parts of the country to that meeting. And that meeting turned out to be a strategy session to plan to counter the demonstrators on Monday. The plan, according to information we have, is that these youth are going to be given uniforms similar to those of the MDD, our movement, the movement for defense of democracy. Then they will mix with our youth and accompany them throughout the demonstration. But at the end of it, they are going to be armed. They are going to be carrying not only stones, not knives and pangas, which will be disguised, but they will also be having weapons, guns. And then they will shoot, they will stone, they will knife, and the aim is to kill over 1,000 people. And then they're going to now make a case that there's a bloodbath and try to send those who are leaders of Azimio to ICC. We want to condemn in the strongest terms possible this kind of nefarious criminal plans by these people to try to cause mayhem and bloodshed in our country. We have said ourselves that we are a peaceful movement. We don't want any bloodshed. No.
Okay. Tutaanza kwanza na hiyo clip. Clip ni nyingi sana. Over the week kumekuwa na a lot happening. And asante sana Cornel Achuka. Ochuka, habari ya leo? Na kuona umejaja kwa studio siku nyingi jamaa. Asante sana na kuona ulimake after maandamano na kuona uko salama.
Niko salama sana, nimeshukuru.
Asante sana kwa kujoin. Kidogo tu niongeze wenzetu kwa studio. Asante sana Honorable Bundi na kuona uko ndani ya studio. Karibu sana. Na muona Jeff Owito uko ndani ya studio. Asante sana na wengine wengi ambao wanaingia. Nataka kwanza tuchangamue hii swala ambalo linaibuka. Kwa hii video tutacheza video kadhaa back to back. Lakini zaidi ya yote ningependa Mkenya asikie sauti yako na asikie sauti yako wewe Mheshimiwa Bundi. Je, matamshi ya Raila Odinga wewe kama mfuasi sugu unayachukulia vipi? Yana mshiko?
Matamshi yake si mbaya, ni mzuri. Tumependa venye pia tunasikia wenzetu wanapanga, which sisi tunashukuru sana. Lakini yale tunajua ni amani tunataka. Na vizuri ni president wetu Raila Odinga ameongea na sisi akatuambia that wanapanga hivyo. Kenya najua Raila Amolo Odinga si wazimu. Hawezi kuja tu na kitu kama hiyo kwa live television na asome na ambie watu venye wakina Ichung'wah wanapanga na wa deputy venye wanapanga. Inaweza fanyika. But mimi najua ile clip hata ambayo tuliona sisi na wenzetu on Monday, it was that watu walikuwa na demonstrate, people were walking. Unajua there's a point hata hapo Juja, Raila alitoka juu ya gari anaongea na microphone, but nyuma yake utaona tiaga zimetupwa mara moja, si mara mbili, si mara tatu, polisi wanakuja mbio, lakini wananchi wanasimamisha. Kenya najua na demonstration that mimi na wish ningekuwa government, ningeita mtu kama Edwin Sifuna, ningeita mtu kama minority whip wa parliament, niwaambie ni aje, kunaendaje na mnataka tufanye aje. Ni high time tushikilie wenye tunasema kama wananchi. Hata kama sisi kwa media hapa, nyinyi pia mnataka kufinywa. Hawataki tufanye kenye tunafanya saa hizi, hawataki sauti zetu zizungumze, watu waweze kutusikia, watu waweze pia kuongea. So ni kitu yenye ukiangalia ni wanafinyilia watu. Na kama ni tabia ya kutoka nje na kusema watu wanataka kuchukua panga na hiyo mambo ingine kupigana, watu wa Azimio I don't think wako hapo. Sisi tunapiga vita yetu kando, na pia mimi siwezi sema ati tupewe panga, tupewe binduki. No, sisi hatuna. Sauti ya wananchi ni kubwa kuliko hiyo panga, ni kubwa kuliko hiyo vita. Kenye Right Honorable anapigania si kenye watu wanadhani ni hiyo vita. Amekuwa hapa, amekuwa kwa hii kitu, amekuwa Moi, amekuwa Kibaki, amekuwa Uhuru, saizi yuko Ruto. Ni mtu amepitia law, anajua sheria, anajua kujipanga, anajua kupanga watu wake. Na ukiangalia ni mtu ambaye amewania urais mara mingi, na venye inasemekana huwa inafanywa venye huwa wanaiba. Unapata wanaiba, lakini yeye bado yuko tu, wafasi wake yuko. Hakuna mwenye anapungua, wanazidi kuongezeka. Kama saizi nimefurahia sana, naona watu kutoka Mount Kenya wameongezeka. Hiyo ni Mungu analeta watu. Mungu anazidi kuongeza watu na tunatembea pamoja. Sasa mimi nilikuwa nashangaa wakina Ichung'wah wakijaribu kupanga hivyo, wanapanga na wakina nani? Unaona? Mandugu zetu ndio hao washaingia, wako na sisi, hatuwezi sema wako na sisi kwa pia wanaumia. Hata mimi ni mtu wa Azimio, tunaambiwa tuandamane every Monday na Thursday. Tunaumia, lakini kwa ile vita tunapiga si vita kidogo. So tumekubali heri tuumie watu kama sisi, lakini vita ipigwe vita ya maana. Si vita ya panga, si vita ya vita. Lakini ni sawa wakileta pia. Mungu awabariki.
Maoni yako, na nitazidi kukuuliza mawili matatu. Honorable Bundi, sijui kama umesikiza clip ambayo nimecheza. Yako ni yapi jamaa?
Kwa klipo ya?
Nitakuja kwako Cornel, wacha kwanza tuongee na Bundi kidogo. Endelea Bundi.
Tunashukuru kwa hii muda. So mimi yangu ni sema ya kwamba hakuna maandamano inaweza kuwa tamu kama polisi wanasuia. Polisi wakiachilia wasindikize watu kwa maandamano, watu watachoka haraka. Sasa watamaliza mission ya haraka. Yaani wakati wanakimbisana ndio mpaka muda ipatikane, yani nakuwa more interested kwa sababu ya hata wapiga picha watakuwa na kazi. Hata ile mambo ya kuongea sasa, kama wamesimama, hakuna askari, hakuna vita, sasa watazungumza. Sasa ni 1 hour imeisha. Sasa na hapo ndio I think Kenya kwanza imekuwa cornered. Imekuwa cornered kwa sababu ya hasira ya Gachagua na ya Ruto. Mnafanya inaendelea kuwa successful. Nilikuwa nakumbusha Mr. Uchuka. Wachuko usiwahi trust watu wa Mount Kenya wakikucha wakisema wamejiunga, watu wameongezeka. Watu wanaweza kuwa wametumwa na Gachagua, so don't celebrate that. Tatu can assure you wanaweza kuwa ni goons, wanakucha ama wakuja kusikiza ama wakuja kupima watu banki, ama wakuje alafu waseme wametoka, wataki maendeleo, yani waonekane like people went na wakatoka wakaacha Raila peke yake. So those strategies tunajua senye serikali inaendelea kupanga. Tukirudi kwa clip vile mzee Raila amesema, hakuna wakati ngumu kufanya maandamano kama wakati wa Moi ama wakati wa Kibaki before tupate constitution ya 2010. Ilikuwa wakati ngumu zaidi. Sasa tuko na human rights, tuko na IPOA, tuko na haki ya wanahabari, tuko na haki ya kila aina ambayo ni ngumu sana kutumia ile mambo Ruto anataka kutumia na Mr. Gachagua. They are living on denial like the constitution knew, but we understand that the same people who opposed the constitution now maybe they will not bind with the constitution. That's why amesimama amechawa watu masiasa 51, but I thank our court today imewasimamisha, imesema nobody should be paid, nobody was fanya chochote until the determination of court. It is not going to pass, I know, na yeye unajua ni mchanja, lazima angeforesha watu wake ili waendelee kuwa na yeye, because it will responded. Aseme mliona nilijaribu, asimama atusi koti siku 2-3, atakuwa amejisaidia kisiasa. So pia yeye anachichenga in one way or another. Ndio maana alisema paka nikakataa mambo ya bunge, nikasimama pale wakakura Biblia. Ndio nisimalize muda sana, nipe ndugu yangu pia ongee ya mwisho, kusitapata nafasi nyingine. Nimesikia ndugu yangu Ujuka akisema hapo kwamba wao wakuja na panga, sisi hatutaenda na panga. Hapo sitaki kucomment, acha tukutane Monday, sisi tuingie maandamano. Hiyo ngine Mungu anajua. Saa zingine sio vitu yote tunafaa kuweka Mungu. Hii sasa kwa sababu Mungu angekuwa na sisi pia angesaidia Chebukati asitupatie asituibie kura. Na ya mwisho kabisa a lot is going on. Kina nani wameshikwa, wajui nani Gausha wameshikwa, kuna Ukanga wameshikwa, wameendewa na watu kwake wakasema wao ni CID. So we don't know what's happening, we don't know the plan, but we hope they are not going to harm anybody. So vijana wawili sahi as we speak, nobody anajua wanako station gani, na we know some of the leaders between tomorrow they will be arrested. So that's why nimesema they are living in a denial, and that's a win-win. When you do that, that's a win. I've seen Bungoma wanyima, but haki ni kwamba wamesikia fununi, hata wakataa, sio askari hawana uwezo ya kukataa, wana uwezo ya kuzuia maandamano. So I think Monday itakuwa something big, na ni ngumu sana kucontrol watu wako njaa, because what Raila is saying, Raila is not saying that I want to be a president. What Raila anasema ya mambo ya kura, mtu apewe ya ameshinda, bidhaa ya chakula irudi chini, mambo kadhaa ile ambayo itasaidia wajukuu na wajukuu wetu. Anaongea kitu ya miaka 100 200 na kucha, ambao Raila atakuwa hai, hata sisi wote tutakuwa. Anajaribu kuongea kitu ambayo itasimamisha Kenya miaka na miaka. Raila angetaka kushinda kura, angeshinda through so called hiyo mnaita deep state, lakini Raila alikuwa anataka ashinde kura ya haki na ukweli. Hakutaka kusaidiwa kuproduce anything. Ndio maana angechukua bilioni 1 ape Chebukati ama 2, ama ape wengine, ama atumie ukubwa wa askari. Akaongea na wananchi, akachua kura ni haki, wananchi nimeuza sela, of which haiwezi fanyika in Africa. So kama angekuwa wa kuipa angeipa, kama angekuwa wa kuchukua hata 207 bado, hata 207 bado angefanya nini?
On the matter
nataka usikize hii
character
clip
assassination and threats directed to our leader Raila Amolo Odinga. We know that statement was drafted in Statehouse. Somewhere Ruto. We want to tell you that Raila Odinga cannot be above the law when he fought so hard to bring this progressive and good they have. Secondly, here they are issuing threats. This morning, and I want to be very clear, they in the Senate, one Cheruiyot told me that they are planning to elect Raila Odinga and the leaders who are working with Raila Odinga. We want to tell them.
Bundi, huyo jamaa anasema they want to assassinate Raila Odinga. Maoni yako ni yapi? Nitakuwa nacheza clips hivyo hivyo ili bado nitacheza za pande nyingine. So as I've said, tuegemei pande yote.
That rumor is there. Ndio maana nilianza kuambia kwamba Raila should have died during Moi era. So if you kill Raila today, you kill this country. Haitakuwa hata peta tani Somali. It will be more worse. And I think the intelligence of this country has already told the Ruto. Ukiangalia toni za Ruto, hata yeye alikuwa anasema come to Statehouse. Si simply hao ni ile tu ako na hasira ya kawaida ya kusaliwa na he has been told this man is untouchable. It's not easy in any country to get 8 million votes, 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 100,000. And then you have up to 8 million. Watu wamepanga foreni wanakupigia. They know the mass of people. This man, a lot of people has gone through his hand. I can count for you 3 people and maybe you'll be shocked. Njoki Ndung'u was a house girl of Raila Amolo Odinga. Until he decided to see that this girl is so bright, they took her to school. Then they also called there's a brother, the brother alikuwa amemaliza shule patia kuwa na kazi. And they assisted. The former central bank governor, now is a CS. Ndung'u, the CS for treasury, is a brother to Njoki Ndung'u. Smoke and Wanjara. Those guys who have come through Raila's hand are many. Those people who love Raila of what he has done for this country as many. So if you touch Raila, leave our own kumuua. Let us see breaking news that Raila Amolo Odinga has been arrested. Breaking news. Even me, as much as I'm a Raila supporter, I will not be safe. Kwa sababu wengine tumechenga huko Nairobi, we not know what next will happen. Tutaanza kutafuta refugee. So that is a big thing.
Sakis, unaona aje bwana? Umesikia?
Yes, sir.
What do you see, sir? Maoni yako ni yapi?
Kile kinaendelea ni vitisho. Na siasa lazima ujaribu kurudisha kamba upande wako.
Okay.
So kenye kinaendelea na government ni ile kurudisha kamba upande wao. Wameokopa, but sasa hawezi sema tumeokopa. Hata wewe mwenyewe huwezi kubali umeshindwa. So kitu kinaendelea ni vitisho ili wanaokopesha. Hata saa hizi unasikia wakina Nuru Kaujo kushikwa, hiyo ni vitisho ili wanajaribu kutishia. Ili sio kitu Ruto angefanya ni moja. Ruto sio shida. Yosema wanasema ndiye ndio mfadhili mkuu wa Raila. Raila mwenyewe anaweza akawa na ufadhili wake. Kitu kingine tunafahamu ni hapa Kenya hatakuwa na mshindi katika election imepita. Juu kura ukinishindia kura 200,000 ni kama tunatoshana. So they must listen to Raila also. kifua tuache. Kusema tutamuua ama niwachie huyo mzee mimi nitajua vile nitafanya. Sawa, utamuua na Kenya itakuwa wapi? Saizi watoto wa Gachagua nini ni wazee. Jueni kama grandfather, juu 1992 he was a DO in Kakamega County. Saizi anafaa anatuonyesha heshima, atuonyeshe njia nzuri ya kuendeleza. Hata leo umesikia akiambiwa mzee, kaa chini uunganishe wa Kenya. That's the thing we need. The unity is the best thing. Kuchapa kifua ama kujionyesha wewe ndio umaarufu itasaidia hii Kenya. Tafadhali.
So, kulingana na wewe issue ni kujipiga kifua.
Hiyo ndio issue kubwa kabisa. Ndio ukiangalia president akiongea anajionyesha ni simba. But unafaa ile kitu moja. President yes ni mwanafunzi wa Moi, lakini Raila ndiye amemlea kisiasa. Okay. Hata leo umesikia akiambiwa wewe ulikuwa ODM. So ile anajua Raila ni nani. Okay. Na Raila pia anajua Ruto ni nani. Hao watu wanaelewana. Ukiangalia 207 shida kubwa ilikuwa hata Raila. 207 shida kubwa ilikuwa ni Ruto. Okay. Ndio alikuwa ile ngumu. Sasa saizi ukisema watu waweke pamoja tuwe na dialogue, that's not the issue. Jiweke Martha Karua huku. Upande mwingine waweke wakina Murkomen. So shida iko kubwa sana Kenya. I think what we can do is just only to pray. Na issue yenye tunapigania kila time mambo ya presidency, hiyo kitu ikuje ondolewe. Waje tuwe kama Amerika. College inaamua ama turudishe parliament tunaamua. Vitu zingine sisi tungangane. Juu saizi umuhimu wake hata mimi mwenyewe kama Sakis sitawahi vote Kenya. If there's no change I will never vote. Thank you.
Kidogo nataka kukuuliza swali, lakini kabla nikuulize swali nataka usikize vile rais alimjibu Raila.
Haya.
Badala ya kuniface mimi, nataka nimwambie bwana Kitendawili, wacha kusumbua raia. Wewe kama uko na shida, wewe menyana na mimi. Mimi ndio nilikushinda. Wewe unaenda kusumbua mama mboga. Watu wa makanga hawakufanya kazi Jumatatu. Watu wa kuuza mboga hawakufanya kazi Jumatatu. Wale watu wa kiosk hawakufanya kazi. Boda boda hawakufanya kazi. Wafanyabiashara hawakufanya kazi. Kwa sababu ya mtu ya Kitendawili. Wewe unauliza nini mama mboga? Mwenye kukushinda ni mimi. Kama uko na shida, you face me. Wachana na mambo ya wananchi wadogo. Ama namna gani? Na mimi nilimshinda na sio siri. Nilimshinda na nilitangaza mapema. Kabla ya uchaguzi nilitangazia nyinyi ya kwamba huyu mtu nitamshinda asubuhi na mapema. Sasa si mimi ndio nilimnyorosha? Sasa anaulizana nini na mama boga? Anaulizana nini na makanga? Anaulizana nini na wafanyabiashara? Ameenda kulete fujo kule Nairobi. Ameenda kuvuruga biashara ya mama mboga, sijui boda boda, ameenda kuharibu biashara ya wananchi wa kawaida. Yeye kama ako na shida, muambieni. Yeye alishindana na jamaa anaitwa William Ruto, aka Hustler. Atafute mimi. Kwani mama mboga alikuwa ameshindana na mtu ya Kitendawili? Si alishindana na mimi? So please, tuheshimiane my friend. You know? Tuheshimiane. Stop disturbing. Stop the arrogance and the contempt for ordinary people. Why are you disturbing mama mbogas? Touts did not go to work. Kiosk people do not go to work. Business people do not go to work. What are you asking them? I am the one you ran against. If you have a need,
I am the one you ran against.
Yes.
Ashindane na yeye, waache kusema wanaenda maandamano, waende Statehouse wakutane na yeye.
Let me comment something on that group before Sakis continue. you know, I'm shocked. This is what I was thinking. You see, on the other hand, they're saying walicharibu maandamano ikakuwa kwa kona moja, hakuna kitu ilikuwa, biashara iliendelea kawaida, everybody was peaceful, so there is nothing happened in Nairobi today. Anasema hakuna kitu ilifanyika Nairobi, matatu haikuenda, mboga haikuuzwa. And the other hand, mwingine anasema hii kitu ilikuwa kwa kona moja, hakuna kitu ilifanyika, ilikuwa tu korogocho kidogo na kibia kidogo, na Wakenya walikuwa busy. So which is which? The other hand, in fact, alisema the same thing, watu kila kitu ilikuwa sawa. Gachagua was saying the same. Today saying wamesumbuka. Vile Saxi umesema kwamba wanaogopa, they will not agree, but I can assure you they are tensing. You know, at this point there is nothing happening in Kenya. Hii mwezi unafuata ndio nini, wanakuchanga tourist, wanakuchanga karibu 15,000, and that's where the war is, and no investors ready to invest this country. Hata ile mkataba alienda kusaini ya mafuta wameweka hold kwanza, wakasema let us know what is happening in your country. Pesa IMF pesa ilikuwa inatuma, wameweka ni hold. There is a railway, Wachina walikuwa wanamalizia hii ya kuteremka na kuenda usi Nyeri wapi nini ya Eldoret, anataka kuweka, wamesema kwanza let us see what is happening. And I think that's the biggest worry.
Okay. Sijui Sakis unasema aje kabla sijacheza the next clip? Unasema aje kwa hiyo clip nimecheza tu sasa?
Buda tokea wewe, si ndio? Huwezi kubali umeshindwa. Juu sasa hapo ni kama mchezo wa panya na paka. Serikali, you are in control. You have everything. For now, yenda akona sword as the president of Kenya. And that's the symbol of the unit. Sasa amelemewa, akina hata kubali amelemewa. Walisema holiday itakuwa. But vile baba naye aliwaambia holiday itakuwa. For sure itaoi kuwa na kitu yote. Ilikuwa tu ni kurushiana, mkipatikana mko watu watatu ama wanne, polisi wetu wako hawana experience ya kutosha, hawana utu. Mko watu watatu wanne mmerushia tia kazi. Ndio kitu ilikuwa tao. Hii ilikuwa inaonyesha nini? Raila is fourth in command.
Okay.
So hata wafanye nini, lazima watanyenyekea na watarudi chini. Wauliza Moi, Uhuru alikuwa wise. Uhuru was wise. That's why unaona ameongoza for 10 years. Kama kila siku itakuwa maandamano. Yeye anasema tu ule mtu wa kitendawili. Itabidi arudi kwa ule mtu wa kitendawili, amuonyeshe juu ule mtu wa kitendawili ndio mwalimu wake.
Okay. Cornell,
mimi kenye naweza sema kenye najua itafanyika, Raila ataitwa. They must. Raila lazima aitwe. Na Raila alikuwa anabembeleza most of the time kwa TV. Wenye mnafanya hivi si mzuri. Wenye mnafanya mambo na IBC si mzuri. Raila ameongelesha vizuri, akasema hata watu wanasema Raila haja address hizi vitu kwa parliament. Raila amejaribu ku address hizi vitu parliament. Na hata nyinyi mmeona Kenya mzima, hata kuna clips venye wanafanya ma-MP wetu pale parliament. Hawa sauti zao hazisikiki, wanatupwa nje usiku na mchana. Akijaribu kuongea unasikia pana wewe hivi nini hivyo wanakuwa. So Raila amerudi kwa wananchi. Amepea wananchi wacheze hii mchezo. Si viongozi sasa. Ni wananchi wanacheza na hii mchezo. Na hii mchezo itaumiza serikali. Because serikali nikisikia mimi Kenya najua maisha. Kama tulikuwa tunamenyana na wewe kitu na nikashinda, ndugu yangu siwezi kukuacha bure, lazima hata nikupe. Kama ilikuwa tunashindana milioni 1 nimepata, nakuta nakupeta 200,000. Mimi nibaki na hiyo 800. At least wewe uanze nayo kidogo kidogo hapo chini, usiumie sana. Lakini wewe umechukua serikali, umekalia na kibavu, unaongea venye unataka, deputy wako umemweka. Actually nimekuja kugundua Gachagua amewekwa atupe tu matusi, na ameambiwa anytime anaenda meeting na Ruto anamwambia wewe nataka kila siku ukiamka ongea hii uchafu, the guy
umemtaja, acha nione kama na 2-3 hapa yake.
Okay.
Ama unataka tuzungumze na yeye? Sisi hatuwezi kuzungumza na mhalifu. Huyu mtu hakuna maandamano alikuwa amepanga kuharibu mali ya wananchi, kuchoma maduka, kuiba vitu ya watu. Huyu ni mhalifu na hatuwezi hata tukisukumwa na viongozi wetu wa dini kukaa chini na mhalifu, na huyu mhalifu ati anataka tukae chini ati tumwawie serikali nusu. Sijui kama mnakubali hiyo. Yeye unajua amezoea hiyo maneno ya kuuzia watu uoga. Aliuzia Moi uoga 1997. Akaletwa ndani ya serikali ya KANU, akapatiwa waziri. Jogoo ikameza trakta ikazama. Akarudi hapo 2007 akauzia Moi Kibaki uoga, akaleta fujo, akaletwa kwa serikali ya nusu mkati, akaingia karibu hiyo serikali. Mwaka 2017 akauzia Uhuru uoga, mtoto ya Serra akaogopa, akamleta ndani ya serikali, akaharibu serikali yetu. Sasa anataka ati atuuzie uoga kwa kutoa fujo na maandamano na kuharibu vitu ya watu na kukoroga wa Kenya, ati tumulete kwa serikali yetu. Ningetaka nitangaze nikiwa hapa Eldoret, hakuna mazungumzo tutafanya na wao. Kama wa viongozi wa kanisa wangetaka kutusaidia, wangetaka kuwe na amani, mwenye kuchafua amani ni huyo mzee. Mwenye kuharibu mali ya Kenya ni huyo mzee.
Kenya, si ukuja kwangu mtoto ya maumau unikuta pale. Na tuseme rais, na tumemwambia viongozi wetu ya kanisa jana kwa heshima kubwa, viongozi wa kanisa tunaheshimu nyinyi na tunafurahia mtatafuta amani, lakini hamwezi kutuambia tukae chini na yule mtu amelete fujo. Tungeomba viongozi wa kanisa, tumekuwa na amani, huyu mzee ndiye amelete fujo, muende muite huyu mzee mumuongeleshe, akikosa kusikia mumuombe abadilike, atubu, awache fujo, akae kama Wakenya wengine. Lakini sisi hatuwezi kukubali kuketi chini na muhalifu ambaye anaharibu mali ya Wakenya.
Hawali kuketi na mhalifu.
So kile nilikuwa nasema ni moja.
Okay.
Wewe ita Raila majina. Na mimi najua kitu moja. Naona hata comment hapa watu wanasema Wajaluo. Sisi ukiwa hivyo tough, sisi ukiwa unaongea hivyo vichafu, sisi ukipiga kifua, sasa ndio unatupea okay vizuri. Sisi ni watu, ukikuja moto tunakuja moto zaidi ya moto, ukikuja na upole tunakuja upole, tunasema I can't even say sorry my brother. Acha nikwambie, sisi tunaongoja Raila Amolo Odinga aitwe. Ile siku Raila Amolo Odinga atasema ni hii, hata wewe utashangaa, hata mimi nitakuja niseme Gachagua naje gamono. Lakini kwa sasa bado, kwa sasa inataka kuchapana, kwa sasa bado maandamano bado jaanza. Wewe ngoja sasa Monday uone venye itakuwa moto zaidi. This time unajua watu wanasema Raila Raila amekuwa mzuri sana. Raila amekuwa kama toy for the next 10 years. Raila anakuwa ukimchuna hata ongea anasema it's okay. Raila hata Raila anatembea na jambazi, Raila ametoa jambazi. Raila anaongea mbaya, Raila ameongea mbaya. Raila aendi kanisa, Raila anaenda kanisa. Bado watu waoni. Wanasema Raila bado hata watu wakiomba Raila afunge macho, Raila anaangalia. Sasa this time atufungi macho, atuendi mahali yoyote. Ukijaribu kutushika kama doli atukubali. Hii kazi sasa tumewachiwa. Tunataka kuichapa vizuri kuliko wale. Unajua sisi tumechagua MP kwenda parliament na kazi wameshindwa huko because watu wananunuliwa right, left and center. Sasa hii kitu imeletewa wananchi. Tunataka kuichapa vizuri. Mpaka by the time anasema hii ngwe. People will be arrested, we know. Watashika na bado hawajashika. Washika. Nasikia hata leo nimeona clip nyingine wanatafuta watu ambao walikuwa wanatupa mawe, wanafunga barabara, wanasemekana ati hao watu ni walifanya hiyo kitu 2023. Yet tumeona hapo chini imeandikwa 2018. Sijui kama umeona hizo ma videos. Most videos ambayo wale watu wanatafutwa ni watu wa 2018. Na hizo tuko 2023. Alafu bado wanasema ati
leo kuna kuna kikundi kimetoa utafiti wao kinasema 64% ya Wakenya hawataki maandamano.
Wacha nikwambie kitu moja.
Utafiti umefanywa.
Serikali inaweza lipa anybody. Hata mimi saa hizi naitwa Cornelo Chuka. They can use me ati niambie Wajaluo, sisi Wajaluo hatutaki maandamano. Wajaluo wanataka maandamano fully. Usidanganye. Hata sasa ati kama example watu wananunuliwa pesa kidogo ati 60%. Hiyo ni pesa. Na hiyo ndio unaona pesa imeenda. Saa hizi wakina Kidero, wakina wale wakuje basi Nyanza wauze UDA saa hii. Wakuje na hiyo UDA kwa ground. Nyanza mzima kaunti zetu zote. Wakuje waseme Raila ni mbaya, tunataka tuwapeleke kwa Ruto kwa serikali. Wakuje na hiyo mentality waone. Watakuwa dealt with watu wa ground. Hata watashangaa wamefika aje kwa barabara kama wana helicopter. Because ground imechacha na inawangoja kabisa.
Aha. Kabla sija kuja kwa the next speaker, kidogo tu nikaribisha wanaotutazama na kucomment. Ninaona Wilfred Semo wako ndani ya show. Asante sana. Naona nani hapa? Annington Kapiator anasema ako ndani. Asante sana. Pedi wa Mahaba, asante. Namuona Daniela Buravo, asante sana kwa kuwa part of the show. Kiliani Chondo namuona sana. Wilfred Simon ni asante sana kwa kuwa kwa show. Lenny Lennox asante sana. True Kenya ninakuona. Abdi Ziraki Ishmael nakuona sana. Na Eid Mubarak kwako sana jamaa. Namuona nani mwingine hapa? Bosir Omogambi asante kwa kuwa kwa show. Paul Kipkosgei asante sana. Grace K Favor uko ndani ya show, asante. Humble Nancy na kuona uko ndani. Nani hapa mwingine? Najiita nani hapa? Jackson Walumbe 30 asante sana. Pius Bunana Kwata ni asante. Helen Jerry na kuona uko ndani ya show. Arsha Raymond Asha uko ndani ya show, ni asante sana. Steve Zivo Mudhoku asante kwa kuwa kwa show. Nani mwingine hapa? Evans Ogumbo uko ndani ya show. Moses Onyango uko ndani ya show. Carlos Munge uko ndani. Paul Karioki na kuona uko ndani. Na wengine wengi sana. Eid Mubarak sana umesema Ishmael. Eid Mubarak Karim. Aha, tuendelee na show. Sijui brother Benson una yapi ya kusema baada ya kutazama? Nimecheza clip kadha wakala, maoni yako ni yapi? Kuna upande mmoja asema kuna watu 1,000 watauawa Jumatatu. Kuna mpango wa kuwa kiongozi wa Azimio. Mambo mengi yamesemwa, lakini ukweli uko wapi? Wewe maoni yako ni yapi?
Asante sana bwana Jex. Mimi niko na maoni machache sana. Kama kuna ukweli wowote wa Ndini Njoro na Deputy Gachagua kuunga hiyo mpango ya kuua watu 1,000, hiyo si haki kwa sababu unanisikiza ama mtu anasema?
Endelea na kusikia.
Hiyo kila mtu ako na haki ya kufanya maandamano and picketing. Unajua hiyo iko kwa katiba. Lakini maandamano lazima ifanywe kwa very peaceful, demonstrating maandamano kwa njia ya amani ambapo hatuvunji vitu za watu, mandugu zetu. Na pia polisi pia wanafaa watupatie na ulinzi, unaona. Tuende pale, lakini ikifika mahali ambapo kuna njama ya kufanya hivyo, kuwa haita tupatia na suluhisho. Itabidi tu kufanya mambo ikuwe mbaya.
Hello.
Yes.
David nakusikia, ngoja kidogo nitakuingisha tu kwa show David Juma.
Yeah, so itafanya mambo ikuwe mabaya, ama tuseme hata kwamba kuamua kusema kwamba utashika kiongozi Raila Odinga. Unajua huyo ni mtu ambaye ako na wafuasi wengi sana, na inaweza kuwa ni jambo, inaweza leta taharuki kubwa Kenya, na hiyo inaweza fanya nchi iende chini kabisa. Mimi angalau kitu ambacho ningependa kuomba wa Kenya kwamba viongozi inafaa waangalie njia mbadala ya kutafuta suluhisho, kwa sababu tutaandamana na maandamano itafanyika na utapata kwamba saa zingine serikali itakuwa inapoteza hapo palipa ushuru. Unaona, watu wengi hawatakuwa wanaenda kazini. Unaona, vitu kama hizo. Na pia kitu ambacho pia watu wanafaa pia waangalie, unajua hii Kenya, tuseme kama baba rika yake, ukiangalia umri wake, umri wa baba umeenda sana, yeah? Na kulingana na maisha yake, this what we call the hierarchy of need. You know, baba is in kind of like amebaki two step moja, which is called the self-actualization. You know, then he gets that the hierarchy of needs that everybody needs. You know, and like we have very young politicians who are coming, which means like they still have a long way to go. And I think the politicians themselves, either as Azimio or the people on the government side, even if Raila is doing that, they should come up with solution on how to find a way on how they can solve these issues. Because the Kenya that we are going to have is for generation that is coming. You know, we might be kind of like doing all this. We are not going to feel the effect immediately, but the people who are going to feel those effects are the generation that is coming. You know, and Kenya is too young to be in such like situations. Look at the countries who have gone under revolution, you know, whereby like this thing has happened. Some of them have not even like come back to the stable status. And I don't think I would like to see Kenya going that direction. So as much as demonstration is in the Constitution and it allows, the same time, I think we need like sober leadership, especially I'm just crying for hoping for this young leadership that is coming, the young members of the parliament. Let us forget about all that leadership, what is happening, and find a way of what is ailing us as a country. Because what is ailing us as a country, that if it will be solved, it will go well. It's like electoral injustices. That is what is ailing us as a country. There's nothing big that Kenya is ailing us. Is electoral injustice. If we solve that, and we can be a better state, you know. And if we don't solve that, I don't think like Kenya will be somewhere, because like even right now, I'm telling you, even in 2027, this thing will repeat itself, not even with Raila, but it will repeat itself with the leadership that is coming. Because when you look at, when you think of it, when you look at the Kenya right now, the priceless, one of the things that is very priceless in Kenya is the presidency. That is very priceless. I don't know, like that presidency, it's very priceless, and like it's something that makes the country to fight. That is where, because if you look at these other posts, like for MPs, MCA, and the governors, it is not so much sensitive like the presidency. You know, the one for presidency is so much sensitive, such that if it doesn't go the right way, and the right way I mean whereby everybody get like satisfied, like, okay, I lost, and I lost honorably, and I lost genuinely, you know, and somebody saying I won, and I won genuinely, because like there are cases whereby like even if you lose, we cannot celebrate the lose. You know, if you're a loser and you've known that, okay, have lost, and I've lost genuinely, you know, you kind of like give yourself thumbs up because you made that attempt and you lost, and you know very well that I lost. But like in a situation whereby like everybody's not satisfied, you know, like somebody feels like my victory was taken away, and somebody feels like this was my victory, somebody wants to take away, you know. So that one will be there for the longest time if we don't solve it. It will be a circle. It will be a circle. So it's something that we need to solve. And if we solve it, everything will fall into place.
Okay.
That's what I can say.
Well said, sir. Allow me to have you still in the show. There's a lot we have lined up for us tonight. Jackson Perimo, I can see you. There's Babe Amish. Unaona kwa hapo unasema hi guys, karibu sana. Naona nani hapa? Pedi wa Mahabo unasema how can I join? Now to join, this is what you do. There's that link sent by Mtembei TV and Mtembei official page. Either you're on Facebook or on YouTube. You click on that link sent there. When you click it, it will send you to StreamYard. That's what these lovely panelists have done. When you come to StreamYard, you'll be required to put your name, activate your camera, and you'll be in the show. As simple as that. Click the link, put your name, activate your camera and your mic, and you're in the show. I don't know if Pedi wa Mahaba ametuelewa. Bashman Holla, vipi jamaa, bari leo. Don't know if you've heard what I've been playing, but if you haven't, I'll probably repeat. But I want us to talk about what is happening on what has been happening throughout the week. Raila says there's a group of 1,000 people who are going to die this coming Monday. Shocking revelation. What do you think, sir? Unmute your mic, sir. Go ahead. And unmute so that...
Yes. Can you hear me? Can hear me? Thank you. Good evening to everyone.
Good evening.
A lot have been said, a lot is going on. We are seeing how Raila is trying to at least give us hope and in the nearby future. You know, a lot of stuff is going on, and we don't like how the government is trying to treat us. We're being treated as second-hand citizen in our own country. We're being treated as slaves in our own country, which all of us, we don't like it, you know. And to end all this stupid stuff, we have to start.
Bashman
Amepotea.
naona Bashman amepotea. Maybe probably ni mitambo. Albert, I don't know if you're there. Albert. Okay, Akango Muga unasema unatuwatch from Columbus, Ohio, USA. Asante sana. Sorry, nilisema Eid Mubarak, nimeambiwa ni Ramadhan Karim. Kwa Waislamu wote nasema pole, ni Ramadhan Karim. Aha. Cornel, wacha tuingie kwa mjadala wa leo. Ruto says that mimi ndio mlishindana na mimi, wachana na hustler. Wachana na mahasla, deal na hustler mwenyewe. What do you think?
Unajua hata bado hata ana adabu akijita Asela, yet vitu alisema hakuna kitu anafanya. Na hakuna venye Raila anaweza drive mpaka Statehouse ati anataka kuongea na Ruto. Na Raila pia anafuata protocol ya fans wake, watu ambao wanamu-advise on how to make sure the country inakuwa inaongozwa. I remember hapo nyuma pia Ruto alisema anataka strong opposition. I need my competitors. Nimewashinda saa hizi, wakuwe very strong. Tuko strong. Wanalia hii strong yetu ya kuwa keep check, ya kuangalia kama wanafanya maendeleo development. Anasema saa hizi hii strong yetu yenye tunafanya, yenye baba anafanya to keep the government on check ni mbaya. Tunaua watu, tuna loot, tunaiba. Yet mimi sijaona kuiba. Mimi naona Raila Amolo Odinga anafanya kazi yake. Sasa alisema tukae opposition. Tuko opposition sasa. Sasa hii ndio kazi ya opposition. Kufinya inchi mpaka isikizwe. Akisema hivi ni hivi. Na Raila Amolo Odinga atafuata. Nimesikia kwenye Benson ameongea ni kitu important sana. Amesema hii kiti ya urais ni kama kukufa na kupona, yenye mtu asipopata anaumia, kwa sababu ni kiti ambaye tulipata since independence, iliwekwa hivyo. Wale watu walikuwa wameiweka hivyo, mtu akipata wao ndio wanakula. Na saizi tuko almost, I think Kenya imekuwa kuna nchi, kuna makabila hawajapata hiyo kiti ya urais, hata vice president, hata maybe kitu kama prime minister, ama hii kiti ya Mudavadi. Sasa hizo nini zingine zinaumia. Watu kama Garissa huko hata hawana hata anything ya kusema, because wanafeel hao wako kwa serikali but wanapewa small positions za kushikilia. Yet sisi watu wanapigania kuingia ndani, unaona. So wasipige kelele, hii ni kazi ya opposition inafanya kazi yake. Opposition inafanya kazi yake, na watu wasisema ati Raila ni mbaya, mafans wa Raila sijui ni watu moja. Hapana, Raila kazi yake walisema ni opposition, wanataka strong, tunaifanya vizuri na wanatusikia. Hata I wish hata angeweka Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. Hii hapa katikati pia anafaa kuingilia hapa Wednesday, at least tufanye kazi Tuesday na katu Friday, alafu Sunday. Juu sasa saizi unajua saizi tuna rest for 16 days ya Mungu ameweka tuna rest Saturday na Sunday. Raila ndio pia ameleta yake ya Monday na Thursday. So wewe unafanya una rest for 16 days, unangoja salary 16 days, unangoja salary. Tukiendelea hivi for kitu kama 6 months hivi, Kenya tuko sawa, kwa sababu opposition inafanya kazi yake. The more Ruto anakuwa kichwa ngumu na Gachagua wanapiga kiburi, the more sisi tunasikia maneno, na the more pia sisi tunajipanga, unaona. Hata sisi tunaumia, lakini tunataka holiday ikuwe mingi, hata holiday ikuwe mingi. Hakuna kitu kingine mimi nazoongezea hapo.
Bushman na pia Mzalendo, karibu kwa show. Bushman, uko unaongea lakini ukapotea.
Pole sana.
Karibisha mic yako karibu na ndogo.
Pole sana, ni simu yangu imezima. So thank you very much for inviting me to the show. I think it's my first time here, and I've been a silent follower. I've been following you guys. You're doing a great job. You're part of very fearless minds that are trying to at least awaken those ones who are lost, and to awaken those ones who are still living in fear. You're doing a great job. Kitu naweza sema is that tufai kuwa waoga. Unaona? This revolution requires requires a fearless generation. Tukiwa waoga, the more we become cowards, the more we are going to give up very soon. Tufai kuwa waoga. Let's stand up and fight for our own rights. Unaona? Tuwezi nyanyaswa since independence. You can imagine, since independence only 2 tribes have been ruling. Since independence, it's just a Kikuyu and Kalenjin affair. And how are we going to stop this if we don't stop this nonsense now, today? And imagine, tuseme kama angekuwa Raila ati ndio yeye sasa anatufaitia, nani mwingine angekuwa anafanya hii kazi Raila anafanya? So what Raila is doing, what Raila is trying to do, he's trying to inspire most of us. He's trying to mentor some of us, ili yeye akienda tubaki tunafanya kazi anafanya. And we should not be coward. Tuwezi, we are living in fear. In fear, the government is going to kill us. They cannot kill all of us. Can you imagine killing 8 million people, Raila supporters? Can it happen on the streets? It cannot happen. So they're trying to sell us fear every day. You can see what Gachagua is speaking. Gachagua is telling us how Raila supporters are bad, how they're brutal, how they are violent. How are they violent? We are trying to fight for our own rights. We are trying to fight for true freedom. The freedom that they told us they will deliver, it's not freedom. This is fake freedom. 3/4 of this country is, I think 3/4 of this country is Baba supporters. And the rest, the other ile kidogo, yale the government, Kikuyus and Kalenjins. And not everybody is okay with the government. Even them, they are suffering. Wengine wao, they are suffering more. You know, the most dominant people who are suffering in town, they are from Central. Yani wamejifunyika, lakini hawataki kuongea, wanaona we are okay. Kama ni school fees, kama ni nini, kama ni bei ya bidhaa, inflation is affecting all of us. The inflation is not tribal.
Inua mic yako karibu na wewe ndio tukusikie vizuri.
Eti mtu wa Kisumu atanunua bei ya nini unga kwa 100, ule wa Central anunue unga kwa 50 bob. No, inflation is cutting across the board. So my final submission this evening ni kusema tu kila mtu stand up. Let's stand up. Let's awaken the voiceless. Let's awaken those ones who are living in fear. Tuambie enough is enough. It is time to kick out Ruto from the Statehouse. That's what I can say, and that is all. Hakuna kuogopa ati sijui watatuua. They are not going to kill us. Thank you very much.
Bushman, if I may ask you quickly, sir, how do you intend to actualize that plan of kicking Ruto out of Statehouse?
We have 3/4 of this country. The 3/4 of this country are Raila supporters. Can you get me clear? They are Raila supporters. And we have robust plans for doing that. If we plan well, leave alone those leaders who are trying to sabotage the movement, we can as well leave them, because most of these areas, like let's say, for example, we have seen what Arati has spoken today. We cannot live on his words. We cannot live on his words. We cannot say, like, because Arati is just trying to be used in the name of developments and everything. You know that. But deep down, we have our supporters who are very strong, who are very strong behind this revolution on the ground, because everyone is suffering. Arati can try to.
Okay, Bushman, let me ask you another question. You say 3/4, but from the records that we can work with, nearly half of voters didn't vote. Number two, those who voted, depending with who you talk to, a difference of 200,000 was what made the winner defeat the loser. What informs your speak of 3/4, that 3/4 can be able to change the presidency, yet alone they never showed up to vote? Two, in any case, even during demonstrations, it is not the entire country that was in chaos. It is selected places, or rather, in places that we may term strongholds for Raila. We are yet to see Maandamano in Central Province or in Central counties, yet to see any in Rift Valley counties, yet to see any in Western counties. So, what informs your argument, sir?
Well, I can say if you're bringing in another argument, you're trying to twist it
No.
saying, let me just speak. Allow me speak. If you're speaking of an election that was stolen, it was flawsome. It was seriously manipulated. There was a lot of malpractice in this election. How are we going to believe that the data that was availed by the IBC was factual? How was it factual? How can you convince me that the data was presented by the Chebukati, the chairman of the IBC, was factual? Was it factual?
I don't know if you want me to engage you, but if you ask me, you as Bushman went to a polling station and you voted for 6 ballots. Out of 6, it's only one that you say wasn't correct. So if I give it a score, 5 out of 6 is a very credible and commendable performance in any given setup. So if it is only one ballot box that you have an issue with, I cannot bastardize IBC. But I don't know about you. What do you think? Tell me. Let it be about you, not me giving my opinion, sir.
You have to agree with me that the election was stolen, and that is all. If you want to argue about it, let's just agree with me wholeheartedly that elections were stolen, and then we go ahead about it. Back to you.
No, I'm just moderating. I don't want to agree or disagree. Tell me your view. You believe it was stolen. You believe it wasn't free and fair, and you believe you have the ways in which you can remove the sitting president in power, and probably on Monday that will be the day. Now I'm asking you how you foresee that one happening. That is maybe where we are, what we are talking about.
Obviously we cannot remove a sitting president in a day. We have to sit down and arrange ourselves. We have to organize ourselves to plan, and we have to have very serious plans about it. We cannot say it's only Monday that we're going to remove him from the State House. We have very many plans that we have to put in place, very many measures, and we have to plan ourselves well for us to do that.
Okay, thank you for very much. I'll come back to you, sir. Please stick around. I see Mzalendo is in and Roda. Roda, how are you? Good to see you. Umepotea sana hii mtaa. Karibu sana.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, before I come to you, allow me to bring in Mzalendo. Mzalendo, you have a show tonight, and we are discussing so many things that have happened throughout the week. I've played several clips. I've also aired one or two things that people are saying. So I don't know. What do you make of what has been happening throughout the week here in Kenya?
I think, thank you, Jake, and nice to see you, my brother. And I can see you. I can't read your name now, Benson. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. My other brother who was out of the camera, I think he's back. I think I needed to have him on the show because a few weeks ago we told him what is going to happen to this Azimio brigade.
Niko.
Karibu sana, nafurahi sana kukuona ndugu yangu. Thank you very much, Rhoda. I can see you. Nice to see you, Rhoda. And we thank God for this day. I mean, it's good to have this conversation, and we see where our country will be in the next few days or months or years. Most importantly, we contribute towards the political scene, and some of these shows also give our leaders direction on what to do next. Unfortunately, we've been having last week we had the Maandamano as promised by Baba. He really had a successful Maandamano. The only problem is that they were supposed to go to State House and occupy State House and take over power, which they didn't. They had promised to do that. They had promised to die. I thank the president that not so many people got killed in these demonstrations, and the police for giving for protecting those who didn't want to participate in the Maandamano. Having said that, I want to tell Azimio supporters that Kenya has got 47 counties. Eh? So for you to have a successful appeal, you must at least, even 10 is just good enough to andamane kwa hizi 10 counties, leave alone the two, Nairobi and Kisumu. And in fact, in Nairobi in some areas. So when you occupy Nairobi and you don't want me to do my business in the CBD and nobody comes in, you already made a statement. And I keep on telling you that these issues can be sorted in parliament. Stop this embarrassment. Stop this embarrassment. Look at Simbarati is embarrassing you now. Yeah, those are people who are in your brigade. He's already out. The guy in the coast he said categorically that he doesn't want Maandamano in Mombasa. Yeah, soon Sakaja will be saying the same. Now, my greatest fear is that people are hungry. They can't go to work, and you can't change the government. So what happens? What happens? People are hungry. You can't go to work to buy even that expensive unga or rice that is available. because of Maandamano. So what will happen next? Tutaanza kuchinjana sisi wenyewe kwa wenyewe. That is exactly what will happen. You are being set up for tribal clashes. There is somebody out there who will be so annoyed because their business has been looted or something, because you thieves already have started coming into this thing. Ukae ukijua anytime kuna rally, political rally Nairobi, hiyo ni siku kuna soko kwa wezi, because you brought everybody in one particular area. So wale wezi wanataka kuchukua advantage of that particular situation will be there, and you don't have any control over that. You don't have any control over that. And that is exactly what will happen. For Baba and his brigade, it is now very, very clear. It was not really about the election results. It was just about sabotaging the economy and calling Ruto to the table for negotiation. Now, the international community has kept quiet. That is the sad part about this. The international community is not interested in these Maandamanos. They are not interested. If you had a successful Maandamano, you should have looked at what happened in Senegal. Look at what happened in Senegal. You bring the whole country to the CBD, munafunga kila kitu. Paka leo, if those guys were still in the CBD, then you would have made a statement. Then you would have made a very, very big statement. Lakini unaandamana alafu unaenda Serena. Hiyo ni champagne maandamano. Unakuja kwa maandamano na umetoka Intercon. Hizo mnatuambia nini? There is nothing that you are telling us there. And look at the shift from electoral injustice, which is already being addressed in parliament. The laws that were passed were the same legislators wale walikuwa naona wanapiga kelele pale. Hao ndio walipitisha hizi masheria. What else are they talking about? The price of unga is coming down. So mnapiga nini kelele? Mvua ile mlikuwa mnalalamika ati mvua ndio hiyo imeanza kunyesha. So what are we saying in a nutshell? So mi nakuambia at the end of this exercise, Baba will lose credibility and it will be a Luo affair, because what happened in the last demonstrations, all these people you are seeing here, bado hata wajabadilisha namba yao ya Safaricom, wako na namba yao ya Safaricom tu. Wale walikuwa nadhani wataenda maandamano hawakuenda. Sahii Nuru Kanga and the rest wamesema wakiwapata watapiga na mawe huko juu mkichukua mavideo na masimu. What are they saying? Yep. All right. Can somebody else take over? Give me a minute.
Kidogo tu Cornelius naona amekukoroga. But Roda, what do you say? Roda, unaona vipi? Karibu sana kwa show kwanza.
Asante sana. Unajua watu wengine kama Musaredo wakiongea, I feel pity for them. Pity. You are lost, brother Musaredo. Na unajiita muzalendo. You are very lost. Unaona nchi yetu inaenda kwa dogs to hell. Alafu unaongea. What do you mean about the rain? Raining we usually have in season. You are born in Kenya. We know very well in January used to be very hot. In February, we usually get raining in there on March. And then we usually, after that, we get raining maybe December. We have a season raining. So you cannot say that to require that, you cannot, even Europe country, they pray for raining. It's not about Kenyans. So you cannot, that is nothing to do with that. And then when you talk about the demonstration is our right. And that is our democracy. Every country democracy, people, they must do demonstration. Because we cannot see things are going bad, then we are just seeing they do whatever they want. Absolutely not. We cannot allow that. Then we Kenyans, we are stupid. Then all Kenya, you want Kenya to be stupid? All 46 tribes? Na unajua Kenya wamesoma mpaka PhD. Na unajua Kenya is people, they have a lot of wisdom. Do you agree when Musalia Mudavadi, his wife, get an office, constitution? How did you feel? How did you feel? It's not constitution. How do you feel when Mudavadi take the chair? I don't know, he's a prime minister. It's not constitution. How do you feel? How do you feel when Mudavadi get an expensive car, like billions of money, million with the Gachagua? How do you feel? Na kuna watu unalala njaa. Those people, they were just coming, their missions, just to think about themselves. That this government is there, and they don't care, and they hate the truth. Something Ruto hates is me. I speak the truth. Ruto mimi nitakwambia ukweli, ukitaka kuniua uniue, but the truth has set us free. Me, I don't afraid to Ruto. Me, I can go even remove him in the Statehouse. Me, I'm not afraid anybody in this world. I'm afraid only God, who created me, who gave me the breathing. Nobody. I don't fear anybody. I must tell Ruto the truth. When you do the wrong, I have to tell you. The truth is hard, but it set us free. Even true friend will tell you the truth. We cannot see the way things are going. Then there's so many things people, they can do the most. They can march. Right now, the France are doing demonstration because of their country. I remember in the country it's Guatemala. They have a dictatorship present. I'm telling you, Venezuela people, they were under oppression, but then God opened them. They start to do demonstration. Now Guatemala is totally free indeed. They get the fruits. You know, something I hate in this world is a dictatorship. I hate dictator. Since we had a dictator all over the world, you remember when this guy was killed by Barack Obama? Idi Amin, he was a dictator. I was very happy when he was killed because he's a dictator. I hate dictator.
Jakes, Rhoda cannot continue misleading us with some wrong information. Idi Amin was not killed by Barack Obama.
No, not Idi Amin. No, I mean this terrorist organization from Iraq. What was his name?
Osama who?
You're talking about Osama or what? But anyway,
yeah, Osama bin Laden.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm saying that I hate dictators.
And was it Obama or Bush?
It's a George Bush. No, it's Obama. Yeah, it's Obama.
Mzalendo, who killed Osama? Is it Osama? Is it
Obama?
It is Barack Obama who
it's
killed.
A NATO. It's a NATO. I call them NATO. It's the one they killed even Gaddafi. Oh. We know what they have done, but Gaddafi was not a bad guy.
Palestinian president ndio aliuliwa time ya Bush.
Nani?
Saddam Hussein.
Saddam Hussein.
Maybe Rhoda was not born yet. You know, you have to tell her.
You.
Saddam Hussein aliuliwa during Bush time, yeah?
Yes, and Gaddafi, I don't know when who killed. I don't know when he was killed, and so I hate that. So we must start together in our country. Mm-hmm. See, this isn't about tribal. This is a must. We must start together at Muzalendo. You cannot see country is going bad, and you know our country we come very far.
Rhoda,
and then we want to.
Rhoda, can I just answer you before you go too far? Because you have said so many important things. Then unaharibu tena in the event. Now, about Maandamano. Maandamano is allowed so long as you are not interfering with me, who doesn't want to go to the streets. Now, a gentleman talked here about the tribal ping pong game between the Kikuyu and the Kalenjin. After 5 years, after 10 years, ni Kikuyu, after another 10 years, ni Kalenjin. Let me tell you, one thing for a fact. Ruto will not allow that. But if there is a Kikuyu who will be elected by Kenyans, wacha achaguliwe through the ballot. And we will not look at it like that. If a Kikuyu has got merit, let him be the president of Kenya. If a Luo has got merit, let him be the president of the Republic of Kenya. Or any other tribe, awe Mkamba, awe nini, achaguliwe kwa njia ya haki. Na mukae mukijua pia. There are 8 million Kenyans who did not feel that Ruto is qualified for the job and Raila Odinga is qualified for the job. 8. They didn't feel, they didn't vote, they didn't participate. They didn't participate in this process. So where are they? Kenya is looking for alternative leadership. And Ruto, yes, can be a transitional president directing us to that direction where we will be able to have a free and fair election. Give him an opportunity. Another thing I would want to emphasize, if Raila was the president of the Republic of Kenya today, leo kama angekuwa hiyo position ya Ruto, mumeongea juu ya positions hapa, kama Roda anaongea sijui prime minister, Kalonzo ungempatia nini? Haya, wale jamaa wote walikuwa Azimio, mngewapatia nini? Because kina Uhuru mungewapatia nini? Yes, ama Jubilee mungewapatia, because Azimio ilikuwa na machama sijui 2 of them. Hao wote mungewapatia nini?
Mzalendo hivi ameweza engage. Mzalendo.
Wacha nijibu Mzalendo. Wacha nijibu Mzalendo.
Dogo tu maswali tu mawili kwake. I don't know. Ama wacha nisikize Sixa. I'll come to you Mzalendo. Sixa has something for you. Saki, sorry. Unmute.
Mzalendo anafaa tuambie kitu moja. Mbona yeye anatetea Ruto? Ni Ruto ndio mkabila mkubwa kabisa. Mahali penye ameweka kabila lingine, lazima ameweka mkalenjini hapo nyuma. Aenda hata kwa finance, nani ako hapo kwa finance hizi? Uende kama kwa port, ameweka nani hapo? So Mzalendo asitutanganya hapa nini, atuambie ukweli. Ruto ndiye anajenga ukabila, amerudisha ile ukabila kubwa sana yenye ambaye akiongea Raila alikuwa na vyama vingi. Hizo vyama zilikuwa from different tribes of Kenya. And actually it was representing the Kenya we want. So Mzalendo atuambie isipokuwa Mudavadi na Rikijua nyomeko pale tu, wao ni kuambiwa fanyeni hivi. Kazi yao ni kubora. So Mzalendo atuambie tu kweli, asituambie uongo. Ruto ndiye anajenga ukabila mkubwa sana saizi. Na lazima tuikatae ukabila. Asanteni.
Okay, Cornel.
Tena Mzalendo napenda the fact anajaribu, anaongea vizuri sana. Tunakupenda na tunakuheshimu. Pia sisi watu wa baba tumefundishwa pia kupatiana mapenzi. Sisi si watu tu atisa wote ni mawe. Lakini sisi tutakupiga na mawe, tutakupiga na issue nyingine hapa. Hapa Kenya maisha ni ngumu. Kupata unga, kupata basics na needs za maisha ni ngumu. Mzalendo unajua yuko hapa. Saizi ukichange dollar nasikia nakuja sijui wa 14,000. Mzalendo mimi ndio nifike 14,000 na kueleza lazima tufanye kazi, tunaamka asubuhi, tunafanya vitu mingi sana, tunasikia mambo na wadosi, tunawafuata. Hata vile tunaweka mafuta bei iko juu, unafika saa zingine hata uwezi itabidi uwezi move. Unasema hapana, acha leo tutumie matatu. So Mzalendo kenye unasema ungekuwa hapa leo wewe ungeandamana. Unajua wewe unaongea kwa sababu kwa comfort zone. Uko mali kuna asali hivi, kuna maziwa, ukifinya ukuta hivi, yani vitu zinajifanya hata flash, ukienda kuflash huko unasema unafanya tu namna hii na flash. Hapa sisi lazima tufanye namna hii ndio iflash. Sasa ukiongea hivyo, mimi napenda unaongea because uko hapa, lakini ungekuwa hapa saa hii, ungekuwa uko mdhurwa, buda ungekuwa unaongea hivyo. Sisi tunaongea kama watu ambao kwa ground. Unajua unaongea kwa comfort zone. Sasa hata ukisema Ruto ni sawa, lakini sisi haturudi hapo. Sisi ni watu wa baba, tunataka more holidays, more holiday. Sisi tukisema ni holiday ni na nchi mzima ilisimama. So mnasema ni 2 counties peke yake, mnasema ni Nyanza na Nairobi. Kwani Nyanza na Nairobi nasimamisha nchi mzima? Mnasema wa Mombasa wako demonstrate, kazi ilikuwa uoga, duka zilifungwa. Ati Kisii walikuwa na uoga. Tukisema ni holiday, ni holiday. Hata paka Meru, hata Wajaluo yuko Meru ni Meru, na watu walifunga duka. Walidhani sisi hatuwezi fika huko. Tuongeeni ukweli. Kama mnasema holiday haikufanyika, kila mtu apige picha tuambie kwao kulikuwa aje. Cause mimi najua holiday ilikuwa kila mahali, hata sisi kwetu nyumbani. Nyumbani mahali mami huko, wote ni Wajaka, lakini walienda holiday. Sisi wakitaka na force. So maandamano ikuje, holidays ikuje mingi, to demonstrate.
Naona Bushman anafurahi. Bushman ni yapi haya yanakuzindua?
Jamaa anaongea ukweli mtupu. Mzalendo
tulisema unainua hivi mic.
I think that guy is speaking truth na anaongea ukweli. Mzalendo ako in a comfort zone, he is not oppressed, so aoni zile shida wa Kenya wanapitia. Angekuwa kwa ground, angekuwa hapa Kenya, angekuwa anasikia vibaya sana venye tunasikia vibaya. Naona everything is not going on well. People are oppressed, people are seriously injured, people are seriously wounded. The way hiyo tokea ya Mzalendo is so reckless, anafaa apologize to Kenyans. Honestly speaking, Mzalendo is speaking like a billionaire somewhere seated, ameunda pesa yake, and he doesn't see even how poor people are suffering. People are so miserable. Naona watu wanateseka sana, na ufai kuongea hivyo, because it's not all about Raila, it's all about all of us. Alafu speaking of ati Ruto was elected on merit. How? I think we will have a very sober argument, very sober debate. Tukisema, we all agree that kura zinaibiwa. We can have a very sober argument and debate. Because if we all agree that ati Ruto was elected on merit, aje? Kusema ukweli aje? Unaanzaje kusema ati Ruto was legitimately elected? Wapi? Kuanzia wapi? Kuna maandamano.
Asante sana. Wacha tu kwa hiyo story yako tu. Hiyo story yako. Tafadhali tu utaendelea tu hivyo. Nauliza tu swali moja. 290 constituencies zile mlipigiwa kura na mkashinda nearly half of it or 3/4 of it. Zote zilileta matokeo pale Bomas, Niambie agent wenyu moja tu, only one, ule alisema results zile ziliannouncewa na wale makomishona waine wale wenyu ilikuwa ni tofauti na ile walipewa. Moja tu, hiyo ndio swali mliulizwa pale na Smoking Wanjala. In the 290 constituencies, what show us any discrepancy ya results zile ziko hapo Bomas na results ile mumeletewa physically. Unajua karatasi ni physical, imeletwa na agent wenyu, si agent wa IBC, agent wenyu.
Utawala. Alafu tena mzalendo ndio hao viongozi ambao wanatoka majuu, wamejenga nyumba mzuri hapa Kenya, wamekuja na magari kubwa, wanawekea watu holiday kila Christmas, nyumba kubwa. Alafu akirudi hapa chini anajaribu kuvai na ODM ama UDA kimnyang'anya ticket, anaenda na independent ikikataa, anarudi kusema Raila ni mbaya cause Raila alimnyang'anya ticket. These are the people, hawa ndio akina Jalango. Anakuja na idea mzuri kutoka US, ana information kwa ground, kwa sababu huwa akikuja hapa holiday anapewa watu changa kabusa hapo kidogo, kabangi, alafu watu wanasema mzalendo umetosha. Lakini mzalendo ndio viongozi ambao wanaharibu Kenya. Anatoka na that idea kutoka US kuja hapa, anajua because yeye amekaa majuu for 20 years, amejenga nyumba kubwa kuliko kila mtu kwa village, he has big vehicles, watoto wake wamesoma, anadhani watu will buy that. Nyinyi ndio mnaharibu Kenya, na nyinyi ndio mnapewa positions hapa CS, PS, ministry, mkipewa bado hamfanyi kazi. Cause unajua vizuri sana umeacha kazi majuu, umekuja kusurvive Africa, sasa imekupata. For you to deliver, you delivered nothing. We know you when tumenyamaza.
Jack, let me ask my friend question. I'm on
Yes,
there,
brother Benson.
Mr. Cornel Ochuka. Pali, I have very independent kind of thinking, but I want to ask you a question. If the narrative that you're giving about Mzalendo, like there are people who come from US and wanakuja Kenya, then wanapatiwa nini? Who votes for these people?
Let me tell you one thing. When they come for the first time, inakuwa ngumu kwao. They don't succeed. They wanateseka mara kama 2-3. Now hiyo mara 2-3, just wait, mara 2-3 ndio unasikia wanaribu jina ya Raila Amolo Odinga, wanaribu maybe jina ya Ruto saizi kwa Ruto kuna party, wanaribu jina ya Mudavadi, wanaribu jina Wetangula. Yet they don't follow protocol yenye inaelekea hapa Kenya. Saizi Kenya it's tunakuelect katika Kenya umefanya. Si ati pombe unatuletea kutoka US, hiyo chang'aa bangi. Tutakuacha tu.
I'm there 100% with you, but my question is, who vote for these people? Even wametukana Raila, wametukana Ruto, wametukana, who votes for them?
According to me, Baba kushika mkono, that is it. Baba supposed kushika mkono, we don't know you.
And there's a price they pay for that, for you kushikwa mkono.
Sasa ndio, they don't pay for that. They just come with some few things here. They lie to Baba, you know, man, international world, I'm a billionaire. Kumbe hata si pesa yake, ni pesa ametoa diaspora huko ameweka kwa account. So Baba unajua pia anafanyaga uchunguzi, anasema hebu fuatilia huko Nel, uone kama kuna kakitu na kuna idea gani. Ikienda inapatikana Cornel za billionaire, kwa ground nothing. Sasa ni sisi ndo tuna deal na wao. That's why tunasema maandamano inafaa kuwa
let me educate you a bit because you don't know what happens. If you see somebody talking about the country and they are either abroad, it is for the love that they have for the country. And another thing, let me also tell you, wacha nikwambie, si ati ni mapenzi tuko hapa. Tunapenda nchi yetu sana. That is the reason why we get back, we run for those elections, and because we want to be at home. And for your information also, baba hiyo funding yote unafikiri anatoaga wapi? Anaitoa hapa. Hiyo pesa unafikiri ana campaign nayo, anatoka nayo wapi? Anaitoka nayo hapa. Ndio akukuja akupatie huko, utie kampeni zako kama wewe ni mshabiki wake. Haya, somebody like Jakoyo Midio alitoka hapa. Somebody like Oruo Jode alitoka hapa. If they didn't work very well for the country, hata Raila mwenyewe alitoka Germany. So I don't know what you are talking about. So being abroad is not a big deal. Unaweza enda majuu na urudi Kenya. Si ati ukiishi huku, it doesn't mean that Kenya sio kwenyu. Na ukiishi huku hauna familia huko, ama una watu huko, ama uoni news huko, za huko. News is universal. The world is flat. The world is not round. We can use a phone. Dakika 1 second naweza ongea na mtu yuko Mathare sahi na niambie hali yake. So sijui unaongea nini? Unaongea ni kama watu wazee.
Saa hizi unajua kinafanyika Baringo?
I know people have been killed in Baringo. Unaongea nini?
Serikali bana lipeleke chakula. Ngoja, serikali bana lipeleke chakula, imepeleka nini? Watu wa vita. Watu wa vita so far wameleta money. Saa hizi ni how many months? 2 months. Kuna piece gani imeletwa huko?
Listen, the issue of Baringo, I might even understand it more than you. What do you know about Baringo, the clashes in Baringo? I might even understand it and educate you about the clashes in Baringo. Some of it is even cultural. Yeah, some ile ubabe iko pale between the Pokot and the rest. Hiyo yote, hiyo pengine ni ubabe na cultural issues that are affecting those communities. And others are political.
Advise the government. Unaweza advise aje government? Bala kupeleka polisi, unaweza advise aje government? Hiyo machinery wangepeleka chakula.
First of all, hii serikali si ati kila kitu ile nafanya ni mzuri. The guy who is in charge of internal security needs to be changed. They need a more affirmative person who can stem authority and change things. Not everything that the government is doing is right. Kuna zingine kama hizo positions za 50 CSS. That is something that can be looked into and see whether they are really adding value or not adding value. But kusema serikali which has only been there for 6 months wholesomely is bad is absolutely wrong.
If Raila now, when you make a Maandamano, if Raila tell the government you sort your issue at the other side, will they listen? Ama mtasema bado Maandamano ya Raila si mzuri. This is the time Raila needs to do that. Because Raila anafanya opposition.
Unaona, my brother,
kuna mali tukiagree tutasaidiana. Tukiagree tutasaidiana. Raila ni opposition.
Raila is bigger than running in the streets of Kibera like a rat. Raila is bigger than that.
Raila ni opposition leader.
Raila, you had said that there is no opposition in the constitution.
Nijibu tu kwanza. Raila ni opposition leader. Raila ni opposition leader.
Unaona hata hujui hakuna position kama hiyo kwa katiba ya Kenya.
That is what nyinyi mnasema. Mnasema hata
Mzalendo.
Unajua?
Hebu nisaidie Cornell. Cornell. The system we have now in parliament, the 2010 constitution, does not give kuna the majority and minority. But unapata kuwa it's like naweza sema ni kama American parliament, whereby the parliament will always oversight the executive. Yeah, so uko na minority leader and majority leader. So the minority leader, they can have something to censor the government, but like we do not have opposition post. We don't have that.
I know that one.
Atuna. So
Kenya najaribu kusema sauti zetu hazisikiki pale parliament. Sijui kama mnajaribu kunisikia. Ukiangalia parliament since ifunguliwe na since venye Ruto serikali ilichukuliwa na Ruto, parliament ijakuwa ikifanya kazi vizuri. Wamekuwa wakiargue, wanatupana maneno, wana throw each other mabuti. That is why tunasema sasa wacha basi tuitengeneze venye tunaijua.
And that's what ukikuja some of the programs that we say, that is now what we call the leadership. What kind of leadership do we have? You know, as much as unajua, immediately the member of parliament is sworn in, his first allegiance is a state officer. Unajua hiyo is not a member of political party, is a state officer. When a member of parliament is sworn in, and that's why he's paid by the state, is a state officer. That is something you have to know. So as a state officer, you have to do your due diligence for your state. You have to be fidelity to your state, fidelity to your country. And what we are experiencing in parliament, either from the UDA side or from the Azimio side, it's not a statesman. It's a big man syndrome, whereby somebody just come to do something to be seen to seem like you are working. You know, the things that ails us as a country, the things that can unite us, and the things that we don't agree on. You know, and if we find things that we agree on, we can work as a country. We call it bipartisan. We don't care because it's affecting Kenyans. There's only one thing that we share in common. We are all Kenyans. Something that we don't share in common, we are not the same tribe. But one thing that brings us together, it's Kenya. Yeah, that's why when somebody from Eldoret goes for Olympic and wins, you feel that joy. That's a Kenyan. That's what unites us. You know. So sometimes I'm speaking from a point of a statement. I'm not speaking from a point of supporting one political party. You know, I'm speaking from a point whereby all Kenyans can benefit. Yeah. So when it should come to leadership, faithful in leadership, and what do Kenyans need? Like right now, we know Kenya is at crossroad. Yeah. And if Kenya is at a crossroad, we still have very young people who are in the leadership, especially in parliament. Instead of kuonyeshana ubabe, they should come up with something that how can we solve this country? Because we don't want a situation whereby the way government is not going to operate. When there's a Maandamano, taxes are not going to be collected. That is something that we know. You know, but who does it affect? Does it affect the people who are supporting the government or the people in opposition? It affects all Kenyans. You know, it's not very selective that I went to Maandamano. Now my taxes, ndakuwa na njaa ama na support government na sikia njaa. Everybody. So it calls for statesmanship. And if it's called for statesmanship, what should we do to save our country? Yeah. Even though Raila is undermining, do we have a year of listening? Can we listen and listen to this? Is this something that we can solve? Yes. And in what way can we solve this? You know, that's how I think. I might be wrong in my thinking.
Okay, kidogo tu I want to have Clinton. Clinton, karibu sana. Na Roda Sara usipotee, ulikatwa katikati na hawa wa jamaa. So when Roda will be coming back, muhurumieni mzalendo. She's the only lady, so mumuhurumie, allow her to finish. Msimvamie sana, hakumaliza hata point 2 kabla hajakatwa.
Roda ni wetu, Roda ni
She's the only lady, eh? So Roda pole sana, lakini wacha tumsikize Clinton. Clinton, endelea.
Okay, sawa. Asante sana Jakes. Ndio kurudi kwa nyumba bana. Nimekuta discussion ikiwa kali kuhusiana na mambo na living conditions abroad na zile zenye za Wakenya wenye wako Kenya. Jakes, nataka nikwambie kwamba ni ukweli. Maisha Kenya si rahisi. Mimi nimekuwa Kenya for like 11 ama 10 days hapo February. But I felt like they were 6 months. I was almost feeling like mbona nilikuja na watu nilikuwa nikiwaongelesha kila siku, mbona hawakuniambia kuko hivi? Na hiyo time hakukuwa na mvua, naenda kulisha ng'ombe sijui 3 kilometers away from home, alafu naenda naoga huko mtoni, nikifika home nimerust, ni kama sikuoga. Hapo utoke hapo uende supermarket. Jex, ukiwa na 1,000 unaweza nunua credit ya 100, alafu nunue na ile mkate kubwa uende ufurahishe watoto, pengine na sabuni, alafu kute hiyo 1,000 imeisha. So unakuta ukienda supermarket uambie mamako naenda supermarket narudi, akutume sabuni ile ya kuogea, hii ya kufulia na pengine mkate 2, utakuwa ushaanza kutoa macho, kwani mama hazijatosha. So life there is not easy. I can attest to I can confirm what people back home are going through. But this thing didn't start yesterday. Nakumbuka last year wakati wa Labor Day, Mheshimiwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta kidogo tu alie, badala ya kuja kunisaidia na kuna huko Ukraine, uko kwa sijui kwa gari unapiga huko kelele. So hii situation haijaanza jana. So I don't support Baba's maandamano. Alafu maandamano ya Baba pia, it can be good and bad at the same time. Because when Baba goes to the road that we want to reclaim our stolen victory, alafu anaficha hapo ndani the cost of living. But in real sense, maandamano yake ni kuhusiana na stolen victory na hizo zingine. Cost of living ameweka tu ndani ndio Wakenya waende pale. Lakini kwa ukweli anatafuta his stolen victory. And again, Baba is living in denial. The most transparent election that we had was in 2022. And even Martha Karua pale KICC wakiweka hiyo red carpet. Wengine tulienda kwa choo mara 7. Kutoa tu hiyo carpet pale kwa stairs kuileta hivi. Tukasema bas, hawa watu wako njiani wanasomwa sasa hivi. So Baba is living in denial. The guy defeated him. Kama ni kuiba kura, Ruto hangeiba kura eti ashinde na 200,000 votes. So the Baba lost. He has to accept this and move on. Again, the issue of Maandamano, Jakes. I think there is a statement that Babu Owino said some days back that Baba, when we paralyze Nairobi, nothing will go on. But who is there to lose? Is it William Ruto? Is it Raila Odinga? Or is it the common mwananchi ambaye anaenda kuandamana? Eti hakuna biashara, tuko holiday. Jakes, wengine tuko abroad, yes. But hii holiday mko nayo Kenya ya kila siku tunaitamani tu. We work like me every year. A year is over 360 days. I'm only free 15 days in a year. Ukiongeza na weekend. Then mtu Kenya anaamka anaenda maandamano. Kesho asubuhi anawahi maandamano. Alafu anakuja anasema eti uchumi ni mbaya, serikali saidia, na kuna nguvu, si kilema. So I always say that Kenyans are lazy. Yeah? Here we work with hours. You are told to work 8 hours. Hata ikifika 7 hours na 50 minutes, you don't leave. It is 8 hours. This is what you are paid for. Kaa hapo mpaka 8 hours ifike. Mkenya umkalishe, hata kama ni mwalimu umkalishe shule masaa 8. Atakuwa na kuangalia na macho mbaya. Kenyan youths can find what to do. Kwani Ruto alitupromise kazi kwa watu milioni 30 wenye washafikisha 18 years. What are we waiting for that the president will do that Uhuru Kenyatta didn't do, Jomo Kenyatta didn't do? Eti alitupromise kazi. My friend, we can find other things to do as William Ruto as the president also does his. And again, people like Bushman doesn't understand that this is a transitional government. It will take time before it settles down. This is the first transition under the new constitution that we have. So when William Ruto takes time to settle down with this government, let him do it. Leo nimesikia akiambia baba eti hata 2027 asipojipanga atakuta mambo ni ngumu pale mbele, and it will be like that. Kwa sababu the guy tunamuelewa kwa siasa, ni mtu anapanga mbele. So the earlier the better. Badala ya kwenda maandamano, watu wakae chini wazungumze. Na mimi nachukia sana Ruto siku hizi bwana Jex. Though mimi ni supporter wake sugu. Kwa kura nitampea. Lakini baba anaposema kwamba we want our victory back, the cost of living pia ishuke, sijui nini na nini, hizo vitu important kwa wananchi kama cost of living. Alafu William Ruto anachagua tu anajibu ile ya sava. The cost of living hataji hata kidogo, as if baba alizungumzia sava peke yake. So badala ya kutuambia hata atu promise tena in 10 months time the cost of living will go down, yet utasikia tu akisema sava. But baba talks about almost 7 things. So the president is ignoring us, yes. But very soon we will be in 2025. And he'll come back to us that, oh, I want another term. Na sisi pia tutaweka kiulizo. Unataka ingine, ile tulokupea ulifanyia nini? So, people like Bushman, you support maandamano. But mi nataka nikusihi bana. Mi nikikuangalia we bado kijana mdogo. Tafuta kazi ufanye hiyo on Monday na Thursday. It will help you. Toka kwa maandamano, do something. Don't help baba fight for to reclaim victory that can never be reclaimed. It went. And again, Jakes, Tifa polls leo wametusupport kwa mara ya kwanza. Wamesema kwamba 64% of Kenyans don't support maandamano. And that is very nice to us kama wana UDA. So I hope next week wakitoa poll ingine, it will be 98% of Kenyans don't support. And at least huyo mzee atatulia. Then I also don't like when Kimani Ichung'wah attacks Uhuru so much. Because huyu ni Mkikuyu mwenzake. Sisi Wajaluo ndio tumebaki tukifuatia Uhuru ba. Huyu ni Mkikuyu mwenzake. Kimani Ichung'wah atapigania Ruto, hivyo Ruto apate second term. Aanze kusema kwamba leader of minority National Assembly Mkalenjin. Kimani Ichung'wah si atafura hapa aanze kusema vitu zingine haziko. So while in power, don't fight your brothers. They should learn from the mistakes Uhuru did, so that they forgive him and they treat him as a retired president and they are once in a lifetime leader. So with all, that was my submission, Jakes.
Hey,
But
Clinton.
watu watoke kwa maandamano na waende wakafanye kazi.
Clinton.
Wakenya wanapumzika, mara wako Jimvanji, sijui People's Baraza. Pale wanalipwa. Ama ni kutusi tu Rigiji na bibi yake na sijui nini na nini. Those people should work, bana Jakes. William Ruto will not bring us food on the table. It is us to look for that food and put it on the table. The situation is hard everywhere. Saizi nikitoka kazi nimeingia supermarket kuchukua tu nyanya. Nikakuta nyanya kilo moja ni 8.67. Hiyo ni kama 1,000 na takataka ya Kenya. Then someone wants to tell you that you don't go to work and you expect the price, the living standard to be good. It can't be. You just have to work to make it be good. Thank you, Jackson.
Benson wanted to say something.
No, I'm just reminding Clinton that my number still inachukua M-Pesa, so afanye mpango.
Unasikia nyanya kwa ni 1,000.
Jax, tangu lini mtu wako Kenya kama mimi akatumia mtu wako Amerika M-Pesa jamani? Amerika kuna M-Pesa?
Kunayo.
Roda unaonaje bwana? Wanasema hivi that on Monday Gachagua and Dinde Nyoro and Jongwa wako na plan ya disguise some followers so that they have 1,000 people killed. I don't know if I played that clip, but
those guys, they are my community. When I see how I have been very sad. The way I grown up, my community, we grown up to be together. We usually listen one voice. When I see people like him, Ishungwa, how he is behaving, I can't imagine. My heart cry. All the time, since I was a child, we usually one voice. I remember all the time, even elections day, we usually vote one voice. We like
deep states na system wameanza kuchoma magari, isemekane ni mahasla wanachoma magari. Mimi nataka kutoboa niseme hivi. 2017 wakati kulikuwa na maandamano ya ODM, mimi na Kibicho na deep state wale wengine na system tuliwenda kuprint t-shirts za ODM, tukanunua magari second hand kwa mashowroom, tukazichoma huko Ngong Road, ionekane ni ODM, kumbe ni deep state na system. Muache kuharibia Assassination.
We have very authentic information that on Tuesday evening, the Mr. Rigathi Gachagua convened a meeting at his residence in Karen. In attendance was Mr. Kamoi Chungwa and also Mr. Ndindi Nyoro. They had invited several youths from different parts of the country to that meeting. And that meeting turned out to be a strategy session to plan to counter the demonstrators on Monday. The plan, according to information we have, is that these youth are going to be given uniforms similar to those of the MDD, our movement, the movement for defense of democracy. Then they will mix with our youth and accompany them throughout the demonstration. And at the end of it, they are going to be armed. They are going to be carrying not only stones, not knives, and pangas, which will be disguised, but they will also be having weapons, guns. And then they will shoot, they will stone, they will knife, and the aim is to kill over 1,000 people. And then they're going to now make a case that there's a bloodbath and try to send those who are leaders of Azimio to ICC.
Rhoda, I've played you the clip. What do you think?
Yeah, it's very sad and how the way that man they are doing to play that game that he will set youth to come to Nairobi and to do demonstration. So I don't understand why he's doing like that, unfortunately. So for me, I don't know, because the way, sometimes I wonder, the way I said to you before, my community, oh, please, can you close my community, how we grow, we usually stay together, we listen one voice, like the way of course they say about how Ishunga was abusing the former president Uhuru Kenyatta. Unfortunately, it's very sad because that guy is Uhuru left him without nothing. He was working in the butchery, and then he went the member of parliament, and then Uhuru have been lifting him up. But all things he have been forgetting. All those people, Uhuru have been lifting them up. It's like we usually say in my language, when you get full stomach, you forget. That's the way people they do. It's very sad, but I can understand. Is Ruto anapiganisha hiyo nini? Ruto is the one who had destroyed my community, and I'm not ashamed to say that. Ruto is a bad guy. Akatupiganisha. Yani vile Mungu alituuba, we stay how God created us to be. Anaharibu my community, and it's very sad. Nobody go to haribu. Hakuna mtu anaweza kuharibu. Mimi siwezi enda kabila yake karijini haribu. No, I will not speaking against about him, his community. Never. Because it's not his community. So Kenya, we have a long to go. These things about tribalism and try to kupiganisha watu. Unajua Kenya, we can have there's a time you can see tribe and tribe are fighting. Unaona tribe moja wanachukiana mapanga, wana fight kwa sababu ya mtu moja. Hata Rhoda, it was like that in 1994. You see one tribe walikuwa wanachukiana, and they speak this. I think they speak the same language. Walikuwa na wana. So in Kenya, we want a really person who really have a lot of wisdom and leadership. Kenya means leadership. Somebody who will not pray with any community. You respect community, their culture, and segregation must work for all tribes. Segregation must work. Integration must work for all community. You don't put other community down. You see the same, you see yourself. So it's very sad how they are doing. They are going to say, I don't know which kind of game, but those guys, they are crook. Kimani Waishungwa, those are crook guys, and I don't trust them. They are just evil. I call those evil guys. But the reality, the way I thought they were like that, I don't know what happened. So it's very sad. They are coming to attack our own team. But remember, even many people from Mount Kenya, they are coming to do demonstration too, especially in Kiambu County. The majority who vote for Raila, and I know they are coming to Nairobi to do demonstration. They are coming, men and women, they are coming to march in Nairobi, and I know that. I have been talking with them, tell them, go and march. I know they will come to do demonstration too. So if they are giving money, those people, they must be very silly and very stupid. So I don't know which kind of game they are, Shunga is doing. He is very, I call him stupid. That is very stupid. I cannot imagine what he's doing. So he have to respect Baba, because Baba, watu wetu wa Azimio, mimi ni Azimio, we are doing peaceful demonstration. They don't have problem. Sisi ni watu wa amani, kwa sababu we want the server to be open and the cost of living. That shit. And then something we are denying is, for example, like Ruto, he said this election 2027, he want to decide who will be the chairman. He doesn't respect our leaders, because when they want to vote for, to choose who will be the chairman of election 2027, they must, you remember even Chibukati is a writer bring him. I think it was 2017. And I remember who was that time in government. He was a president, but Ruto, he want to do his own way. He doesn't want to respect even if Raila is in the position leader right now, they must understand each other. Ruto have right to bring his own commission because they can be 50-50-50. But if there's a many things that we are going, our team are going to do the matching. But this matching on Monday will be peaceful. Our people, we tunataka amani. We don't like problem. So it's very fast.
Rhoda is lying. Let us ask her questions.
Ungemkubalia malize alafu nikukubalie so that me.
Yeah, I think I've seen. Yeah, so I just want to conclude that our demonstration is peaceful. We are going to march because that is our democracy, and we have right to say how we think and how we feel, and freedom expression. So our demonstration, our it's not bad. We are not going to do something harm anybody. So those that they are coming, and the ones coming to harm our other people, but that's not us. As we are people of amani. Thank you.
Jakes.
Endelea.
Kuchoma afisi za UDA Kisumu. Rhoda anasema ni peaceful demonstration. Kurushia polisi mawe Nairobi, Kibera na sijui wapi. Rhoda anaita peaceful demonstration. So that's a lie. Alafu Rhoda, nataka tu nikuulize something systematically. Niko sure we ni mwana Azimio damu. Kwa Supreme Court wakati wa petition, did you see or did you hear your lawyer Murgor and this young man, I don't know, he was called somebody Ngaira, their argument about the server? Did you hear or see them argue about the server? The Supreme Court report that that came about the server, leave alone that, even the constituencies that were said to be recounted. Ulikuja hapa kwa show ukatuambia raundi hii muizi ameshikwa. Koome si mjinga, amesema order recount. The same Koome amesema kura zihesabiwe in a place that is security tight. Alafu pia server zifunguliwe. Raundi hii tumemshika muizi. Si server zilifunguliwa mpaka ripoti ikatolewa ikapelekwa Supreme Court. Malawyers waka argue. Murgor akaulizwa, kwani why are you misleading the court? This is the registrar's report. Ngaira akaulizwa, was there anything deleted from the report that you've gathered? Ngaira akasema, Your Honor, let me explain. There is nothing that was deleted. Even your Gidongo, the fake Gidongo, even signed the report and say that it is true. Kitu tumepata pale hakuna kitu imedilitiwa. Ni server gani bado mnataka? Again mnatuambia tunaandamana ndio wafungue server. Katika katiba ni wapi wamesema rais baada ya uchaguzi ana take over IBC servers, sasa ni yeye anafungua server? You had hackers from abroad wakahack mkapata mlishinda na 8 million. Si mwanze mchukue tu nini Nation ama your TV, Citizen TV, then publish the results from every polling station. Alafu mtuambie ndio hizi tumeadd hapa from the hacking system tulipata tuko na 8.9 million, alafu huyu muizi akawa na 4 point. Why don't you just tell us anything? Ndio mimi pia niangalie place nilivote tulikuwa watu 400. Kama pale mlipata 4,000 ndio niwaambie hapa nayo mlituibia. Mshaleta mahackers, mnangoja ni simweke results zenu kwa gazeti. The 290 constituencies tuone. Bwana kuna server tutafungua Jakes. Pia rais hana mamlaka ya kufungua server, hakufanya kazi kwa IBC. Alafu mwisho, issue nyingine unatuambia eti sijui Raila ndiye alileta Chebukati mara nini na nini. Hiyo ndio ujinga. Sorry, sitaki niite ujinga. Hata pia naweza ita ujinga. Hiyo ndio ujinga. Sasa hatutaki 2027. Ndio maana rais amesema kwamba kila mtu ahusishwe katika kuchagua IBC commissioners. Hadi LSK nini na nini. Shida yenye ilikuwa na Cherera 4 ni kwamba Raila alihusishwa kuwaleta. Na walikuja na mission yao. Na ndio ile mission ilifail. So Ruto anasema kwamba I don't want this thing to happen again. Kwa sababu ingeleta vita. Inakuwaje Cherera anatutangazia results mpaka dakika za mwisho alafu anatoka na uliona the happening of those events kidogo kidogo hivi in less than 15 minutes washafika Serena. Hapo Serena ni watu ambao wanahusishwa na Raila walikuwa wanaenda kuwa meet. So hiyo ujanja haitokuwa tena 2027. Ndio maana unaona Raila sasa anakuja, huwezi tengeneza IBC peke yako, lazima tuongee. Ni wapi kwa katiba inasema lazima tuongee kama watu wa vyama? So let us allow the president to perform his functions. Wakati Uhuru alikuwa rais, baba akiwa kwa handshake, kuna vitu alikuwa anafanya, Ruto alikuwa anachungulia tu hivi kwa fence. Sasa hivi mnasikia uchungu kwa sababu ni Ruto sasa anazifanya kama rais yeye peke yake. Let us give him time to do his presidential duties. Kama hapo kwa IBC akanyagie kabisa.
Ninawaona.
Akanyagie kabisa hapo kwa IBC. So, Jex namalizia kwa sababu naona Bushman wanajua wako kwa drought, anaweza ungua anytime. So Jex, mimi nachukia sana wanaazimio wanapoumia rais akitekeleza wajibu wake kama rais kikatiba. Kama hiyo swala la IBC, sheria tuliunda kwa bunge, wanaazimio walikuwa pale. Sasa tunaitana kuongelea nini? Tuende tuambie LSK, huyu mtu mlileta, Raila amekataa, tumeongea na yeye, sasa nyinyi amko hapa, tokeni na mtu wenyu. Sasa Raila ndiye alete watu 4, Ruto alete 4, IBC ikuwe fully constituted. Bana, BBI haikupita. William Ruto is a president and a winner takes it all. Itauma watu kwa miaka 9 ijayo. Asante bana Jex.
Cornell.
Sasa amesema point mzuri sana. Amesema yeye hapendi Azimio, na hata sisi pia tupendi UDA, na tupendi serikali mnatuforce nayo, na hatutaki nusu mkate, hatutaki anything, lakini mnatutafuta. Lazima baba arespektiwe, lazima mkae na baba chini, na baba akisema right ni right. Mimi nashangaa sana mtu kama Mudavadi ako na 4 billion, lakini hawezi nunua gari na hiyo bilioni yake. Mimi nashangaa sana Mudavadi ananunuliwa gari na government, hajai kuwa na gari. Mimi nashangaa sana mnasema Gachagua sijui ako na sijui how many billion, hajai nunua gari, hajai wekea hata bibi yake ofisi. Bibi yake hiyo time yote amekanga tu kwa jikoni anapika tu. Sasa mjua dadia ameingia kwa serikali, sasa pia mimi nipewe ofisi. Bwana, msituchezee bwana. Maandamano tunataka, na tunataka Raila aende na speed. Hii kitu aweke Monday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Samahani Cornell.
Okoth ulikuwa unaongea nilinyamaza.
Mtu akisema kwamba net worth yake ni 4 billion, haimaanishi ako na 4 billion kwa wallet kama cash. Amejumuisha kila kitu ambacho ako nacho hadi ng'ombe bana.
Wacha mimi naongea. Sasa
unasema uongo.
Ngoja. Akiwa na 4 billion, unataka kuniambia jamaa ana 20 million kwa bank? Ana 20 million. Ana 20 million na kuna V8 za 23 million. Unataka kuniambia jamaa akiwa na 4 billion bado ni maskini, bado ni hustler? Yawa. Unatubeba aje bwana? Hata bisa hizi naweza sema net worth yangu ni 7 million, lakini niko na Subaru hapa na Vitz. Uko na Subaru na Vitz, na uko na 7 million, na wewe uko na 4 billion na hujainunua gari. What are you saying bwana?
Jake, then let us declare our net worth. Cornell, uko na ngapi?
Clinton.
Sisemi, utaka kuniua.
Bushman endelea. Brother Benson kidogo tu.
Ngoja tu before itanitoroka. Cornell.
Yes.
Kuna gari tuseme, I'm just talking as a support. I'm talking on a point of the statement. Najaribu kuwa na knowledge kidogo. Naweza kuwa na pesa kama mimi, naweza kuwa worth 20 billion. But based on the position yenye nimepatiwa na government, the government state should provide me based on, I should not use my money to buy a car to use it for state. State should fund that office. So gari za
mimi sasa hata saizi nikiweka kwa NGO mahali nitachukua Probox. Sitatumia pesa mingi. Ndio tuongee ukweli, umesema point mzuri. Umesema point mzuri. Unafaa usitumie pesa yako, tumia pesa yao. Chukua hata TX bwana, Nissan, chukua hata Vitz.
So
As long as unajua tuache kupiga kifua. Usiweke gari kubwa hapa majirani waone ati ni GK inalia wiu ati ni respect kwa estate. No, tuongee ukweli. Mimi kama niko na Subaru lakini nimepata kazi nyingine, mimi nachukua Probox. Saturday kama leo Friday ningekuwa na Subaru kwa barabara. Tusiseme ati sasa ati nikipata kazi kubwa naenda V8, naenda sijui Lexus. No, hiyo pia tunadanganya watu. Mdavadi wangetaka kutusave hiyo nini yote. Kama ofisi ya bibi ya Gachagua ina cost 1.6 billion. Ya nini? Na yet hata wewe saa hizi ukifungua ofisi yako, anybody mwenye ako hapa na sisi akienda kufungua ofisi yake, I'm sure utatumia less than 500,000. I'm sure. Na hiyo less than 500,000 umelipa month ya 3 months, umelipa rent ya 3 months mbele. Lakini umenunua viti, computer. Why use 1.6 billion? Alafu unachukua wanajeshi unapeleka huko, badala upeleke cha. Unajua, tuache kujidanganya. Sisi hatupendi UDA na sisi hatupendi hii serikali na baada tujue. Actually nimesikia mtu amesema line ya Safaricom. Hii maandamano ikisha hivi nitakata na nikupe. Venye sibadi kwa naka kitu siwezi tumia unajua baada nitatransfer alafu nitakata hiyo kitu. Mimi nafanya venye mzee amesema, right, left, front, forward, march. Hivyo. Asante sana.
Kabla sijapea Bushman, naona msimamo ameingia kwa show na mzalendo alikatwa akiwa anatoa submissions zake. So siji Bushman utakubalia kwanza tusikize msimamo, alafu msimamo naye apee mzalendo, tukuje kwako Bushman. Ama point yako ni moja.
Ngoja nimalize na huu mzizi wa China hapo. Kuna mzizi wa China hapo umekita mzizi sana.
Kuna mic iko on.
Okay, iko hivi, Bushman akiwasha inakuwa na echo. So Junieni inapea, wacha tu mute tumsikize juu sijui ni kwa nini speaker yake ndiko na hiyo echo yote.
Mimi bloko kwenu.
So whatever Communal is saying is very right. In Kenya we don't have revenue problem. Tuko na shida ya spending. We have a spending problem. I remember during the era of Magufuli attacked unnecessary spending in Tanzania. When watu wote wa government walikuwa wanatumia this unnecessary spending is the reason why Kenyans are suffering today. No. High cost of
Bushman weka mateko poa.
Bushman fanya aje, hebu ng'oa hiyo earphone uone kama unaweza ongea kwa simu directly juu kwanza inaleta echo alafu hatukusikii.
Alafu wanaazimia upotezanga network.
Wewe tulia huko.
Endelea.
Nasema
uko sawa kabisa.
Kenya has a spending problem, not a revenue problem.
Okay.
The reason why Kenyans are suffering today, the reason why we are having a cost of living today, it's because of high and unnecessary spending of the government. Nanipata. I remember very well during the era of Magufuli. Magufuli cut off unnecessary spendings of the politicians. Na akawapea vits, akawaambia hii ndo vits utakuwa unatumia ukienda wapi? The parliament. Ukitaka kwenda functions, tumia these vits with low fuel consumption. Why can't you take the example of the Magufuli? Kwa nini to cut off all unnecessary spendings? Kwa nini tutembee na vits? Kwa nini tujengewe maofisi kubwa za billions of money? And ili hali Kenyans are suffering, are starving of hunger and starvation. Kenyans are starving. Enda Baringo, watu wanakufa njaa. Kwa nini? At the expense ya Mudavadi ako na ofisi kubwa na bibi yake, na Wakenya wanafanya nini? Wanateseka. Tukikuja kwa Clinton ulisema ati this has been the most transparent election ever. Whereby ati Clinton uko na mchezo sana. Let me tell you, William Ruto alijua vizuri sana. Ndo ashinda an election lazima bribe the Electoral Commission. Na hivyo ndo alifanya. Tukaenda kotini, akabribe the judges. Akachukua pesa, akabribe the Supreme Court judge. Hata uliona the language that Kome was using, hata anasema it was not a law language. Unasema at hot air since when? Na kama wanajua walishinda kura, kama wanajua walishinda kura kwa halali, let them open the servers. Kama unajua wewe the president na ulishinda vizuri, fungua server. Kenya aone.
Bushman, unaona kama ni fair kusema at juu the judges walisema the evidence that was produced ni hot air, inamaanisha walikuwa corrupt. Ukweli hiyo unaona kama ni haki kweli kusema kitu kama hiyo?
Hiyo ni matusi walisema kwanza.
It is not fair enough. Not fair enough. It's not fair enough. Not. That one I disagree.
Okay.
Huwezi sema ati it was hot air. Tuliona 2017 tulikuwa pale na Maraga. Maraga alifuatilia kesi vizuri and the evidence was enough. The proof was there. Na hii kesi, in fact hii kesi ya 2022 imekuwa na enough proof than even of 2017.
Ukileta story ya 2017 inanikumbusha ya kuwa Raila alisema hawatarudia uchaguzi kwa sababu Maraga ndiye alikuwa kwa kiti. But ni kama alisahau cause 2022 alirudi akajikuta kwa ballot na chairman bado tu ni ule Chebukati. Don't you think ingekuwa wise angetoa kwanza Chebukati kabla ya kuingia kwa uchaguzi, kama tu vile alikuwa amesimama 2017 na kusema harudi uchaguzi until Chebukati atolewe?
Naweza sema shida si Chebukati. Naweza sema shida si Chebukati. Shida is ABC body. It should be independent. This body is never independent. This body is easily compromised. They are being given, they are being bought, they're being given a lot of money, billions of money, they're being promised a lot of stuff. Yeah, exactly. So the problem is not the Chebukati, the chair himself. The problem is the commission that is going to bed with the government. That is the problem. These institutions should be independent, like for US. Tujenge institutions zenye independent that you cannot easily bend. Lakini institutions zingine ukiwapea pesa wanakula and then they announce the winner. The loser anakuwa the winner, then the winner anabaki hapo kama number second, which is not fair enough. And what I can tell you, there are people, a lot of people here, even the listeners, wako hapa na kuna watu wame lose hope in Raila, just like Clinton. Watu wamepoteza na wame lose hope. I can tell you without any fear that this country is going to go the genocide way of Rwanda 1994. Watu wataenda kuuana na tribalism itaisha. If it's not tomorrow, it is going to be there. I can tell you this for free. People are going to kill each other in this country and until tribalism will be buried very soon. Na si uongo juu venye inaendelea. Umeona maandamano. Mzalendo ananiambia ati Mombasa watu wako andamana, ati they did not penetrate in CBD, ati it was just a joke and these people are not just joking, they are heading nowhere. My friend, endeni muangalie ile movie inaitwa 100 Days, ile genocide ya Rwanda. Go and watch that movie 100 Days and you will appreciate what I'm saying today. Watu wataenda kupigana hii nchi. We are going to ban this country until tribalism itaisha, na we will be having a president mwenye atasemanga hakuna tribalism the way Rwanda is. Rwanda is a very peaceful country. Hakuna hii ujinga ya unaamuka unaiba kura unasema ati Ruto was voted on merit. Ati Uhuru Kenyatta was voted on merit. Kwa nini ni tribe mbili since independence? Wao ndo wanajua ku be voted in merit. Wao ndo wanapendwa sana. Kwa nini?
Brother Benson has something for you before I come to msimamo.
Bushman.
Yes.
Though you are a very intelligent guy, but like unajua you should help your country. Kama wewe ni mtu ambaye anaelewa na unasema the country will go genocide way, I don't think because like this platform that we have, you know, peace is something that is very priceless. If peace is destabilized, yeah, and that's what we are trying to talk here as the people who love their country, not to go that place, you know. And like, just wanted to also to remind you about Kenya. The Kenyan, if you look at the Kenyan history, something that you have to understand, the Kenyan history was formed on the basis of tribalism. Look at the history, yeah? Our Kenya foundation, our pillars of Kenya when our forefather was fighting, they were fighting for freedom. It reached a point whereby it never became an agenda of Kenya. It became an agenda of tribe. And that's why we went, that's the place where
What do you mean by peace? By peace, having two tribes ruling forever? Is that peace? Is that what we want? Is that freedom? What do you mean? What do you mean?
I want to tell
What
you.
is this peace that you're meaning?
Okay, I might not be reasoning well, but I want to give you this kind of reasoning. I want you to understand me. Leadership, a good leadership does not see tribe. If you're somebody who knows about leadership, a leadership does not see tribe. A leadership see a person who have the interest of the people that he leads.
It's way past that point. Let me tell you.
I'm sorry to say, Benson, I'm sorry to say hii nchi ilipatikana through vita kutoka kwa beberu na bado tutaipigania the same way tulipata. Mpaka kila mtu aisikie ako comfortable. Watu walipigania nchi ya nyakati ya beberu, Jomo Kenyatta akachukua, au wakaenjoy. Watu wakapigana je beberu, Kalenjin akachukua. Sisi hatujaenjoy na tunataka sasa kuenjoy. Tunamaliza na baba. After musipopea baba, we will fight for Kalonzo Musyoka, we will fight for the rest. Hii nchi ilipatikana through vita na tutapigania mpaka ikue kwa line nyororo. Hii mambo mnataka kuletea upuzi hapa, sijui ya peace na mnatuletea ufala, peace na mnatuletea ukarata, peace na mnatudanganya hapa, mnatupaka mkate, peace naongee bwana. Saa hizi tunataka kitu straight.
Just a minute. Let me tell you.
One moment. One moment. Just one moment. So that I allow you guys not to make it to make the show sound as though we are propagating people fight. I want you to hold up. I want you to hold that point because I want you to come next. I want to listen to Msimamo so that you guys can cool down. I see joto ya Cornell. Imeanza kuwa.
Nipe nafasi bwana. Sina bando la kutosha hapo bwana. Nipe nafasi ama ni hapa. Bwana sina bando la kutosha. Wao jamaa hebu tuachane nao. Kwanza niwape Uswahili alafu uelewe. Benson, nitaanza na wewe. Ukisema amani isiwe msitu wa kuficha haki. Ukisema amani isiwe kitu ambacho ni msitu wa kuficha haki kaka. Tumeshuhudia hii amani, mwisho ndio ile inasemekana let's accept and move on. Let's accept and move on. Hatuwezi enda huko, shikilia hapo kwanza. Ni wapi dozi? Haiwezekani. Kama mchezo nyewe.
Haiwezekani.
Samoda, Bushman, Benson, Samoda, allow Msimamo to have his time. Let's not interject so that we are able to follow him. Msimamo, go ahead.
Umenielewa ndugu yangu?
Lakini asiongee na methali sana bana. Aongee kitu tunaelewa bana. Yeye akisema msitu ya kuficha amani bana.
Bwana, patiana mtu time aongee. Patia mtu time aongee kama si tuongee sisi wote.
Nasema huyo Clinton kwanza ni mtoto mdogo.
Endelea.
Unanipata? Yes.
Kabisa.
Huyo Clinton ni mtoto mdogo, asikize kwanza. Sawa sawa.
Endelea.
Amani ndugu yangu bila haki haina tija. Haina maana. La sharti kuwe na haki, amani ndio itadumu hapa. Lakini kile tunakishuhudia hapa, amani ndio imewekwa mbele kuficha maovu na kutupa viongozi ambao hakika hawana haja na hii Kenya. Ni waibu gani huu ambao leo wamejitokeza? Tunashuhudia DCI wakileta picha za maandamano hata za Rwanda. Ni nani alizungumzia hilo? Ni waibu gani huu ambao tunategemea hapo ndo ambapo kuna uchunguzi wote? Leo wao ndo wanakuwa waongo. Je, kesi gani ambazo zitapelekwa pale wa Kenya tusiamini? Tukisema hii mnapiga jibu, lakini hii nyumba inanuka nyama, tusionekana sisi waongo. Kwa hivyo mnalitandika jibu bure na hii nyumba yenu inanuka nyama. Ni waibu gani huu tena? Kama Statehouse nani state rais, ofisi ya rais, ofisi ya deputy wa rais, ofisi ya waziri mkuu bandia, wanaongezewa bilioni 2.6 za magari. Kule Turukana watu wanakufa njaa, Pwani wanakufa njaa, kila mahali wanakufa njaa. Alafu mko hapa baada kwamba muwe mnashikanisha, bado mnalia amani ya nini? Ni waibu gani huu ambao tunaoshuhudia? Hao waliwapishwa juzi CAC, mmoja tu kwa kila mwisho wa mwezi anapata milioni 7 na nukta something. Tena hapo ana allowances ya milioni 10 ya nyumba, ana milioni 10 ya gari, ana milioni 3 ya matibabu. Nyinyi hebu jiulizeni hiyo pesa yote, alafu mnaambia kwamba hawa watu walipata empty coffers. Tutaweza kuongozwa hapa na siasa ya propaganda na uongo. Sharti wa Kenya tukitaka kulitengeneza hili taifa kunusuru, tuondokane katika siasa ya propaganda na uongo. Maana hicho ndio chanzo cha kutupa viongozi ambao ni bora kiongozi tu aende tu, si kiongozi bora. Kwa lazima tuzungumze kama Wakenya, kama tuko hapa, tuelimishe jamii na sisi wenyewe tujiangalie hatima ya nchi yetu mahali inaelekea. Kwa hawa ndugu zangu wakubwa wanavyozungumza kwamba hii Kenya tunapoelekea siko, tusione labda pengine ni waongo. Mungu humtumia mtu, hamtumii mtu, na humtumia mwanadamu kuzungumza katika kauli yake. Laiti kama itaendelea hivi, watu wakiniandamana, polisi ndio wanaanza vurugu, kisha mwisho wa siku naambia hawa watu wanavunja maduka. Ni uongo. Lini sauti ya Mkenya itapata nafasi ya kuweza kusikika? Ndio maana niliuliza hao maswali hapo. Kama mnasema maandamano si hayana maana, rais alikuja juzi atengeneze nini, lakini njaa haina cha juzi. Angekimbilia tu hapo kwa njaa peke yake tu, basi angewashika wanaazimio, angewashika na watumbo kwanza, wote wangekuwa shawa unity hapo tu kwa njaa, lakini amefail. Sasa tunashuhudia maofisi ya bibi ya Mdavadi, ofisi ya bibi ya Gachagua, ofisi ya first daughter. Hizo zote ni pesa hizo. Jamani, hapa tusipubazane, hapa tutengeneze taifa kama Wakenya. Huu shabiki ambao hauna tija huu, na huku nchi inadidimia, sarafu inashuka kila uchao, na hatulizungumzii hili leo. Yenyewe mimi nilizunguka tu, yani 1000 ya Kenya ukienda Tanzania ukichange unapewa 15,000 za Tanzania, ambapo ni juzi tu 1000 ya Kenya unapewa 22,500. Angalia hiyo thamani yetu ambayo yenye imeshuka. Ndugu zangu, tuambiane ukweli hapa, tuache ushabiki, tuinusuru hii. Ni mimi na nyinyi hapa kama wananchi, tuacheni haya mambo tunayashuhudia. Kenya inaelekea kusiko. Asanteni.
Brother Benson. Unmute.
Oh, sorry. Kama anaweza enda nyuma asikize venye nilisema huko awali kwamba kitu ambacho inafanya sisi hatuwezi endelea, hata hapo tu kwa Azimia, ambapo sasa watu hapa wanasema hata kwa UDA hatuna ukweli, unaona yeah? Na pia kama hatuna ukweli na sisi, kwa hiyo ukweli pia mnasema tusifiche vitu ndani ya amani. Lazima if we are very 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 so much truthful, then all these things that we are having, yeah, we could not have. And like what I was trying to say, I was trying just to remind the Bushman how the peace, amani ni kitu muhimu sana, na venye alisema ndio sikufurahishwa, kwa sababu alisema we want to go the genocide way. And I say, if somebody that is very intelligent, there are ways in which we can see a country not to reach that way. There's so many mechanisms that we can work. Genocide is not a good test for the country, and it's not going to, it's going to affect generations.
So Brother Benson, you mean we need a handshake?
No,
or we need a dialogue?
Handshake is not the only way that can save the country.
So how are you going to advise all Kenyans concerning that issue? Kwa sababu yule anasema mimi sitaki handshake, yule anasema sitaki handshake. We don't need any dialogue. Kila mtu hapa anavuta kwake. Umenielewa vizuri hapo kaka? Msubiri tunamaliza kidogo alafu utanijibu vizuri. Alafu utanikupa tu nafasi, najua si watu wa bando nitakusikiza.
Okay,
hebu nione huu mvutano wenye tunavutana hapo. Alafu kaka Benson anasema kwanza ni amani. Amani hii ambayo hataingia mwanzo tunashuhudia huu wizi wa kura upo. Baadaye tunasema let's accept and move on. Let's accept and move on. Let's accept and move on. For how long will Kenyans go accept and move on? Hebu tueleza ukweli hapa, wewe acha kuwa na ushabiki mwingine na kupotosha wa Kenya. Watu wamekasirika bwana.
Sina upande wowote, lakini kitu ambacho nakwambia mimi I'm talking based on the history. Yeah? Based on the history. If you look at what else as a country
na wenye kwanza nyinyi watu wa UDA wenyewe ndio mnasema hamtaki history. Ndio mliokataa history. Leo upo unatuambia mambo ya history ipi? Na wakati nyinyi wenyewe ndio mlitakataa history. Mkasema hatuwezi fikiria mali tumetoka, what tunafuata tunakokwenda. Tunaangalia long term solutions. We don't need a short term solution. We need a long term solution. Stop trying to like Kenya. We are so tired.
Yeah? Msimamo brother Benson call yake ilikuwa ya kuwa yeye anazingatia pande ambao si moja, yeye hana pande ambao
sina upande.
Na pili hakuwa na msimamo ya kuwa ati watu wapigane ili nchi ionekane ati imeharibika. La, yake ilikuwa ni amani, mtu wake ulikuwa ni amani. Kama nilimuelewa brother Benson vizuri.
Na ukiangalia the history, kitu ambacho kinafanya Kenya inakuwa pale iko ambapo mpaka saizi bado wajitatua electoral injustice. That is something that ails us. Yeah? And watu wagani wanafaa watengeneze hizi vitu? The same people in the leadership. Sometimes when they go to parliament, the bill they pass bill that favors them during the time when they are in power. But immediately they lose power. These bills usually comes and like hinder them. You know, and Yurakwambia, the leaders that we are choosing or the leaders that we are electing, they are not very truthful. How can we, the people, the citizens who are voting, we are calling ourselves to be very truthful, and the people that we elect are not very truthful with us? They betray us on the parliament. They are given money. They don't want to pass legislation that help the common man. Then hapa tunasema tunataka kuweka money. Why should we put those things on the leaders who we are choosing? We have to be very realistic. If electoral injustice, these are things they should pass in parliament. Now, unaona, right now, the UDA member is controlling the parliament. The bills that they are passing, all the things, the laws that they'll pass, is going to favor them. What if another government come in place? Instead of them solving that, they will also pass the bills that favors them, which means it's something that is going to be very cycle. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to reason like
that. Tunashukuru sana. Benson, unajua kitu moja, hii Kenya yote na kila mtu ako na bank account na tunajua watu ya UDA na mambo yao. We didn't believe pesa ingeenda kwa account ya watu wengine, viongozi tulichagua na hata watu wengine kama sisi. So mimi najua venye watu wanaongea. Sijasema mtu amelipwa, lakini mimi najua kila mtu ako na bank account. Unaweza waya. Sasa wewe ukiingia kila siku hapa unajifanya uko Azimio, uko UDA, uko hapo katikati ujujui, lakini matamshi yako inaegemea sana watu wa Azimio. Unapiga nyundo kabisa wewe na Okoth hapa, unapiga nyundo kabisa watu wa Azimio. Lakini Kenya najua ni moja.
Cornel, ukimsikiza vizuri anasema hivi na anasema vizuri. Anasema ya kuwa wewe kama Azimio uko na mbunge ambaye ako pale bungeni na anaweza leta mswada ambao hautaegemea Azimio na hautaegemea UDA, lakini itasaidia kurekebisha matatizo yaliomo.
Sasa kama mimi MP wangu uko parliament anakaa kama kifo. Hapa alinunuliwa hapa Lang'ata, amenunuliwa ameenda. Sasa mimi naongea kwa experience. Unasema kila mtu, unajua tulijaribu sana hapa Lang'ata Jalano asipite, lakini mzee kila siku nasema MP uko parliament aongei. MP amenyamaza lakini Statehouse amefika. Tulikuwa tunatuambia mzee, huyu ngani atumuoni vizuri. Mbona ngani no? Chagua mimi, pea mimi, tumepeleka. Negi Motima Nwakacha. Jamaa afanyi kitu, amenunuliwa. Netem naambia Benson, we know what bank account inafanya. Hii kitu ampewi cash na mnapewa in dollars kisiri hapa kwa parking. Mnajifanya mnapark, mnaosha gari alafu naambiwa hii briefcase ni yako, wewe ukiingia uko zima mdomo. Na let me tell you the truth of this country. Hii nchi ilipatikana through vita. Na inasemekana watoto wa Maumau ndio walikufia nchi. Lakini hata sisi pia tulikuwa hapo. Babu zetu pia walikuwa Maumau, lakini walikuwa ito maybe Omera. Watu wa Maumau walipigania nchi, mzungu akakimbia akawaachia. Kama anadanganya Jaramogi si alikuwa nyakati ya Maumau, si hiyo ni Omera. Sasa mimi nataka kusema ukweli. Na set mimi ninawapenda sana. Tunasema kabila mbili imekula, tunajua wamekula for hata 50 years. Watu wachie tuonje. Na saizi imeonekana kwa raba, Jalua ikuli tena, tumekubali. Hatujakataa. Lakini baba akisema ni Kalonzo Musyoka, Kalonzo ataikula na force. Na ndio tunapigania saa hizi. Baba anajengea Kalonzo barabara. Na hii ndio nawaambia aturudi nyuma. Kama sisi hatukuli, tutapea mtu. Baba akisema Kalonzo tosha. Sasa ndio wote tunafanya saa hii. Kalonzo lazima kule kitu.
Jex bwana, huyu Cornelius anafurahisha sana.
Let me make something clear. Let me make something clear for Cornel. Cornel, this person that you are seeing here, my worth, you cannot buy my worth.
Bwana, wacha bwana. Wacha bwana. Wala kuna pesa ngapi? Mtavaja kuna pesa ngapi? Wacha bwana.
Wacha nikwambie. There's something that we call treasure, and I want to tell you
bwana. Na nilikwambia sikutaka kusema umekula pesa, lakini saa hizi naisema wewe umetumia pesa na UDA. Hii umeenda umesema wapi? Hii umeenda wapi?
Nisaidie Benson. Unataka nikwambie the few years or months have known Benson hajakuwa mtu wa UDA. He has never been a UDA member. And if you want any sober kind of discussion,
hii kitu kipewa, hii kitu hata saizi hebu ana kanisa, hebu by the way, for example,
and there are many times he has differed with me.
Mzalendo account yako wewe iko sawa.
Hata mimi mnasemaga mimi ni mtu wa UDA.
Unasikia? Mzalendo tunasikia
Okota amesema mtu wa UDA.
Mzalendo
wacha tuongee. Ngoja kidogo tu.
Okay.
Omera ling bwana ise wuoyo mang'eny. Okilinge matin. Ling monda akura wach nigi
mondo ngoja kwanza nimwambie something. Like ever since Jake can bear me witness, even during the times when people are campaigning, sikuwahi tukana any leader nimzungumzie vibaya.
Pesa ulipata?
Sikuwahi.
Bwana wacha mchezo bwana.
Mimi pesa ambayo napata ni pesa ambayo mimi nafanyia kazi yangu, mimi mwenyewe nalipwa. Silipwi kwa sababu ya siasa.
Tetea Raila. Usitetee hiyo ingine.
Cornel kidogo tu sasa, acha tusikize. Sijui mtakubalia Mzalendo alafu tupatie Madam Roda. Na kidogo tu Roda, kuna jamaa hapa kwa comment wacha nisome hiyo message ilikuwa imetumwa hapa kidogo tu. Jamaa anajiita Justus Nyabaragera, anasema hivi, huyo mrembo ako sawa. Amefurahia. Tuendelee na show.
Sawa Jex, asante sana. Unaona Cornelius hapa amekuwa kitu misguide kabisa. Yeye ni Raila damu. Hii ndio ile group inaambiwaga ruka kwa shimo inaruka, enda left inaenda, zaa mtoto inazaa, hata kama ni mwanaume anazaa. Sasa these guys have been misleading us all along. Sasa nimesikia akisema ati Jalango ni MP wake lakini aliwadanganya. Wewe mwenyewe ulipigia Jalango kura? Ndio. Aya, was Jalango the favorite candidate in ODM? La asha. Ukweli? La asha. Alipenya aje? Kwa sababu watu walimpenda, kwa sababu ya vitu vile alikuwa anafanya. And listen, this is for your own good. Lang'ata is a cosmopolitan area. Very, very cosmopolitan. It is no longer the Lang'ata that we used to know as a Baba stronghold. It is not the same. People have migrated there, watu wameintegrate, makabila mingi ziko pale. Si Lang'ata sio Kibra. Watu wanasahau hiyo maneno. That is the reason why Korir aliingia Lang'ata. Na Jalango hata akienda mkimnyima ticket last hii 2017, hiyo kiti itaenda na UDA, mupende musipende. Juu Jalango akisimama independent na muweke candidate wenyu wa ODM, hiyo kiti mnapoteza. And wewe mwenyewe unajua Korir is more popular than any of the candidates. At kama wewe ni mkaaji wa Lang'ata, mimi sasa nakwambia siasa za Lang'ata, unasema niko Marekani sijui nini inaendelea Kenya.
Pesa inatembea, wewe pia umepewa. Wewe pia umepewa pesa. I can see umereceive. Sasa imeingia. Ding ding imeingia.
Wewe ni mtu wewe umerogo. Unafikiria Ruto anapeana watu? Mimi mwenyewe hata Ruto sijaibu. Hiyo pesa ningejua mali. Ile kitu iko ni Cornelius, hiyo pesa hata wewe ungejua mali iko ungeenda ukaichukua. Ni vile tu hujaifikia.
Mimi nimeona baba ametembea na watu kama 100 na watu 100 wote wamerudi kwa Ruto. Hii ni pesa. But ni sawa. Mkule ni yake yenu.
Unajua nini nenda wacha nikuelezee nini naelekea pale. Wacha nikuelezee Cornelius, wacha nikusaidie kidogo. Nini kitu inafanyika kwa Raila saa hii ni hao watu wamerealize baba aendi kusimama 2027. There are very very high chances that aendi kusimama 2027. Na pia hajawapatia direction ni waende wapi.
Wewe unajua aje na mimi niko hapa kwa baba. Sasa hizi siri zetu tunaongea siri chini ya carpet. Tunawajua.
Sasa unajua nyinyi ni wale mnaenda mingi. Munaenda
kama Benson na Mzalendo ananunuliwa. Mimi mpaka Okoth amenunuliwa. Okoth anakuja hapa 10 days amerudi US. Analia venye maisha ni ngumu hapa. Venye anafanya. Mimi nashangaa. Hii ni pesa mmelipwa lakini ni sawa. Muenjoy.
Clinton anasema saizi yeye ananunua nyanya 1,000. So sidhani ako na pesa kwa account.
Nyanya mimi nakwambia maisha gharama ya maisha Kenya ni iko juu kabisa. Mimi nimekuwa Kenya mara mingi, naenda Kenya. Hata August election I was at home. Gharama ya maisha iko juu kabisa. But tukiangalia vizuri hiyo ni kabla tuende uchaguzi. Bado gharama ya maisha ilikuwa juu. Clinton alielezea vizuri hapa. Wakati baba alikuwa kwa handshake aliulizwa mambo ya gharama ya maisha, akasema ni vita ya Ukraine.
Na vita haijaisha.
Na vita haijaisha. Alisema vita ya Ukraine ndio inafanya kwanza saa hizi ni kubaya sana kwa sababu Russia inaonekana
baba alikuwa na siri after 100 days what to do. Tulijua na alijua mali pesa iko. Na hata sisi wenyewe tungechangia wale watu wanalala njaa. We are ready. We have money bana. Nyinyi mmechukua saizi ni 6 months, mmeweka Biblia chini, mnaongea kila siku, mkiongea ni Uhuru, Raila, acha kwanza to handle kwanza baba. Baba knew where the money was. Baba knew how to get it. Baba knew how to talk to people. Now mwepea president uko kila siku anatembea, Raila asipoe hiyo position, Raila afanywe hivi, Raila usirenew, Raila. You will work with Raila for 2 years na mjafanya anything, na sisi naye huku ni kichapo.
Wacha nikwambie ile kitu inafanyika. Sasa hii Raila anatengeneza ofisi
kama sasa Ruto ametumia 350 billion. Are you guys aware of that? Ametumia since aingia kwa serikali 350 billion na ametenga nothing. Amefanya nothing. Ni maofisi tu zinafunguliwa kubwa, wanalipa salary.
Tafadhali tusaidie to have a conversation. Unajua
mimi nataka mkubali mmekula kitu. Mkisema mlionja kitu sawa.
Anyway, dakika moja niambie watu wa Azimio, nasikia Nuru Okanga ameshikwa na wewe uko Kenya uelewi. Ameshikwa saa hii. Hiyo ni information na kupatia saa hii. Ile hatujui.
Before ukiangalia video zake zote alikuwa ready. He knew what will happen. Na alikuwa anasema tuko tayari kukufia hii nchi. Tutaongea. And people like those tuna respect. Imagine hata tujawalipa. hata tujawapea pesa, lakini nyinyi mmekula, nyinyi mmekula.
Hamjalipa nani?
Wao watu hawajalipwa. Hata saa hizi
sasa
utapata jamaa anauza TV ndio,
acha sasa niongee.
Hajalipwa lakini amejengewa, amefanyiwa kila kitu, usijali ile.
Sasa ni time yangu na Roda bana. Jex, unatukalia sana.
Kuna vitu tumeongea, huyu jamaa akikuwa hapa we are just heckling. Let's one person. Wait, Clinton kama unataka kuongea ongea
kidogo.
Thank you bwana mzalendo.
Huyu jamaa ana heckle sana bwana.
Kidogo tu.
Kali ya Moi anyamaze kabisa.
Kidogo tu so that we have order. Kuna dem ako hapa aliongea like 1 hour ago. Na hata amecelebratiwa kwa comment. So that Clinton ukuje next. Roda, do you agree with what Cornelius is saying that hawa watu kuanzia mzalendo kwenda chini account ina smile no wonder wako hivi?
Jex, hata kama ni gender jamii.
Kido mkubalie tu. Mnamuonea.
Kwanza mimi before niongee nataka Clinton afungue kamera nimuone. Mimi nataka kuongea na mtu kwa kamera, usijifiche. Kwa nini unajificha? Niambie. Why do you hide yourself?
Roda, kuja Washington tuonane. Hapa kwa kamera itatoka.
I don't want to focus. I want to see you.
Clinton
kuja Washington kesho.
Fungua kamera. Fungua kamera. Wewe Clinton achana na Roda please.
Mambo na kufungua mara saba mara kamera. Mnataka nini? Jamani, saba ama kamera. Kila kitu ni kufungua.
We want to see you.
Your face it can make me to read you who you are, but when you close the camera I can't know really who you are.
Exactly. Roda, you're right.
Mama Roda, itabidi you make up your mind. Unataka server ifunguliwe ama kamera ama nini? We can't open everything. Jamani.
I want to see because I can know really who you are. Because I know you before. That's why I want to know. I know who you are.
Let me talk first, alafu Roda aongee ndiye anijue zaidi. Can I proceed?
No, Roda ongea. No. Roda must talk. Please. Roda ongea.
Okay, so the things I want right now, I want Ruto to open server. And because the things can deliver our country is only the truth and justice, nothing else. That's what I want. And we are not going to move forward. We're not going 2027 until the justice and truth. We are not going anywhere. Ruto, we know this election you steal. It was not free, fair, and credible. Wajinga Warisha. Where did you, the form 34B, it was Camango, Joseph Camango from Venezuela, right? Everybody know that. And we know very well what Duto did. Duto, he manipulated our election. And we know that. He manipulated, even the time they went to the court, he controlled everywhere. You know, Ruto, he is very smart. Ruto, he is very smart. He can control all over the world. But let me tell you, Ruto, that game you pray, you shall follow. You cannot pray with our daddy, Baba. Baba ni mtu tunamheshimu. I know Baba since I was young. And my own family member, we love Raila Odinga when he was a member of parliament of Kibera. So you cannot pray that kind of dirty game. I know, Ruto, who you are. I know who you are. I know who you are, really who you are. So we cannot accept, we cannot move forward. Let me tell you, Kenyans, if we quiet and we try to hide the truth, that guy will do whatever they want. Because that's the work of the enemy. The enemy hate the truth. Like me, I'm a Christian, born again. I'm really Christian. I used to preach the gospel. And the truth, the Bible says, if you know the truth shall set you free. The Bible says, Jesus said, I'm the only way, truth, and life. What we want the Kenyans? Kenya, we want the truth. We cannot leave the country people are not honest. The truth only can deliver our country, nothing else. Nothing else. So Ruto, you must open the server, and we're not going 2020. We are not moving forward until we know the truth and just because we can, our heart can be healed. You know, like me, I was sick 4 months. I was not eating. I was eating, but I could not sleep 4 months because of sickness of what happened in election. I was very sick. I tried to talk. Even I went to talk with the therapy because I was very sick. because of election. It make me get, because the way I saw it in the news, it's not the result we get. We get Kamango Joseph. So we cannot. No. The way those Kenya Kwisha, they are trying to manipulate us, we will not accept that. So we must know the justice and the truth, because truth only can set our country free, nothing else. Because you want your children to stay a country, people are honest. You want your grandchildren to stay a country, very honest. So I'm here to represent Jesus, because the Jesus say you have to be the light of the darkness and to be the salt, but the truth must prevail in our country, and just that's what I want. Thank you. And soon I will leave here, but God bless you all for listening.
Jakes.
Sasa nimeingia full force.
Ingia.
Rhoda anasema she's here to represent Jesus, which we appreciate. And alafu pia anaongezea kwamba he's here to represent light in darkness. Jakes, sisi watu wa UDA tunaonesha tu darkness jameni. So Rhoda is my friend, lakini kuna vitu vingi sana hatukubaliani na Rhoda. Kwa sababu kama hiyo mambo na Sava, pili Rhoda anasema kwamba hatukushinda uchaguzi. We manipulated IEBC, tukamanipulate the court. Rhoda, the earlier you heal, the better. Kwa sababu ukiendelea kugonjeka, hata sisi wana group wenzako tunaumia sana. Tukikuangalia hivi ukiongea, we really feel you. But we know very well we can't do anything because the feelings you are having are not genuine. Baba hakusimama peke yake. Alikuwa kwenye mashindano, na watu wakishindana lazima kuwe na mshindi. Alafu huyo mwingine akuwe wa pili. So baba hakusimama peke yake tuambiwe kwamba yeye ndiye atakuwa namba 2, akuwe namba 1, akuwe namba 2, alpha na omega. No. Alikuwa anajua vizuri, alikuwa na mshindani tena mkali, ndio maana alichukua vyama karibia 29 akaeka pamoja ndio wamuunge mkono. But what happened? Kenyans decided that Baba, it is not your time, you have to wait a little bit until 2027 maybe. So badala ya kusaidia Baba kuwait 2027, you are here hurting 7 months after election. Tafadhali dadangu, pona na upone kwa haraka. Issue number 2. Bushman, sijui ndio jina ya M-Pesa ama uko na jina ingine. But ni sawa, I want to address you Bushman. Ukisema kwamba kabila mbili wametuongoza since independence. In Kenya we have a competitive election after every 5 years. And as a Luo, I want to promise you something. That we can't defeat a combination of Kalenjins or people from the Rift na wale wa Kikuyu wakipiga kura vizuri. Hata tufanye nini, hatuwezi tukawachinda.
Kuna kura inapigwanga vizuri Kenya, zote zinaibiwa. Kuanzia ile kura ya 202 ndio ilipigwa, ile kura ingizi, ile kura zingine 202 kuja nyuma ndio kura zinapigwa vizuri. Hizi zingine zote unaniambia hizi kura zinaibiwa na hata wewe unajua. Why are you arguing about it? You know these things, bro. Hizi vitu zinaibiwa, kura inaibiwa kila siku. Kwa nini unasema kura imepigwa kiuhalali na unaona vitu vinapigwa Supreme Court? Na Supreme Court inakuwa bribed na ina present their hot air language.
Let me proceed.
Ameishi kwa ingia juu hizo vitu.
So,
Clinton, are you a foreigner in Kenya? Yani hizo vitu haujui. Even my two daughter knows about it. How about you?
Let me proceed, my friend.
Allow him to finish so that we have a conversation. You'll have time to rebut.
Jakes, I was saying that it will be very difficult to defeat a candidate being fronted by the Rift Valley and the central part of Kenya. Hata tupige kura Mombasa walete, Western walete, it is difficult. Those people have votes and they do vote. Saizi wameenda wakatulia, wako kwa mashamba wanalima wakuje watuuzie. Sisi wengine tuko kwa barabara, wakati Ruto alikuwa kwa barabara 4 years akikampeni akienda Githurai kuna jaa. Baba alituambia Ruto ako na watu wengi kwa sababu alikuwa amesimama peke yake. Saizi baba akiitisha mkutano inajaa kwa sababu amesimama peke yake. Ruto bado ako kazi. Hata supporters wa Ruto tunaenda kumuona baba, anafikiria kuna watu wengi. Wakati Ruto pia ataanza kampeni zake 2026, ndio tutajua mwanaume ni nani. But we have to look for a reason ya kuwakosanisha Wakalenjin na watu wa Central, ndio tuweze kuproduce president ambaye hatoki maeneo hayo. Lakini tukiendelea tuwaache pamoja hivyo, eti washikane, next president will be a Kikuyu after William Ruto. So tusipowakosanisha sasa hivi, then it is very difficult to beat them in a free and fair election. Watu eti kura ya kuhesabu hatuwezi tukawafikia.
Unajua Clinton, let me just roda dakika moja tu.
I know you are Karejin. I know you are lying. You are Karejin. Let me tell you, I'm a Kikuyu. My community, we are not happy that it's only one community. They have been the power. We don't get happy. That's why we want a change. We want Raila to get president. We want a change, and that is our democracy. That is our then tunaanza tugane nchi. It's better tugane nchi. Tukue half kama South Sudan. We have a president, Raila is our president, and Ruto akue president wa wengine.
Roda hiyo ni uongo. Wakati Kibaki alikuwa anatoka, Uhuru anachukua. Uhuru alifikiria Kibaki alikuwa Mkisii.
We cannot accept that. Ruto he steal the vote and he manipulated election, and that's truth. And you know that.
Watu wa Central nyinyi pia mnatupimia ufala. Hamwezi mkatuambia Kibaki akitoka Uhuru anachukua. Uhuru alifikiria Kibaki ni Mkisii.
They vote for Raila. 2 million in Central Province. 2 million. Unafikiri, let me tell you, you don't know the history of Raila. Raila, he had been, those days when Moi was a president, Raila, he was fighting with Moi and one man called Kennedy Matiba. He's from Muranga, okay? So Raila akona history na tunampenda sana.
So you people don't learn. History doesn't make you a president.
In 1992, he will have a criminal called YKK. Everybody, even my dad, my late dad, he was telling, no, I don't like Ruto. Nobody like Ruto. Ruto is
but Rhoda, you could have used all this history to make him president then. People vote, history don't vote.
But most people who vote is evil. How can you vote for evil? And remember Ruto, Ruto, he went to betray people from the Central. He manipulated them, betrayed, innocent. But you have to pay that price.
Wakati right wangu ameitwa evil.
Pay that price. When you want to create other community, you pay, and it costs a lot. You never do kind of silly, betrayed one community. Every community have to be treated the same equal, the same opportunity. Don't betray community. Tunaenda unacheza mchezo una manipulate all the time. Ruto, he was going the Central Province all the time campaign. Why he didn't want to go to Kakamega? He didn't want to go to Masailand. He didn't only Kikuyu. You have to come to our community and you tell us, you surrender. It doesn't work like that. My community, we cannot go to Karejin community and manipulate. I will not allow that. Karejin need to be respected. Luo need to be respected. Every community must be respected and must value, not to pretend one community. Ruto is a bad guy. My dad used to didn't like Ruto. Nobody like him. We know the history, who he is. We know true Kara, who he is. And remember, Ruto, he said, the problem I have is only Kikuyu and Karejin. He said that before we get to 2007. He said, the problem we have is only Kikuyu and Karejin. Ruto hate Kikuyu, and then that's a fact. That's why men don't like you. So we have to see this war. We're going to win. And you have to
now you've made him president, and you'll have to contend with his leadership for a maximum of 10 good years.
I'm sorry, he's not my president is Raila Omar Odinga.
And his true colors you'll know in his second term. After Wakuyu amepea second term.
Clinton.
Yes.
Clinton. Kenya tunasema ni very simple. Kenya tunasema ni very simple. I think tupate time kidogo tu. Mimi natoka nimebaki na 3 minutes. 3 minutes, 3% nitoke.
Just one moment, I'm back. Now, I allowed that to go on so that it was fair, because Rhoda was defending Raila, Clinton was defending Ruto, so it was balanced. But let's come back. I want us to try to sober down kidogo, and I want to have Msimamo come in. There's this issue of marching to Statehouse. I don't know what you think about it. Will it succeed? It failed on Monday. Do you think this Monday finally we'll have Raila marching to Statehouse? Msimamo come in.
Asante, hilo swali umeliuliza tamu kabisa. Kwanza ukumbuka haijafeli, ilifelishwa kwa sababu hao jamaa walikuwa na uoga, na ndio maana wakaamua kuweka vizingiti vyote vile na wakaanzisha hiyo vurugu ya kutupia watu matiagas. Kwa hiyo ilifelishwa, haikufail kwa sababu lengo la wananchi walikuwa ni wafike Serena, wakusanyane, wa march, na lilikuwa ni jukumu la polisi kuwapa ulinzi. Lakini kwa sababu kuna hiyo hulka kwamba tutamalizana na hawa watu, katika mikutano tunazisikia Gachagua na wenzake kinaijungwa na wale wengine vibaraka wale, unaelewa kwamba wataweza kumalizana, maana hawataka kusikia mambo na maandamano, maana ni ya ukweli. But hii ya Monday tuliwapa nafasi hawa jamaa vizuri tu. Hii ya Monday inaokuja ya ulopuzi walifanya juzi wa na sababu watupia tiagas pasipokuwa na sababu, washikie sheria yao ya kuweza kuwalinda madamu wanaandamana kwa amani na hawana vita, na tumelishuhudia hili katika mikutano yote ya nchi. Hakuna hata mtu alikinyagwa akasema tomato yangu imekinyagwa kisa ni mikutano ya Raila. Walizunguka kote, lakini cha ajabu tu ni hii ya Jumatatu, kwa sababu wanajua maana ya maandamano. Sauti ya Mkenya ndio unataka kukandamizwa isipatikane. Kwa hiyo walifanya, wenye wakafanikiwa, polisi wakafanya kile ambacho walikuwa wameamua na wakafuata hoda yao. Lakini tu mimi niwaambie this time around, hii ya Jumatatu waangalie, wasimame kando, walinde wananchi badala ya kuwatupia tiagas na kuweka malori kwa kila kona ile upande. Na ni nini wanaogopea nini? Mbona watu wasiende wakakutana na wakaandamana na haki kama walivyofanya South Africa na wale wengine? Nini kina wafunga hawa wanasiasa waweze kuwa control hawa polisi kuweza kuzuia haki ya Mkenya? So Jumatatu haya mambo yapo, na mkiwafungia tena sasa mnatafuta wananchi wachukue maamuzi yao, na sasa sijui kama pengine yatakuwa ni maamuzi ya haki. Sasa ndio ile vurugu ilikuwa linazungumzwa na kaka hapa sasa hivi, kwamba mnako kwenda sasa ni kutafuta vurugu. Mwisho wa siku mtalaumu msema Azimio ndo wanasababisha maandamano ya kuvunja maduka ya watu, hawa wanasababisha amani ya nchi, lakini kumbe si wao, wabovu ni nyinyi hapa. Hawa haswa polisi na wenye serikali yenye ndio hawataki hawa wenzi wao kabisa waweze kuandamana kwa haki. Kwa maandamano ya Jumatatu, kaka, kwa swali lako ulioniuliza, maandamano yapo na lengo ni kufika mahali ambapo tutakuwa tumeambiwa na kiongozi wetu mkuu Raila Odinga, kama ni march Statehouse ni hapo hapo, kama ni kwa Gachagua nyumbani tutakwenda, kama kwenda kumzumbua huyu jamaa ni nani huyu Chebutietha mahali amejificha akingojea mambo atulie wewe jaji mkuu, tutaenda kumtoa atupeleke kule kwenye saba tukaifungue, tuhakikishe je haya yanayozungumzwa na huyu mpiga firimbi ya kweli, Ruto kapita kweli ama ni uongo. Na kama kapita tutakubali amepita, lakini hata kama Ruto atakuwa alipita haswa, bado tuna maswali ya kujiuliza kama Wakenya, kutokana na utendaji kazi wake wa miezi 6. Inatisha, inaogofya. Hatuwezi regeshwa kwenye chama kimoja bwana. Na Malala ngangangana ni vurugu tu ambayo tumeamsha, lakini kwa amengangana kabisa kuiuza UDA na kuoa hata vyama vingine vyenye viko hapo. So we are now heading to one chama kimoja. Wakati huo, na kile kibaya zaidi ambacho kinanikasirisha na kunitia uchungu, ambacho mimi haswa kinaniliacha na sononeka haswa kama msimamo, na nakizungumza, jamani, kubadilike, maana Kenya yetu hii kila mtu anaipenda bwana. Wewe hakuna mtu azahama hapa, wote tuko hapa. Ni kile kwamba sauti inakuwa ya mtu mmoja. Sasa angalieni utepetevu wa bunge kwamba halina sauti. Angalieni sasa hivi DCI haina sauti. The same thing applies to judiciary, haina sauti. Kwa hivyo hatuwezi nchi katika hii nchi kwamba sauti ni ya mtu mmoja. Hawa wengine hawatakuwa na kazi kwa sababu ukinunua mbuga ukimleta yeye anakusubiri wewe kama boss. Sasa nifanyaje? Nifanye vipi boss mimi? Kwa hivyo hata kama alichaguliwa na wananchi hataweza kwenda kuwatekelezea ya wananchi kwa sababu kashanunuliwa, kashazimwa. Sauti ni ya bosi na bosi ni mmoja, ni William Ruto. Yeye ndo atakuwa anapanga kila kitu. Ni uongo, nchi haiendi hivyo. Kwa tuna maswali ya kumuuliza huu bwana kwamba hafai kukaa katika uongozi. Kwa hivyo kwanza lifunguliwe sava, kubali na hilo. Kwa hivyo akiweka askari tena zaidi, sasa tutakuwa kutafutana sasa hapa, maana kama kutafutana baina ya mwananchi na polisi wetu. Lakini yote ni kwa sababu ya viongozi wabaya wenye nia mbaya, hawa ambao wanasema lazima wataonyesha kivumbi Raila. Hawataruhusu maandamano. Ya nini? Na maandamano ndio haki. Maandamano kaka ndio sauti ya Mkenya. Ni jinsi gani Mkenya ataweza kutoa sauti yake, aidha kuponda au kuweza kukachifu ama kuweza kudimandi kitu fulani kutoka kwa serikali kaka, kama si maandamano? Kwa hivyo maandamano yaachiliwe na maandamano yapo. Asante.
Hata
tutafika State House na tutafika State House. Siwezi kukwambia tutafika State House, uongo. Maana tayari hatujajua, lakini sasa lengo ni kufika State House. Lakini kama pengine ni yale tuliyoshuhudia juzi ya malori, hapo tunasema ndo kutachimbika, kutaharibika kaka.
Swali langu labda litakuwa hili. Umesema kuwa wanabunge ama bunge limeshikwa mateka, mahakama imeshikwa mateka. Kanisa pia sijui kama unaona kuna uwezekano kanisa au msikiti ama Waislamu wanaweza ungana na sauti yao ikawa na nguvu ya kufanya viongozi hao wakaweza kusikia ili tulete mabadiliko. Ama ni wapi hata utatoka wapi? Shikilia. Kwanza palipooza kabisa ni hapo kwenye makanisa kaka. Unakumbuka wakati wa 2018 kwamba tunakuwekea bilioni 1 na wewe bwana pasta gari ndio hii. Unakumbuka? Hapo ndipo palipoanza kutafutwa kwanza hata kabla ya yote, ili kutengeneza huu uungu uletwe karibu, na sasa watu wajifiche hapo kwa uungu uonekane walokole. Hawa jamana kwa sababu watamaa wa pesa, na hata pakuingizwa mabilioni ya pesa, hakuna mtu ataenda kuchunguza kanisa pesa hizi nyingi mmezipata wapi. Hilo kitu hakuna, sahau. Kwa hivyo uozo wa kwanza wa nchi ilitokana na hawa watu wa makanisa. Ni bora wa misikiti mara 10. Juzi waliandamana kwa sababu ya swala la ushoga at least, lakini haswa waliokubali kwanza ni hawa, hawakuzungumza kitu. Makanisa ndio ambao alichekwa mapema. Kisha alipoingia katika haya mamlaka akafikiria kwa akili yake, Ruto tutafanya nini hapa? Cha kwanza ni kuhakikisha judiciary maana imeshika. Kisha nikitoka pale hakikisha kwamba parliament imeshika, kwanza kununua wabunge wa huyu jamaa, kwanza nimvunje makali. Nimeona atakuwa na sauti wapi, na wakati wabunge wako wote niko nao hapo. Lakini lengo lake ni kuhakikisha kwamba mswada atakopeleka pale utapita tu. Na tutazame tu mswada ambao uliondolewa pale, kwa kwanza kabisa ni kuhusiana haya masuala ambayo ni ya kutengeneza hii tume ya uchaguzi. Kwa jamani, tukizungumza hapa tuzungumze vitu zima vya kweli, si kwamba namponda Ruto wala anafanya nini, lakini amba ni Mkenya mwenzangu na yuko hapa, lakini the way anatupeleka sivyo, anaturegesha gizani babu. Na sisi wote vijana tu, basi kama atatumaliza na sisi tumezungua kweli, tufanye kama kina Nurukanga. Hii freedom of speech lazima itakwenda, mitandao ipo siku hizi, si wakati wa Moi. Ukimshika chaka leo, kesho kutwa ashajulikana umempeleka wapi, tupambana na hali zake. Lakini ukweli lazima tusimamishe nchi, lazima tufikirie kuliko mambo mengine. Asante. Swali tu la mwisho tu kaka, itasemeka vipi kuhusu utawala huu, ya kuwa katika huu utawala ndipo sheria kadha wa kadha zimebadilishwa? Kwanza tuliona wakisema GMO zimekubalika, pili wakasema ushoga umekubalika, wanaweza unda NGO. Alafu sasa pia tumeona ya kuwa katika tu huu utawala tunaona wamesema parastatos zinaweza uzwa kwa watu binafsi.
Wacha kunichokoza bwana, wacha lakini tutazungumza pale ambapo tunaona. Kwanza tunashangaa kwa haya matukio ya kiajabu, na ndipo ambapo kila Mkenya hapo mwenye akili na fikra panamshtusha, hata kaka Mzalendo alifahamu hilo. Kwa sababu nchi hii yetu kwanza tunaongozwa na utamaduni wetu. Swala la ushoga hili halikubaliki. Lakini sasa cha kunishangaza, sijui lilifikaje mahakamani wakati hii nchi ina nguzo tatu kaka. Nguzo ya kwanza ni executive, nguzo ya pili ni parliament, nguzo ya tatu kuu ni judiciary. Sasa ilikuwaje hii njia ya mkato tayari mpaka ikafika kwenye mahakama wakaipitisha, kiasi kwamba ilikuwa tayari direct irudi katika bunge iweze kuidhinishwa kwa sheria? Laiti kama si watu wa kujitokeza, si wananchi kujitokeza, basi hii ingekuwa sheria na hangepinga. Shuka, mbona nipata vizuri hapo kaka moderator?
Kabisa.
So that's what tunasema. Vitu vingine ndugu yangu Ruto angevifikiria. Huu uongozi kashapewa na uzuri alipewa na wa youth, maana si kwamba hakupigiwa kura. Tusidanganyane hapa, alipigiwa kura. Alipigiwa kura especially na mayouth wale ambao aliwaahidi kwamba nitawanyanyua kutoka chini kuwapeleka juu. Akapigiwa na wale wenye biashara ndogo ndogo, mama mboga kwa wingi. Kwa hivyo si kwamba hajapigiwa kura, lakini badala kwamba atimize ahadi zake anawaletea GMO. Ni vibaya. Kwa hivyo hivi visoda vilivyotolewa, lengo lake huyu jamaa wangu ni moja tu. Anataka kuwa superpower, akisema twende. Sasa sijui hili analifanya kwa sababu kuna msukumo wa kimataifa wenye waweza kumsupport kwambia tutakuweka pale, na wakati tukuweka katika uongozi na wewe kubaliana na hii. Kwa sababu nashangaa hii mambo na ushoga, kulikuja bilioni 10 hizi bilioni 16 zilienda wapi? Sio kama mna taarifa nazo ama yalikuwa ya uongo. Naona mkaka Mzalendo ataniambia 16 billions baada kuja mkaza Biden hapa, nikasikia kuna bilioni 16 zipo, bilioni 16 kidogo nasikia kwamba kuna hiyo sheria imeshapitishwa bungeni nani kwenye mahakama. So for real, where are we heading as a country? We are now going to the wrong path. Tusipoamka wananchi na kutoa tofauti zetu na kufikiria taifa na kumweleza huyu ni mtoto wetu, ni ndugu yetu, ni jamaa yetu, tumwambie ukweli. Punguza, enda na break, slow down. Tayari mamlaka unayo, sheria, katiba, yeye ndio rais. Japo mimi simkubali kama rais wangu, lakini kisheria na katiba yeye ndio rais. Na madamu kashapata huu mwanya, atengeneza, sitoe makucha akaturegesha nyuma zaidi. Wakati wa kutawaliwa kibepari na kiukoloni ulipitwa na wakati. Alimshinda Moi na akaacha kiti. Sasa hivi kuna digital, ndugu yangu. Wewe wapiga picha yako hapa, wafanya tukio, picha zimeshakwenda. Tuangalie tu haya juzi ya polisi haya. Tuangalie tu kwenye Instagram, tuangalie kwenye Facebook mambo alivyochacha. Ule uchafu wote mapema ushatoka, utaficha nini hapa? Kuna cha kufichika tena? So si wakati wa Moi. Huu wakati mwingine lazima acheze na wakati, asituregeshe nyuma tena. Atumie wakati wake mzuri, taifa zaidi nitalijengesha vipi ili tuweze kuwa na taifa la viwanda. Alafu la mwisho kaka, ambalo pia naweza mkaniruhusu kama nitachangia, nitarudi. Kuna bwana mmoja amezungumza historia ya Tanzania na wakati una Magufuli, na kweli alibana matumizi. Alishawahi kutoka Tanzania na magari mabovu mpaka Kenya, watu wote walimcheka kama mwenda wazimu, lakini aliporudi akawaambia wazungu, mnajua nini? Madini ninayo kweli hapa ya dhahabu, mtachimba haya madini, mtayachekecha hapa, kisha mtayapima mtu.
Msimamo umepotea. Mzalendo
Mtarudi.
Umepotea. Mzalendo umetajwa sana.
Mtarudi hapa, tulieni tu.
Okay.
Nimetajwa sana hapo na Chaka. Unajua Chaka is a very good debater. Kuna maswala mengine analeta ile inaweza saidia, lakini saa zingine pia anapotea. Unajua leo amesema vizuri sana, Ruto alipata kura mingi sana kutoka kwa vijana, akapata kura mingi sana kutoka kwa wanabiashara, akapata kura mingi sana kutoka kwa kanisa. Deni inamaanisha hakuna vile wangemshinda kura. So wao watu Azimio kila mara wakipatiwa nafasi.
Kaka Mzalendo, sijazungumzia kanisa, mimi nizungumza vijana tu.
Kanisa pia
ulizungumza vijana na wale wa mama biashara ndogo ndogo ambao hao tuseme ni kama milioni
Kwa nini uliguzia kanisa? Ulisema kuna pesa alipeana pale kuleta kanisa karibu. Kanisa kuna kura. Kama wewe ni mtu wa mwanasiasa, lazima uangalie uzishikanishe na kanisa, kwa sababu kanisa kuna dhehebu mbalimbali, na katika kila dhehebu wako na washiriki, na hao washiriki hufuata ile maagizo ya father ama pastor wale wa ile kanisa. So Ruto aliwashika mapema, amukukuwa nao. Hiyo lazima useme mulizembea kutafuta kura katika religious sector, amukutafuta kura pale. Katika masuala ya vijana, amukuzingatia masuala ya vijana sana. Ruto aliwaahidi, hiyo ikakuwa ni ahadi ile watawapatia na wakampigia kura. Hapo pia umeelezea vizuri. But hebu nirudi nyuma, kuna jamaa anaitwa Clinton aliguzia kitu kingine hapa which watu wengi wanapuuza. Clinton said that mambo ya population ya Wakalenjin na Wakikuyu wakishikana, hakuna kabila ingine inaweza chukua uongozi kama kura zitapigwa kwa njia ya ukabila. Hiyo ni ukweli kabisa, ukweli kabisa. Kama hizi kabila zingine zitagawa kura kidogo kidogo, nao washikane wawili, hakuna vile kabila ingine itachukua kura. Lazima hii mambo ya election, lazima hizi machama ziende kwa database ya Kenya, waangalie census population inasema namna gani, waangalie ni kwa nini Wakikuyu walikuwa naimiza watu wao wazaane wakiwapatia shilingi 1,000. Hizo miaka zimeenda, ili affect population yao namna gani. Waangalie ni kwa nini Azimio ama ODM waambii watu wao election ni about numbers, na numbers ni watu. Census inasema mko watu wangapi, mko watu wangapi. Saa hizi kabila la Wajaluo alina ile nguvu ya kubagain na Waluya na kubagain na Wakikuyu na kubagain na Wakalenjin. Lazima washikane na kabila kati ya hizi mbili ili wapate number 2. Number 1 hiyo imepitwa na wakati. Lazima turudi nyuma tuangalie vile tutakuwa pale number 1. Lakini number 2 ndio tunaweza. Either na huyu Bwana Ruto wanamkejeli kila wakati na amewapatia nafasi ya tuungane na yeye, wanazidi kumkataa. Yeye tu ndio yuko karibu sana na sisi kisiasa, kimaadili, na pia yeye pia amekuwa pale ODM. Watu wa Azimio hawaoni mbele, hakuna kitu wanaona baba atakuwa president. Baba wakati wake umeisha. Baba sioni akikuwa president on Monday wakati wa hii demonstration. Wakati wa 20th alikuwa na nafasi mzuri sana ya kusimamisha nchi, apishwe ama kuleta Ruto karibu waongee, lakini organization yake, hata ukiangalia wandani wake wanakuambia is a very poor organizer and strategist. Hiyo ni wandani wake, hii si mzalendo anasema, wandani wake ndio wanasema hivyo. Kwa nini tulipoteza kura? Tulipoteza kura kwa sababu hatukukuwa na strategy ya kushinda hii uchaguzi. Tulizembea, we relaxed, we knew we had the deep state, we had everything, then we relaxed, and that is how we lost the elections. And Rhoda, let me tell you, ule mtu anasikia uchungu sana hii kura, hata si baba, ni Uhuru Kenyatta. Yeye ndiye anasikia uchungu sana 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 vile hii kura ilienda, kwa sababu kama ni check aliwapatia blank check, kama ni security mlikuwa nayo, kama ni kila kitu, lakini sasa mlipigania na mtu ule alikuwa na hela peke yake. Hela peke yake, alikuwa na pesa ya na strategy. Alikuwa na pesa na strategy na mdomo kama mtu wa siasa, na akawashinda. Sasa hii ako na serikali na pesa pia bado ako nazo, mtamshinda namna gani? So wacheni kupoteza wafuasi wenyu ya kwamba mnaweza shinda Ruto. Hakuna, you can't, there is no way, you are just wasting time. Ile kitu iko, muangalie mtaongea na parliament na magani through viongozi wenyu, mweke Ruto kwa meza. Lakini mambo ya kukimbizana kwa barabara, hiyo imepitwa na wakati. It is not a useful strategy at this particular moment. Kuna mtu alikuwa anasema kitu. So nilikuwa nasema it's not a useful strategy wakati huu kuenda kwa barabara. Why it is not useful? Hii maandamano vile umeanza kuona wanasiasa wanaanza kupata interest. Ruto pia ako na wafuasi wake, ako na diehards wake kama tu watu wa Raila. Wakiona biashara hawezi fanya biashara, what will happen? Watakwambia sisi pia tunataka kufanya biashara. Hapo ndio kutakuwa na confrontation. Kidogo kusikiwa na confrontation kutakuwa na clashes. Kukiwa na clashes watu watakufa. Is it worth it? It is not worth it. At the end of the day, you know that you are not going to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. If it's the cost of living can come down through parliament. Lambia viongozi waambia MPs wako walete mswada which is bipartisan. Mmeambiwa kuna vitu zingine kama school fees ile mnateta kila wakati. You can bring a bipartisan bill wa parliament pale na ipitishwe na wabunge kati ya UDA na Azimio. Wile nasema watu wasitoshwe ushuru, wasitoshwe whatever school parents wasilipishwe school fees. That is a bipartisan bill and it can only be done through parliament. It cannot be done on the streets. Whatever is done on the streets has to go to parliament. Everything that you do on the streets has to go to parliament. At the end of the day, hapo ndio watu wanatengeneza sheria. Mkaongea mambo ya LGBTQ. Kuna vitu zingine kama ya kuhusu, wachana nayo. Does it ya kuhusu. Wewe ni nani anakuambia anapenda pale? Sitaki kutaja hapo bahali. Kama ya kuhusu, wachana nayo. It's not bothering, it's not your business. Wachana nayo.
Lakini mzalendo, kuna statement President wa Uganda alisema siku moja. Why do you leave something so good to go for something so bad?
Jex, ni kama uchawi ama ni kama kuroga watu. Unajua? Unasikia kuna wachawi pale, ushasikia mara mingi kuna wachawi pande sehemu za Kisii, kuna wachawi wale wanaroga watu mahali, kila mahali. I mean,
Atafadhali usiongee hizo mambo, tunaongea mambo ya election.
Amedecide yeye ni kuwa ni mchawi. What can we do about it? What can society do? Can there be a law that inamwambia hao watu wasikue ni wachawi? There are some things internationally they are called human rights. You know, we talk about human rights, but you don't know the fundamentals of human rights. Unataka human rights
ikue... ya kamera. Kidogo tu. Msimamo ulikuwa umalizie kabla Bushman atengeneze kamera yake.
Poleni, siko mahali pazuri, ndio maana kamera yangu leo nimeweka off. Msije mkanilaumu, siko mahali pazuri.
Si wewe na uache kamera mwenye
sasa wacha nimalizie, naomba tu nimalizie. Unafikiri uchumi wa Tanzania, unafikiri ulikuwa katika hali hiyo roho kwamba aliona ni bora nchi yake kuliko mataifa ya nje? Na mara nyingi wazungu ama mataifa ya huko West wakiona kiongozi wa Afrika ambaye yuko na misimamo, yuko na kuhakikisha kwamba anapigania taifa lake, basi huleta ugomvi kwao, hawapendezwi. Lakini tuone tu mchango kidogo kwa ule muda wake kidogo, jinsi ambavyo Tanzania iliweza kujitegemea. Sasa tungeiga mifano ile, kiongozi akiingia hapa asiwe wa majivuno, asiwe majigambo, asiwe kujitakia makuu. Alifikiria taifa kwanza. Haijalishi aliingia na mlango wa nyuma, Ruto sawa, fine. Lakini madamu kashapata hiyo nafasi, angekuwa kama ningekuwa mimi msimamo, basi ningewafanyia wananchi wangu kazi, ili nikateka kundi ambalo halijanipigia kura likaniamini. Nikichangana wale ambao wanipigia kura, basi mimi kila mtu akapendezwa na mimi, nikafanya kazi yangu, nikamaliza miaka yangu, nikaenda. Lakini sio mambo jamani ambayo tunashuhudia hapa. Sasa huko kaka mzalendo akisema kwamba aushoga uruhusiwe uende kwa sababu hakuna mtu lazimishwa aingie hapo. Huwezi sema wewe huli nyama nguruwe alafu mchozi mnachocha.
Unajua kaka, you are misquoting me. Nimekuambia, sijasema ninaruhusu LGBT iendelee.
Kidogo tu.
Nasema hapa Kenya
Mzalendo,
kuna
give us
watu
2 minutes kwanza tusikie hiyo msemo tena.
kidogo. Unajua kuna hapa Kenya kuna watu walikula punda. Uliona wale watu jamaa huko Limuru wanatafuta punda na wanakulana na punda. You've never seen that. That is just madness. So society should treat this as madness. Unanielewa? And sexual orientation yako, kama umedecide wewe utakuwa ukitafuta punda donkey huko Limuru, unaenda nayo, sheria, hakuna sheria ile inasema usipende mnyama. Sijaona sheria kama hiyo, ama tuanze kutunga sheria kama hizo. Iko sheria kama hiyo?
Iko.
Haya, kuna sheria inasema inakuambia kama wewe Jex, usipende mwenzako.
Sheria ya Kenya inasema hivi. Sheria ya Kenya inasema hivi, ndoa ambayo imekubalika ni ya mwanamume na mwanamke. Hiyo ni sheria.
No, anyway, these laws are going to catch up with us. Whether you will deny it right now, but in the future, those are the laws that will catch up with you. And
kaka Mzalendo, kidogo nimalizie kaka. Kuna wengine niwapishe pia hapa. Unajua siku zote chema chajiuza na kibaya chajitembeza. Ukweli tu tutaka tuzungumze. Mimi unajua kile nakizungumzia, hata kama pengine nitafikiriwa vibaya kwa sababu namkosoa Rais Ruto, ni sawa, lakini siko hapo zaidi. Mimi niko malenga katika utaifa, na nilenga hili taifa letu haswa lisingie katika dimbwi ambalo tutakuja kushindwa na kutengeneza mahali tumefikia. Mambo yalopiganiwa na mageuzi ya tumetoka mbali, ni kiasi kwamba sasa hivi tuweze kuichunga ile amana ambayo tumeweza kuipigania miaka ile, ili kuwafaidi hivi vizazi ambavyo vipo sasa hivi na vile vijavyo. Sasa itategemea, tukizungumza hapa tunazungumza utaifa. Tukisema kitu kifulani ni kibaya, ni kibaya. Na kwa kweli dalili tunaiona si nzuri, haipendezi, inatutia waibu. Na Kenya hii taifa letu lilikuwa lina sifa. Naweza sema hii mimi nainganisha ilikuwa Ulaya ndogo. Hiyo ni kauli wanaizungumza kila siku. Watu walikuwa wanatoka Mozambique wanakuja wanafanya kazi Kenya. Wanatoka Tanzania wanakuja wanafanya kazi Kenya. Wanatoka Malawi na sehemu zingine wanakuja Kenya. Sarafu yetu ilikuwa inajiuza. Sasa kama huko siku kwa kukua kimaendeleo ni kupi? Hebu tutazame sasa hivi situation yenye tuko nayo. Kama hatutazingatia haswa swala lazima la kuweza kuileta Kenya mahali ilipokuwa, tutakuwa tunaishia tu hapa na ahadi, tunaishia hapa na malaumu, fulani alifanya hivi, fulani alifanya hivi, ngojeni kidogo mimi nitafanya hivi. Kidogo ndo huyo tunaona pesa ndio hizo zinatumika haswa machoni, haswa tunaziona kwamba haya yote ni mabilioni ya pesa haya. So tukisema ni pabaya, ni pabaya. Na yote haya ni kwa sababu gani? Mungu halinganishwi jamani, hayangachanganywi na uchafu. Lazima ukitaja jina la Mungu, kama kuna machafu yako pale, machafu hajajitenga na uungu nao utajitenga. Kwa hiyo tumelichukua kanisa kujiziba yale ambayo tuko nayo, lakini corrupt people ni sisi, tuko hapa ndani. Na lazima tuzungumze kweli. Leo tunashuhudia ahadi ya kwanza iliyowekwa kwamba hii keki tutaigawa, kila mtu ambaye aliweza kupigia UDA atapata hii keki, kitakachobaki tutakirusha. Ndio ambayo tunashuhudia. Sasa kama tutaandiri mahawa ma CSC 50 na hizo ofisi ni moja, ziko na mawaziri, ziko na mabana secretaries, ziko na wengine, na wote hao wanakula mshahara. Huyu Mkenya atapata lini nafasi ya kuweza kumpeleka mtoto wake shule? Huyu Mkenya ataweza kupata nafasi nini kwamba akitoka kwenda kumpeleka mtoto wake hospitali, ama akishafika hospitali dawa zipo na madaktari wapo wameajiriwa? Huyu Mkenya ataondokana na hili zimu ila kwamba gharama ya maisha iko juu? Hatuache hayo yote ni 9. La 10 sasa ninalonichanganya kabisa na twafaa tulitengeneze kabla ya kura ya 2027. Ni haya mambo na kura ya Mkenya, mbona sio inayozungumza pale debeni? Ni lini tutahakikisha kwamba chaguzi zetu zinakuwa za huru na haki, hakuna haya malumbano? Lini tutahakikisha kwamba mahakama ikishaamua ndivyo ni hivyo hivyo, hata kama sivyo tuamini hivyo hivyo wananchi, kwa sababu hapo ndo the final decision, hata kama majaji wetu wameamua kesi tofauti na mategemeo. Je, ni jinsi gani ambavyo Mkenya ataweza kupeleka mambo kama haya? Ni wapi atapeleka hii kesi zaidi ya kwamba aandamane na adimande haki yake? Mbona wakiandamana wa Kenya inakuwa vikwazo, polisi wanatumia visivyo, na viongozi wako tayari kuhakikisha kwamba wanahujumu hiyo haki kwa kila mali, kwa kila hali na mali? Jamani, tunaelekea wapi? Tumuue Mgala lakini haki yake tumpe. Ndio najua wengi hapendezwa na Raila, sawa, fine, lakini tumkumbuke na yeye aliwapigania hapa. Je, afe mfano tu leo Mungu amchukue tu, nani atakuja kulitetea hili taifa? Nitakwamia pale, ndugu yangu moderator, lakini tusilipige jibwa bure, maana hii nyumba inanuka nyama. Asante.
Niko na swali.
My Swahili is not that good. And
Niko na swali.
Jeff, go back to school.
Try to compete with all those misemos. But allow me to invite Black and Tony to the show. Thank you for joining us. Msimamo was on the panel. He was spewing a lot of wisdom and serious Swahili deep misemos. Least amenikumbusha medali moja ya Mgala muwe lakini haki mpe. Hata sijui ilikuwa inamaanisha nini. But Black has a question to Msimamo. Black, are you here? Are you there? Can you hear me?
Nipo. Unanisikia?
Kabisa, endelea.
Nakusikia mtu mweusi. Hawa hiyo habari ya masiku kwanza.
Nashukuru sana kaka, hali za kwako vipi bwana?
Bwana mimi mzima ndugu yangu. Hofu kwako tu.
Nafurahi tena kusikia tumepatana humu.
Unajua nimechokozwa, nilikuwa napita njiani hapo nikabige break emergency kwa sababu hapa kulikuwa na kijana mdogo hapa anatupa uongo.
Uliongea nikakungwa. Nilikuwa natibaka nikakungwa.
Uliza swali ndugu yangu.
Swali kwanza, kabla nataka kwanza niwasalimu wao kaka zangu wengine, kwa hamjambo, nyoteni kwenye panel. I hope you all doing fine. Na wale wote wanaotusikiliza na wanaotuangalia, na natumai mko salama. Na kama kawaida kazi ni kazi. Sasa swali langu ni hili, Msimamo. Haya maandamano nayoyasema, sio? Jivijuzi kinara wenu alisema kwamba watu wasusie baadhi ya makampuni fulani, sio? Mojawapo ikiwa Safaricom. Mpaka hapo tumekubaliana ndilo, sivyo ama sivyo? Haya. Hivi naulizaje? Tunafahamu kuwa ili shirika la Safaricom lina product inayoitwa M-Pesa. Na M-Pesa imeandika watu wengi sana, hasa na hususan mahasla. Sasa hivi nikiuliza watu waamue wasusie hii kampuni, anatarajia hawa wafanyakazi wa biashara kama hizi za M-Pesa waelekee wapi? Waelekee wapi? Maanake mnaposusia kampuni fulani ama shirika fulani, na maana baadhi ya zile bidhaa wanavyoziuza zitakosa wanunuzi. Zinapokosa wanunuzi, nao pia kazi zinapunguka na kupotea, sio? So kama kweli anakuwa anafikiria watu wengine ama Wakenya kama vile anavyosema, aliketi chini akafikiria kuhusu watu wengine, ama pale ulipo wewe utakuwa una raha kufikiria kwamba kuna watu fulani ambapo wanakuwa wamekosa kazi ama biashara ya hizi M-Pesa ambazo ndizo wanazozitegemea kuanzia asubuhi mpaka jioni, angalau wapate cha kutia mdomoni? Wewe unaona ni sawa kweli?
Black, sorry, Msimamo katoweka, lakini najua anarejea, lakini nitamuomba Bushman akakujibu swala hilo.
Na Black, karibu sana. So
what I'm going to say is that
for we don't need a handshake, hatutaki handshake. Na lengo letu la kususia bidhaa na some corporates. It's all about that we just need our stolen victory. That's what we want. We don't need a handshake. We don't need dialogue.
At the expense of the poor man and woman doing the M-Pesa business?
Whatever the case. We don't need a handshake. We don't need a dialogue. What we want to stop this culture of rigging elections after every 5 years. We really need our stolen victory, and that is all what we need. Hakuna kitu ingine. We cannot add on.
But how does
demands? You have to meet our demands.
My
we
brother.
need a stolen victory. That is what we need.
My brother, let me ask you.
Yes.
How does that have to do with the poor M-Pesa guy or woman down there in the village, or in the streets, in the towns, or wherever it is that they're operating the M-Pesa? How does that have to do with them? I mean, why should they, at the expense of what you are saying, get to lose? Why?
Bro, to have a new Kenya, we have to take this direction. We have to take that direction. We are
now
preparing. We are taking the danger part of it to a liberty. We want to liberate Kenya, and to have a new Kenya, we have to go that way. We are tired of this country doing elections after every 5 years. That is what we are tired about.
Let me ask you. So you want to make other people go to add more angry people to the already poor people that are failing to get food on their plates? You want to add more numbers onto that? For what?
This is offending you, but I'm very sorry. This is the right direction that we are taking, and we need a new Kenya. To end all this stupid stuff, end all this impunity, we have to go to that direction. There's no any other option on the table. As Mio, what you are discussing, we need back our victory, and that is all. I hope I'm very clear on that.
You and I are able perhaps to stay in the house for a whole year. To stay in the house for a whole year, because by virtue of where we are. But they do not have that. They do not have that. Let me finish. They do not have that privilege, because whatever they make in a day is what they consume, and they hope to look for a better tomorrow when they wake up, right? Now, while you have that privilege and I have that privilege, it's very selfish and very unfair, for that matter, to utter the words that you are saying that lazima ikuwe hivyo. Je, wale watu ambao wanategemea kwa kila siku kila wanachokipata kwa siku ndo wale? What about them?
So nikuulize wewe, nyinyi mkiiba kura yenu, nimerudi. We are very happy about it. You think we
are talking about the M-Pesa? We are talking. Listen, don't deviate. We are talking about the utterances that your Kinara said that Susie products za Safaricom, M-Pesa being one of them, has employed a number of hustlers. I'm sure hata kwenu nje ukitoka hivi sio mbali, a few steps utapata kuna mtu ana kibanda yake ndogo iko na M-Pesa. Sasa huyo mtu mwenye kibanda yake ndogo na M-Pesa unataka akose kazi kwa sababu I mean, it is not right.
Okay, let me respond to you. Please just give me some few minutes. I respond to you. I
so
think
the question I asked, which you are not answering me, is it fair for that poor guy?
I'm getting there. You know, during campaigns, your presidential aspirant, who is the president right now, promised you a lot of jobs, and I don't think if this Safaricom is part of the jobs that he promised, right? They can as well lose the jobs that they're having, and the government can get other jobs for them, and that is very clear. We are taking that route, and we are not backing down. We are not backing down. I can promise you for free that we are not backing down. We need our victory, and that's all we need. We are not joking about this. It's a very serious revolution.
Okay.
I think you're running away from the question.
Bushman ameongea ingawa ame-dodge question. Labda msimamo
amekwepa swali. Ni sawa wale watu wanaoperate M-Pesa wapoteze kazi zao. Je, ni sawa?
Msimamo.
Nimekujibu nikisema
ngoja kidogo
tu Bushman.
kidogo kaka, nitakujaribu kukusaidia
kabla sijakuja kwa Tony. Msimamo
Black.
Kuna jamaa ameuliza swali hapa. Kuna vitu ambavyo Raila alisema watu wasusie. Ingawa leo alibadilisha akasema watu wasome gazeti la Star. I think alibadilisha baada ya kuona tangazo la Communication Authorities yenye ilikuwa inajaribu kugag the media. So hakutaka kuonekana kwa hiyo list ya watu ambao wanazuia media. So Black is asking, mumeambia watu wasusie Safaricom, wasusie mambo kadha wa kadha. Anauliza swali hivi, je, wale ambao wanafanya kazi huko kweli, wakina mama, wazee, vijana na wavulana ambao wanafanya kazi huko, ni fair kwao waumie sababu ya mtu aliyepoteza nafasi yake ya kuwa rais?
Asante sana kwa swali zuri ndena tamu na zuri zaidi. Nadhani Black unanipata vizuri kaka yangu.
Nakupata vizuri kaka.
Shikilia hapo. Nataka niseme hivi, mgema ukimsifu
tembo litia maji.
Tembo litia maji.
Mgema ukimsifu sana amba tembo ulitia maji. Sio kama unaelewa vizuri sasa. Kwa maana hiyo Safaricom ni kweli ina kazi kubwa, imeweza kunyanyua maisha ya wengi, imerahisisha huduma zetu za pesa, inafanya mambo mengi mazuri zaidi. Lakini je, kama huu mkono umeteguka ndugu yangu Black, na mkono huu unapapasa na maji ya moto na kupaka robo, mkono si utapona, lakini je, utarudi katika hali yake ya kawaida? Si utapona ukiwa umepinda? Lakini kama hapo palipoteguka utapafinya, kupageuza hivi na hivi, mtu analia wala mfikiri kwamba analia ndio, lakini mwisho wa siku mkono ule ukishapona unapona moja kwa moja. Kwa maana kuzungumza hayo mambo mawili haswa ya mgema na huo mkono, ni kweli Safaricom ina kazi kubwa, inatusaidia pakubwa, imeajiri wengi, tunakubaliana na hilo, lakini lisije mbona linatumika sasa visivyo katika ngazi za juu zaidi, huko juu zaidi. Sitaki kuingilia sana, lakini mbona kuna machafu nayo mengi? Haya machafu yako pale yazibwe na haya ambayo yapo ya kuhusiana kwamba watu wameajiriwa, lakini yale makuu, yale madunda sugu yenye yako ndani yasiguswe, kwa sababu kwamba hapa tukishagusa haya tutakuwa tumeharibu ajira hapa. Kaka, mimi sikubaliana na hilo. Safaricom lazima iwe kama ni ya kutoa, itokana na mambo na usiasa, itokana na mambo na kumilikiwa na wanasiasa, ifanye kazi kusaidia raia na ijitegemee. Haya mambo ya wanasiasa kwamba inacheza the major role katika hili taifa in terms na hii politics yetu, hapo ndo kwenye ubovu kaka. Na sitaki nipangilie sana, mwenye kuelewa ataelewa mambo yangu ni ya mabano. Kwa hivyo hapo kwa Safaricom kuna nukanyama hapo.
Naulizaje? Safaricom mhusika siasa. Uliona advertisement yote kwa Safaricom TV, kwa radio ama kwa magazeti wakisema wanapigia debe mtu fulani kwa siku yote ile?
Shikilia hapo. Sasa hii ndio ile nasema ni siasa ya propaganda, kujaribu kuleta ukweli kufanya uongo, kuchukua uongo kufanya
ile
ukweli.
Ni shirika la simu.
Nisio na kujibu swali kaka yangu, mbona unapresha babu?
Okay, sawa.
Uwe mpole ndugu yangu. Unajua nataka tuelimishane hapa juu hapa, nadhani tunaelimisha jamii sisi hapa. Unaelewa vizuri?
Safi, tuendelee.
Nielewe point yangu Black. Mgema ukimsifu tembo ulitia maji. Na maana kwamba ni kweli hayo unazungumza kwamba imeajiri watu, kuna watu kitoka hapa na pale, M-Pesa iko hapo inasaidia watu. Lakini asitufunge na ukapinga ili kwamba hakuna matangazo yanayotangaza kwamba Safaricom imetangaza biashara. Hii ndio inatumia vigogo. Hasla fani inapitia pale, pesa nyingi zinapitia pale, michongo yote inapitia hapo. Jamaa yangu, unataka tutumbue mambo gani hapa? Tumage punje kuna nini, tumage nani kwa kuku wengi alafu ngine tuje tudadisiwe na si wenyewe wanyonge? Lakini uchafu upo ndani ya Safaricom. Haiwezekani poteshwe kidole kukiwa hapo hakuna neno. Neno lipo. Kwa tusikule tu uzuri wa hapa juu, lakini tukaficha mabovu na machafu yaliyo ndani. Ni sawia tu na hii siasa yenye iko hapa yenye tunaishuhudia. Machoni watu tunaona ni wacha Mungu, lakini ukifuatilia matendo na matamshi yao wako tayari hata kuwa. kwa ajili ya uongozi. Kwa hiyo tusichukule tu hili jambo juu juu kwa sababu tumemwona amevaa kanzu tai vizuri. Mkadhania ndiye kaka. Hapo unapopasema ndipo sipo, na unapopasema sipo ndipo. Uelewe hizo kauli za kiutuzima. Safaricom ina makosa yake hapo ndani. Despite kwamba inacheza kazi kubwa ya uchumi, lakini haya makosa makubwa ambayo yanaegemeza taifa letu lazima tuisusie. Tukishaisusia itapunguza uchumi. Hizi pesa zetu zitatulia kaka, kwa sababu inatengeza pesa nyingi kwa kila siku. Tutazuia hii pesa hii unaizuilia wewe. Ndivyo uchumi huu kidogo hapa tukishauzuia kaka. Tukishauzuia uchumi, wewe nafikiri juzi uliona maandamano ya Nairobi. Gachagua na mtu akusema kwamba tumelose 2 billion, siongezi wala sipunguzi. Na akadaisha kwamba by jioni iwe mshafunga, by sana niwe maandamano mshafunga. Kwa sababu tunapoteza bilioni hizi 2. Niambie tu yalikuwa tu ni masaa tu ya kuhesabu tumepoteza bilioni 2. Wakati endapo tutaisusia Safaricom au tutaluzi ngapi? Na tukiluzi ngapi tunaanza kudumarazi ili tulilie hii haki yetu. Hiki kinachokililia ni hii haki iliyojificha katika amani ambayo inatangazwa hapa. Kwa hivyo huu msitu wa amani ndio umeficha hii haki, haitaki kujitokeza na kutafutwa. Kila kiongozi atakayesimama haki na ni amani ataki kutoka nini ni kasisi amani. Anayetoka wapi amani? Lakini hakuna mtu anazungumzia hii haki. Ili kuipata hii haki tutaisusia Safaricom, ili hizi pesa kwanza ambazo zinakusanywa kila siku kwenye Safaricom jua hazingii sawia. Tuna haya maandamano ambayo tuliyafanya pale tukishademo.
Ndugu yangu kaka,
na msimamo ni kana kwamba anapotea.
Okay, kumalizia basi nasema hivi kutamatisha. Mimi ninavyoona bwana, hili kundi ni la watu wenye wako na ubinafsi, selfish in the sense that they careless of whoever gets hurt along the way as long as they get their way.
Okay.
Na understand? Kwa sababu gani nasema hivi? Hii M-Pesa ambao watu wanaohususia ambao ni product ama bidhaa ya Safaricom. Hawa wazee wakongwe wanaopata pesa zao, wanapata pesa zao kwa njia gani? Pengine nikosoeni, pengine niwe niko wrong, but in my belief, I believe they get it through M-Pesa nowadays. Before they used to go through to post bank, KCB, but at some point they started receiving through M-Pesa. I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong. I may be wrong. Yeah. And if I told us the case, where do they expect these old people to be getting their money? So these guys are very selfish. Very, very selfish. That they care less about who they hurt along the way. I mean, that is totally wrong. That is totally wrong. So uchome biashara watu wengine walale njaa ili mradi waumie ndo wewe, but that's a very wrong approach. That's a psycho that will ever think of such a thing. And then to add on that, when they're talking about Mondoke, Safaricom, Wende, Airtel, have you ever checked who are the shareholders of Airtel? I'm challenging each and everyone who's watching and all the panelists right there. Just Google and check who the shareholders of Airtel is. There'll be Bati, blah, 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 blah. And at some point, you'll see Vanguard. I've taken the liberty of going through that.
Okay.
Among the whistleblowers, ilisemekana na Kioni Vanguard is the organization that blew. At the same time, Vanguard was the advisor to the organization that was the advisor to Raila. And it's the same organization that organized Raila's trip to the USA. And it's the same organization that has shares in Airtel.
Okay.
So, I mean, I don't know if you guys are seeing that. I mean, I see a lot of selfishness there. Now, my point is this. Yeah. Regardless of whether they feel agitated for whatever reasons they have, I don't think it's the right way to approach mambo that it is okay to make someone else suffer intentionally, because this is an intentional act. It's intentional.
Okay.
To hurt people who are operating these M-Pesa biasharas, biashara ndogo ndogo, just so that they can get their way. I mean, that is wrong. So for that reason, I hope they can reassess themselves.
I like how you're airing your views, Black. I'll want to come to you in a short while. Tony has requested to say something before he leaves. Tony Black, I'll be coming to you. I have so many questions I would want you to help me answer, including Mzalendo and Benson. But Tony, there's something you asked me the other day. As you come in, please tell me what really, from the days yesterday and today, we haven't spoken, but the last 2 days, there is a question you posed to me that how comes that people help Baba become people through Baba, they become things like leaders and all, but Baba has not attained that one big desire he has always wished to have, to be the president. He has helped others be MPs. As soon as they are MPs, they leave, or rather, they abandon him. As soon as they become governors, as soon as they become whatever seat they look for, they use him as I don't want to call him a walking aid. Once they are able to walk on their own, they kick him aside. I don't know if you have been able to come with some sound reasoning over the same, sir. But
Right.
I invite you, go ahead.
Cool. Yeah, I have like 10 minutes. I'm from work and go to my shugulis. It's all about selfishness and not sacrifice for the cause. Most of them are self, and that's the reason why you see all these MPs, Kina Jalas and everybody, they got what they wanted. And what happened is President Ruto is a very calculated politician. And that's what he did in Central. He went to Central, he identified the young politician, and he said, hey, I'm thinking in his head, oh, I'm going to fund you, I'm going to pay you, you pretend you're in Jubilee, you love Uhuru for now, but I will support you. And once you win, you're my guy. And I think that's what he did with all the politicians who are turning to go to him towards Nyanza. I'm suspecting he sponsored them, and then in pretense of coming through ODM. So he sponsored them. Now they're singing. There's an MP that said today that he voted for him, and there's an ODM MP from Kisii. So what happened is most of these leaders they're not for the cause. They are only for their tumbo. They call them tumbocrat. And that's the reason why I've talked before, and Mzalendo, hopefully Mzalendo is not going to take it personally. And that's the reason why you see somebody like Mzalendo was pro ODM, and when he didn't, I'm sorry about that. Somebody's trying to call me. He's not happy, and that's a typical of what politician. What am I getting from being on the ODM? If I don't get what I want, then forget Baba. If I get what I want, then I have to fight to do what I want to do. So that's what is happening. The most politicians in Africa generally, they're very, very selfish, and that's the reason why you see there's an issue in Senegal. The president want to go for 3 times, and what's going on in Senegal is going to come to Kenya, because now in Senegal there's some stations were cancelled. The internet is going to be next. The YouTube is going to be next. So that's what's happened. A lot of politicians are selfish. They are not like Baba. Baba needs to take a step back and start thinking, the next fight, who am I going to fight with? I'm going to fight with people with like Okanga. So I have an advice for Baba. Take a step back. I say using money. He needs to have soldiers in 47 county, and he needs to have like 100 people. He must pay them. He must hire them to start championing freedom of press, freedom of voting, civil education. He has to have people championing his cause, not the MPs, not the senators, because those people are selfish. They will never be. And as I finish, President Ruto is a very smart politician. Now he knows the Kikuyu politician, the Kikuyu community are not going to be with him 100% 2027. Now what he's doing in Nyanza is what, and Western is what we did in Central. He went there in Central and campaigned every week, exactly the same script. By the time it's 2027, a half of Nyanza is gonna be supporting Ruto, and he won't care about Central. So, or if Raila wants to run 2027 or Kalonzo, They better put their acts together now. They have to start campaigning every day. And for this Maandamano to be successful, Baba has to use money and feed the Okangas. Those people have to eat. Otherwise, if he's doing it for free, President Ruto is going to use money. And by the 2027, they're not going to be successful. Because the game that he played in Central is the same game he's playing in Nyanza. And by the time 2027 comes, half Nyanza is going to be gone. Because he's going to use money. He's going to use, like, praise. They're very cunning. Gachagua is an old school politician. Oh, huyu ni wetu, unaona nimechagua mtu wenyu, Kam ni wenyu, Tony ni wenyu. They are very cunning people. They are not joking. And Baba better be ready. If Baba is going to be calling Maandamano twice a week, he better put himself ready. These people can jail him. These people are frugal. They are not playing. Baba be ready, my friend. You better be ready. These people are not playing. So pretty much it's selfishness. If I don't get what I want, forget you. It's not about Mwananchi. It's all Bama Boga and the Hustler. It was a gimmick. It was a lie. And that's Africa for you, man. And there's a guy, as I finish, there's a guy, Clinton, from I don't know where he's from. I got disappointed with this comment. And all these people were in diaspora, they're in diaspora, they enjoy the freedom of police, they enjoy freedom of press, internet, they're in Canada. And when they talk about Africa, they don't wish for Africa to get those freedom. It's being selfish and very disappointment. All those people are enjoying freedom in these countries, and they say they don't want the same for their people back in Africa. So that's my comment. It's selfish. It's so selfish. Thank you. Do you have another question for me?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Now, first, I appreciate your sentiments. But I have a question. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Now, I think we've seen a whole bunch of the Azimios have shifted, right?
Yes.
And most of what can you say about that? Because my question comes after that response.
No, it's the same thing, because what happened is what the president did for Central, and I'm thinking what he did, he got jealous.
I'm asking about the Azimio leaders.
Yes.
Why do you
My
think
answer is that. No. Listen, give me time to explain. So I'm thinking it's the same thing he did in Central. You know what he did in Central? He went and got Ishugwa and Nyoro, and he put them in his pocket. So I think in the back of Baba, when Baba was busy with his staff, with putting Kinakalozo together, I think President Ruto was smart to go to talk to Jalas and say, hey, go through ODM, but I'm going to sponsor you. All those MPs were moving towards President Ruto. They'd already talked before election. I'm thinking, I think there's an echo. I think he even sponsored the campaign. President Ruto is very smart. He looks ahead. I know in my heart. Have you seen Jalas Sunday? Jalas was like, "Hakuna maandamano huku Lang'ata. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Hakuna." That's a guy that is sold out, and he's not sold out now. That's a process. When somebody has that guy, it's like, "Oh, you know what? We don't care anyway. We're gonna win 2027 anyway. We have deep state. We're gonna win. We don't care." That's the reason why they can wake up in the morning and appreciate CAS without caring. So, that's the attitude. We're gonna win anyway. So that's it.
Tony,
Tony,
let me just correct you.
What's ready?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Tony.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm seeing or what I'm getting from you is not only is Ruto smart, which he is, but what does that make of those Azimio people that have moved?
No, because
are they loyal?
No. Only 2% of politicians in Kenya are loyal. In Africa,
let's be specific. Let's round them down to the Azimio leaders, the MPs and the senators.
Just say, for example, let me ask you a question on Ribano. No, they're not.
Question with a question. They are not. Thank you.
No, Jalas is not loyal. almost 10 MPs are gone. They're not loyal. And then the other MP of that, you remember that Chama that was in, I think, in Mandera? You know what I'm talking about? Is that what's the name of that political party?
UDM.
Yeah, they were Azimio. Immediately after, that's President Ruto that even formed that party. President Ruto is very smart. He must have formed that party and then told them go to Azimio, and then after we win, you come to me. That's it. That's a game. So for anybody to defeat Ruto, they have to hire me. They should need to talk to me.
Now, what I'm getting is what you have
Yes.
said. If I can round it off to a simple word, is Azimio had clowns, right? Now, assuming you had won the government, assuming you had gotten the government, we can also now safely say it would have been a government of clowns, isn't it? Because if they're proven to be clowns,
The clowns always wait for an opportunity. So okay, the clown is like, oh my god, the clown is, oh, I love this. So that's go to the point I said before. It's about Tumbocrat eating. So if there was President Raila, they all could be coming, because at the end of the day, they're looking for their Tumbocrat. They're looking at their family, their children,
very good.
their generation.
Thank you. Hold it right there. Now, if we have established that they were all looking for themselves, now do you think they would have delivered for the Mwananchi?
At the end of the day, there's only one person. I'm answering you. There's always one person that is going to stand for the right.
To the Mwananchi? Yes.
I don't know about that. I can't tell, because the reason why I'm answering it that way,
I'm asking.
We believe personally.
No?
I'm asking.
We have established.
I say I don't know,
and
I don't know.
With you. We have established to this point, and I've agreed with you that you had clowns. Now,
do you know why? I don't know. Do you know why? Can you give me time? The reason why I'm saying I don't know. No, the reason why I'm saying I don't know is, like, for example, deputy president. I respect him. I mean, I don't like his big mouth. He's always talking. He promised the police that they're gonna get pay uniform immediately. It's the same thing. All the hustler believe in these leaders, but it's been 6 months, they haven't delivered. So the politicians, they are always 60%. There's always one person. So for like even the KK government to change, there has to be one person, one politician that is sober. Until they get one person that is sober, it's gonna be the same story. Even with Azimio, until they had one person that is sober, is all same thing.
I think by now you have seen the people that are around Raila are not the same people that were there before. 90% of them have vanished. So it means, I mean, that is the kind of government you'd have had, right?
No, but I told you the reason why they're going.
They would not have delivered.
Okay, can I tell you the reason why they're going?
And the truth is coming out.
Can I tell you the reason why they're going? Can I tell you the reason why they're going?
Okay.
Another reason. Right now, President Ruto is in charge. Okay? They don't know what's going to happen. President Ruto is in charge of security. And they are like, if these people can say Kamata Uhuru, oh my goodness, they'll put their tail back and run. Because these people don't care. They'll say, oh my God, they're going to arrest Uhuru. Oh my God, they even threatened to arrest Raila. So most of the people is because maybe they're coward, they're scared, and maybe because they're getting a bigger offer. So, I mean, at the end of the day, somebody has to sacrifice. There's no people like, the people used to be before, like Malcolm X, who else? King. There are no people like that no more. People are interested on their security and who they are in life. He wants to answer, he keep on lifting his hand. What is that? Emma. I only have 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Let me just ask you. I'll not take sides in politics, but like I will ask you a question based on the development of the country in terms of leadership. Because like as you said, all the leaders seems to be like Tumbocrat. Maybe they want to get the leadership. After getting that leadership, or they want to get a paycheck. Do you think as a country, are we growing as a country and expanding that democracy, whereby like I can have a stand and like something that I stand for as a person?
No, because no reason is we have the same crop of leaders. You look about Raila, you look about Kalonzo, you look about President Ruto, you look about Gachagua. Those are the people who've been in the system for a long time, since Moi's time. So until the generation of the young people, you see the Maandamano people, the Okangas and Gaucho, until Gauchos and the Okanga rise up and we take over the leadership from all the governors who are there, from all these MPs who are there, from the senator. That's the time that we'll start seeing the real democracy and the freedom come forth. But these leaders, Raila has been there for many years. Ruto has been there since YK 92. Gachagua was a DO. So all these leaders and the government will never be the same. It's going to be the same story. So until the Gauchos and the Okangas and all the other people, and I don't know. I used to have Mohammed, the guy in Mombasa. What is his name? Jicho Pevu. I like his soberness, the way he reasons is different. So until that crop of leadership comes forth, then the Kenya will never change. Until the young people rise up and say enough is enough, it's gonna be the same story. It's gonna be a hard thing. And then people keep on asking. I support Baba. I love Baba, but there's that question that people ask: if Baba was in Nusum Kare, how come there was no difference? And then also, people keep on saying that Baba and Uhuru are handshaking, but at the same time, they're confusing. At the same time, President Ruto was the deputy president protected by the police. So all these leaders are confusing us, and we don't see. President Ruto was the deputy president for 10 years. And then Baba was in the handshake with President Uhuru for 5 years. It's never going to change. So we have to rise up. And yeah, it's not going to change, my friend.
So my friend,
Thank
you.
Nataka kuuliza swali before you run, because I know you always throw you always have these jibes. Una propaganda mingi sana, Tony.
Let me ask you a question.
See, that's a problem.
Wacha nimalizane na wewe kabla utoroke, najua utatoroka tu
na propaganda isikupenda hivyo. Mimi naongea facts na wewe ukuja niambie facts. Useme ati na propaganda. Unaharibu show sasa. Take your comment back. Take that comment back.
Tony.
Okay, I take it back, Tony.
Tony and Mzalendo. I think here we are a grown-up, mature people. If you guys start throwing jabs at each other, you guys sound like kids, you know. So you guys should talk.
He said about propaganda and he withdrew back and he said he's apologized. So don't add anything on that.
No, I was just saying for future reference. It's not like throwing back.
Tony, I had a question for you. I had a question for you.
Yeah.
You mentioned Jalango being and myself being, a political opportunist. And there are people out there who can really sell Baba's agenda if they follow him. Unless you study human mentality and you're a political scientist, I would not know your reaction the next moment you get a seat. Just the same as Baba would not know if Jalango, given the ODM ticket, will jump ship. You will never know what a human being will do, because you've never been with them. But to correct you, Jalango was not ODM's candidate for Langata. He was not their most preferred candidate, just like Ojienda and the rest, and so many. Baba's political party has never done any nomination that represents the people. What he does is a selection. Where kuja up, just the same way Trump has got his MAGA team, people who sell his agenda. He tells you, hey, Banze, I believe that you are going to sell my agenda. But going back to Langata, this is the tricky part about Langata politics, and Jalango has realized it. Langata has become so cosmopolitan, unlike the Langata of yesteryears.
Lang'ata is become very, very cosmopolitan. It can go either way. Upende, usipende. That was Baba's constituency, but it is no longer his constituency. It can go anyway. That is why ukiona Jalango ana kiburi, he knows that if he contests, that is a UDA citizen.
Can I interrupt you for a minute? Can I interrupt you for a minute?
Let me just go before. Okay, you can interrupt.
Yeah, you have said like ODM as a party, Baba has just been issuing tickets to members of parliament or wabunge that people don't recognize. You know, you are right, but that still speaks the magnitude of Baba's support. Of what you see, for instance, if you go to Siaya County, people were repelling and were talking about how Baba went there to carry the hand of Oburu, his brother, and Kisumu, his sister Rosemary. Is it Rosemary or who? His sister. But when the campaigns now began and people went to the ballot, they still listened to Baba. So I wonder why people who keep on complaining that ODM doesn't do nomination, why can't you come up with a strategy and bring those candidates that you want so that you can go to the people and tell the people that, hey, so-and-so was hand-carried by Baba. So vote for this candidate. This is the person you guys want, to see if the people are going to listen to you. Secondly, you know, when people usually talk about how Baba's used the Luo community, that Raila is using us. I'm a Luo by myself. That Raila is using us for personal gains or for just business. I want to tell you guys you're wrong, because ukiangalia hata kwenyu wenyewe hamna hata biashara, lakini mtu hapo nje anasema ati Baba anatumia Wajaka like something else. Why can't you have somebody else that can come and take that mantle from Baba? This means that Baba is still loved. He can do whatever he wants. He's also a citizen of Kenya, and he has a free will of supporting whoever he wants. So if you feel the candidate that he's supporting contradicts your opinion, then you can go and vote or convince people to vote for whoever you want. Unaona? And then for the issue of Jalango and the other ODM members of parliament, one of them is actually my member of parliament, Elisha Odhiambo. When I was in Kenya in December, I met the guy, and the guy is working. He's a great guy. He's easily accessible to the constituents. And, you know, when he goes there, like, I will also like to sympathize with them, because they are going to work with the president that was elected. Even right now, I really don't like Ruto. But, you know, I support Maandamano. But by the end of the day, Ruto will still be there. Ruto is a tough-headed guy, and he's going nowhere. But I support Maandamano. And I also sympathize with those members of parliament that went there. Because, number one, I can understand very well my member of parliament. He's one person that his victory was almost taken away from him and was almost given to the brother of former member of parliament, Jacoyo Midiwo. And there was, you can remember, there was like over a month of squabbles that were going on in game. But at the end, so I feel the pain of my current member of parliament, you know, and it's not going there for his personal gain. Sometimes there's a time, 2 weeks ago, I had a phone conversation with him, and there's some goodies that is planned for the people of Game. And if they are done, we will feel we will feel that this government is really, or our member of parliament is concerned or is working for the people.
Anyway,
before I go,
you've taken all my time.
can I say something before I go?
Yeah. Just...
You have a question for me, and then I wanna tell him something before I go.
Tony, I was just, my friend interrupted, and then he did his submission through the interruption.
I had one question for Tony.
And then I answer. I go. Zaledo, you're a great guy. You know, me to support next election. Pesa iko. Let's go.
I had a question for you before you go.
Yes.
Before you go.
Yes.
So I heard you talking about like, it's our time youth to stand up and take the role in leadership. So I'm wondering, how are the youths going to stand up to take the role in leadership? Like, for example, you are hiding somewhere in a foreign country.
I'll answer you. I got an answer for you, my friend. You are ready?
I'm ready. Go for it.
Okay, right now I have an organization. I'm not going to reveal where. I've been feeding kids every Saturday, and like 200 young people, and then I pay every kid, all that. And I have a grassroots clubs that I support, like a soccer team that I support locally, and I also have a few people that I support in game, and then in Kayole, and then also in Kitale. So I have several people that I'm working with. And then also, when I talk about young people, during the election, I reached out to the secretariat of Raila Odinga, and some of them I'm here, and I'd given them a roadmap on how to win. If they'd followed my roadmap, it could have been very easy for them to win, because also I was involved. I was a manager for Obama campaign in the United States. I was involved in campaigning for him here in the United States. We were so many in different areas, so I was involved in that. So I'm hopefully with my experience, I can be able to be ready. But above all, I want to push on civic education. If we can do civic education, is great. So that's what I'm doing a little bit. And my disappointment, I wish this Raila secretariat, that guy kwanza akikuja huku nitamchapa coffee. Angenisikiza. I had a good idea for them to win. I had given them the roadmap on how we did it with Obama. I had given them what we did, how we had hired people. And it's the same thing Baba can use right now if he wants to be successful with this Maandamano. If they still want me to give them advice, I'm available. And Muzalendo, I still, like your passion. The next election nakusupport, nakuja Kenya. Na nani pia? Anaitwa nani? Kalonzo, if he wants to win, he has to start right now. So did I answer you?
Yeah, I'm glad of what you're doing. Keep doing it, and we are.
Yeah, I have videos if you wanna watch them, and I have a YouTube. I have a YouTube channel here, Kenya. I've had a couple of people on that.
I take your word. I take your
Okay.
word.
Tony, good job for what you're doing on the grassroots.
Tony, kidogo tu naona mwenye alikula roadmap yenye ulikuwa nayo ni mzalendo. He's the one you should come get.
Dampiga advice. I'll help him.
Wait, Tony.
Tony,
alichoma si.
Tony.
Unajua Tony, elections za Kenya si kama za US. Hapa we have got a question. I can tell you for a fact, elections za Kenya si kama za US. Before, the primaries, ni pesa.
Unajua funny enough, enough, Mzalendo, Pana Benson, MVA, Tony, all of you are in one country at the moment. Probably you guys don't know. All of you. But
no,
MVA,
you know the sad part, Jakes. Let me address this. The sad part about Kenyan immigrants and especially Kenyan immigrants wakikuja huku majuu, wherever they are, we don't have a social network. We don't have a social network that we can strengthen and build each other. We are all on our own. We don't know. I don't know. Like Clinton is just around the corner. Mimi niko hapa VA, Clinton yuko hapa MD, Jakes utasikia yuko hapa hata ni neighbor wangu na simjui. Angalia huyu mwingine, huyu fala mwingine pia yuko hapa VA.
No, so VA, but I'm close.
Kuna swali kabla niende. So let's support each other. Let's do it. All right, swali yangu ni, go ahead.
Okay, it is not a swali. There's a point you may bring about Moses was asking on how youths can take the leadership. And this is what I usually say. Leadership does not only mean that you have to vie for a political office. The leadership means like where you are, you can bring change by doing something to your community, by educating them and supporting them. I think, Jake, I shared with you some of the things that I do. Dangu naye hazikuwagi kwa internet, lakini like where you are, surrounding yenye uko, you do something like even somebody in the leadership will trigger his mind and he will start working hard, knowing very well that if I don't do it the way this guy is doing it, I might be out. So it's not a matter of like you have to be a councillor or you have to be an MP. You can support the community with the little that you have. That's still leadership.
That's true.
Can I say something to add on that? Sorry for going. So for example, Mzalendo can be the next president 2027. So what we can do, we can go Indian style. Sidona, you don't believe on yourself. We can go. We can go Indian style. You know what Indian did? They came together and they supported Modi. You know, the prime minister right now. They raise money, and when Modi comes to whatever these countries, they get together. So what you can do, we all come together and raise money, and you go run for the president in 2027, and you face Ruto. Why not? Unapata Kinyasa.
Wewe Tony, unaona hiyo idea Singapore ilifanya hivyo.
Let me add something on that. This empowerment and educating our people is what I was talking about. And even tukirudi huko mashinani, we can also educate our people to stop using fertilizers when they are doing planting. Because fertilizers ndio imeharibu shambani huko kabisa. Kitambo, watu walikuwa wanatumianga manyiwa ya ng'ombe, compost manyiwa, hizo za high school. And people used to reap big. Lakini siku hizi hii manyiwa na seeds yenye wanapeana na government huwa inaitwa hybrid. Hizo ndio vitu zimeharibu chakula Kenya. If we can just go back to our traditional way of farming. Unaona, because something about hybrid, ukiipanda leo, you cannot use it, you cannot replant it in the next season. Unaona? So when I was in Kenya last time, I went around educating my village people, because me, I was mostly in the village, you know. Depending on government for these fertilizers ndio imeharibu shamba. I remember when I was a little boy, around the year of 2004, 2003, during that time, watu walikuwa wanavuna kwa wingi. There was nothing like fertilizers, or if it was there, it was rare. Lakini huko ushago tulikuwa tunaweka manyiwa, kila asubuhi unatoa hizo nini za ng'ombe in the cow shed, unazipeleka shambani, and then wakati wa kupanda mnaweka. Hakuna fertilizer yenye tulikuwa tunatumia. Mahindi ilikuwa inatoka kubwa, unaona? Lakini siku hizi hata shamba imezoea fertilizer. Hata sasa hii ukirudi ushago, hata viazi, the way viazi used to taste in the back, they don't taste the same. Hata mihogo ama hizi zingine, because shambani wameharibu kabisa na fertilizer. Sasa it's used to. And kama if our people can go back to traditional ways of farming, because hii nimeona sijui Gachieta ameanza kupeana like free fertilizer, sijui arap mashamba, sijui uko Kisii mambo ya fertilizer ati free. I think we need to educate our people. This is where we are getting lost. Because
can I say something lastly? Okay, thank you guys.
I respect you.
Okay, see you.
Something like I usually tell people.
So no, wait. Okay, I have a suggestion before I go. So I'm asking Jex to talk to Mtembei. Let's start at Mtembei Civic Center in Kenya, and then instead of having political discussion from Monday to Saturday, let's have 1 week we talk about civic, how we can teach our people about their rights, so that in 2027 we have a Mzalendo running for presidency. We prepare Himali and we have a conversation that all these people, Baba, President Ruto, Gachagua, Kalonzo, Mata, all that generation needs to disappear and go away, retire. All of them needs to retire. And then we support Mzalendo for presidency, but we start now. So every Monday, let's have a civic education. And let's all of us come up with money.
Tony, we cannot
have a civic center.
1 minute. We cannot support Mzalendo for president until we understand his agenda. What does he want to do for the country? We cannot just wake up one morning and we are like, oh, we are selling Mzalendo.
Tony was giving you an example, please.
Yes,
Tony was giving you an
that's
example.
So that's the reason why, especially wins diaspora.
And this
is what I'm saying. Okay, tell me, people wa diaspora, kama mimi nilitoka game, ama Kitale, I still think the same like the way I used to think 15 years ago. Hiyo ndio kitu inatuharibu. Tubadilike pia, tuanze kupendana, tuache mambo ya tribalism, tuweze kuorganize. Otherwise Kenya, tuwezi kuwa tunasema tunataka Kenya ibadilike na bado tuna support Baba, Ruto, ai Ngai Fafa. Ndio boku. We are in trouble. At least tuko diaspora na bado tunasema Ruto, Baba, Martha. We are not going to go anywhere. So God bless you guys. 2027 go mzalendo. Hebu tafuta.
Asante sana. Good blessing bana. Niko nayo. Hiyo tutapata.
Anyway, Jake.
Thank you guys. Asante. Thank you.
Anyway, Tony is a very interesting guy. Very, very interesting guy.
Bro Benson, it's been a while. I know we used to debate sometimes back, and I'm finally back and hopping in here once in a while.
Jakes, a lot has been said. A lot have been said. But I really want to correct this, my friend MBA.
Zalendo kidogo tu. We have a guy kwa show na asione ni kama hii show ni international na it's still very local. Black, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Unajua hawa jamaa wako the same country, so wanaweza kutufinyilia hapa. I'm not sure where are you, Black?
Tuko pamoja.
Uko nchi moja na wao?
I'm not new here.
No.
Wewe wachana na Black bana. Black amekuwa kwa hii show miaka sijui ngapi.
miaka mingi. M-Pesa ndiye amekataa kunitumia.
Tulimpata hapa kwa hii show. Huyu ni mwenyeji, huyu ni veteran. Huyu ni veteran. But anyway, let's get back to the issue.
Mzalendo akimaliza, swali yangu tu ambayo itaenda kwa MVA ni ile tu. As he supports the maandamano.
Yeah.
Does he still also support the directives made by the leader that they should wasusie Safaricom, KCB? Now the ripple effects are, what about the wananchi wale wa kule chini wana operate M-Pesa, wale wa biashara ndogo ndogo rejareja, biashara zao zitakufa. Wale pesa kwa wazee, kuna sometime walikuwa kilalamika pesa ilitolewa ikarudishwa. These people, they receive their money through KCB, some through M-Pesa. Now, if these channels of receiving this money is removed, or rather they wasusie, wanatarajia wazee wako kupokea pesa zao wapi? So is it right just for the sake of for Raila's agenda to be pushed forward, for these other people to be made to suffer intentionally?
Let me answer you. Thank you. Well, starting with the issue of Maandamano and rioting, I remember in the year of 2020, I was doing internship in New York City, and it was the year where America was under fire by, you remember the thing that went worldwide, George Floyd. There was rioting everywhere. Stores were being looted. Stores were being broken into. And there was even a huge office in Minnesota. It was a police headquarters. It was burnt down because people were irritated and they were tired of what was happening in this country with police brutality. And it was a way for people to communicate their anger and the change that they deserved. And at the end of it, something happened. The same thing in Kenya. You know, people have been talking about this Maandamano being Raila's business interest. I completely disagree. Raila is a man who has enough money. He's a billionaire, actually. And if he likes, he can go relax and rest. I heard Oledama say something when they were in Kiambu. Alisema ti Raila kuna wajukuu, ako na pesa. Hii jua yenye nagonga Raila hapa ni kwa sababu yenyu. Raila is fighting for even you, Black. Raila is fighting for you, Mzalendo, for you, Bro Benson, for you, Jex. Raila is not fighting for self-interest. You, Mzalendo, you want to run for an office. How are you going to make it with an already predetermined outcome? The changes. If Raila wanted to be president, they would have manipulated things last election and they would have easily won. But I'm sure because he's a straightforward guy, he wanted to win it in a clear path without having Uhuru Kenyatta or the deep state stealing the votes for him. So when you talk about Maandamano and this being Raila's self-interest, please think about you, think about your future, think about tomorrow. Tomorrow, maybe I want to be an MP for my constituency. What if I go with already messed up IEBC with you have to that maybe Ruto akona UDA candidates huko game kwetu tayari ashaweka mtu hapo, ashalipa IEBC, but me, when the people loves me and they know I'm going to work, but at the end of the day their votes are not going to count on my side, So I think this rioting, the boycotting of Safaricom, Star newspaper, ilisema hata mayai, those are ways to communicate. Because these are if you look at Safaricom, they colluded with IEBC or Ruto or they were the ones who helped them rig this election. So when he talks, he knows it, and he's pushing for the heat. Because Baba, if he wanted to leave, he could have left like 10 years ago. But he cares about you. He cares about us as a common mwananchi. He's fighting for your future, for you too, to give you that hopes. For one day for you to become an MCA, MP, governor, woman rep, senator, or the president of the Republic of Kenya.
Anyway, MV, you are...
Sorry, Mzalendo. MV has not answered my question.
He has not, because he's just dodging.
A simple question. Or let me rephrase it, right? Is it fair for that poor man, poor woman, poor lady up down there in the village, or wherever it is that they operate their small M-Pesa shops or kibandas? Actually, they're kibandas because they're just big enough for them. I mean, inatoshana tu na kiti. Now, that's the size of the M-Pesa if you've been to Kenya, right? Now, is it fair for those people to be out of jobs or out of business just because of Raila?
I gave you an example.
No, the question is...
Yeah, I'm answering you indirectly. Here in the US, stores were looted.
Let's forget US. Hapa tunajua venye watu wanaishi tofauti huku.
Yeah, wacha nikwambie. Stores were looted.
Kenya.
A lot of people lost their jobs. And the people, like if you go to a grocery store or a clothing store, the people who work there are like people who earn like $10 or $12 an hour. And they lost their jobs because of that. So I think when you talk about M-Pesa, if Safaricom is the cause of the corruption within IBC or within the board that conducts the election, yes, I think it is the right way for Baba to do it.
Anyway, Black, I think is dodging. But anyway,
I'm answering the question.
You're just dodging the
question.
You've
not answered. You're dodging the
question. I'm answering you. You just open your mind and listen. You're not opening your mind.
That's why
because when you're giving me an example of someone who earns $10 an hour, and someone in Kenya earns $5 a day, that's the best that person can get.
$10 an hour in the
after operating more than 12 hours. I mean, how do you give such an example? But first of all, if there's insurances, these people don't have insurance wakati wa looting.
$10 an hour.
In US, they do have.
Hour is not
I mean, you cannot give such a comparison, my dear brother.
$10 an hour is not money.
Listen,
money.
You want to compare, if you're bringing example of US, then you must be at the same time be able to compare the same with what these people in Kenya are earning.
That's what I'm telling you.
You cannot pick.
Black.
Sorry.
Black.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, $10 an hour in the US is not money.
That's what
Benson can tell you that, as a matter of fact.
No, is $5 a day enough money in Kenya? A day, not an hour.
Can you jump on this? $10 an hour.
Anyway, guys, Black, let us just wrap the conversation about Safaricom.
But anyhow,
let us wrap the conversation about Safaricom. MVA, you brought a very important point earlier on. You said so many things that affects the people especially where you are coming from. I want to give you an analysis of where you are coming from. And you think that people like us who went to election, and by the way, for your information, I didn't participate in a bogus ODM nomination. I never participated in any election. I have got interest in the elections, but the way they are organized, I have never participated in any of them. You need to understand that I have done so much that I don't want to talk about here. What I can tell you is that somebody like Elisha, somebody that you support, and he's a member of ODM, I believe, yeah? Is Elisha a member of ODM? Elisha was a member of ODM. He really struggled so much to get the ODM certificate. And do you know the reason why? Do you know the reason why he had to struggle so much? Because they don't believe that he is that candidate, their preferred candidate. They had a candidate of their choice, and you mentioned him. He had, but the people of Ugenya, where you come from, decided that they needed Elisha, and ODM had no choice but to give Elisha the ticket. Now, Elisha has got an agenda, and his agenda does not resonate with what Raila Amolo Odinga is advocating for. Yeah, his idea resonates with the locals. What he wants his people to be in the next, when he brings his report card after 5 years, this is his achievement with the government and with the CDF, if it will be there. So, and this is his contribution in parliament as a legislator. So, issue of election in Luo Nyanza, and the way you are saying that Luo Nyanza, you know, they voted for these people. There are no elections in Luo Nyanza. It is a selection. Get that right.
And it was the same as the presidential election. That was election too.
It is a selection. It is a selection. It is not representative. It is not what the people of those particular areas feel about their leaders. And that is the more reason why Ruto keeps on telling you.
It is the same thing that happened in Mount Kenya as well. It was a selection. The presidential election was a selection as well.
I am giving you, I am not from Mount Kenya, so I will not talk about Mount Kenya politics.
It's an analysis of that. You are not
I will talk about politics that I am familiar with. And that is the politics of Luo Nyanza.
But are you
You understand?
But are you
so when you don't compare yourself with the worst, you compare yourself with the best, especially if you are a Baba. You are of high standards. You are supposed to conduct a free and fair nomination exercise that looks like a representation of the people and the will of the people. And MVA, you know, if you've lived here long enough, you should have a cautious and know what democracy is all about. You should have that cautious that tells you that, you know, the will of the people must always be respected. Must always be respected, the will of the people. And you must also know that in Kenya, we don't have any political party with an agenda for the people. We have individuals that we follow.
That's true.
Politically. There are no political parties that we follow, but individuals that we follow. So we have not reached a point where our politics is mature enough to enable a local in the village to decide that this is going to be my leader. So we need to do a lot of civic education, the way Tony has said, and the way so many people have said. A lot of civic education needs to be done on the grassroots so that we select the kind of leader that we want. And remember, Benson and the rest, that 8 million Kenyans did not feel that Ruto is the right leader and Raila. So 8 million Kenyans are neither here or there. They don't feel represented by these people. So when you talk, know that kuna Wakenya wale ingine pande ile ingine, they don't think that we are in the right trajectory. We need to look and think.
Mzalendo, thank you. Kidogo tu ni involve pia wale ambao wana comment hapa kwa comment section. Apart from the lovely guys I have in the panelists, MVA, Mzalendo, Black and Brother Benson, I'm still with many others who are joining in live through comment. Namuona nani hapa? Elizabeth Anyango nasema hivi, Mzalendo in Central, they stole 2 million votes for Raila. If not, let them open the servers. Hey, 2 million, my friend. I see who else. Ngetich D ako ndani, namuona nani? MC Daido ako ndani. Nani mwingine hapa? Namuona Gitash yuko ndani. Who else is in? I see so many people are in. Namuona Manson Sanda. Manson Sanda kuna venye alikuwa ameanza kumtumia ujumbe za utamu hapa Brother Benson. Sijui kama ulikuwa unaziona
Nimemwambia asante sana.
Alisema hivi, wewe uko sawa kuwa president. Namuona nani hapa? Namuona Dickson Hagoi ako ndani, Tony Jumlai ako ndani. Nani mwingine hapa? Tony Jumlai ako ndani. David Lasson ako ndani. Beatrice Namale namuona, asante sana. Who else? Black uko ndani both kwa comment na kwa show, asante sana. I see Abdi Siraj ako ndani, Fatun Mohamed yuko ndani, Elizabeth asante sana. Zaim Crystal uko ndani, thank you for being part of the show. I see Ishmael Abe, thank you for being part of the lovely show tonight. I see who else, mko wengi jamaa, asante sana kwa kuwa part of this show. Thank you for sending in your comments. Wacha tusikie maoni yako. We are having able gentlemen here in the studio. Pia nyinyi, if you want to be part of the panelist, it's simple. There is a comment I'm just posting right now. Click to that comment. Itakutuma mahali panaitwa StreamYard. Kwa StreamYard, you'll be needed to activate two things, a speaker and a camera. Then you'll be allowed to put in your name. It doesn't really have to be your original name. Hapa namuona jamaa amejiweka MVA. MVA means a lot of things. Kuna jamaa anajiita Black. Utashangaa huyu jamaa labda ni Black, lakini maybe he's one brown guy. Mwingine hapa anajiita Mzalendo. No, not necessarily yeye si mzalendo, lakini anajiita mzalendo. Brother Benson, probably wanao majina tu zenye ni zao hapa na watu wawili, Jakes na Benson. Lakini sasa Benson amongeza yeye ni brother. So it really doesn't have to be your name, but you're allowed to come in the show. Just click in the StreamYard and you'll be able to join us live. Keep on commenting. Wacha tusibaki peke yetu kwa studio, but let us be part of this wonderful show. Brother Benson is in, Black is in, MVA is in, and of course Mzalendo kama kawa. Asanteni sana, be part of this show. Richard Mkubwa na kuona, asante sana kwa your comments. Brother Benson, go ahead.
The Brother Benson is my name. My names are Benson Otieno Okelo, but Brother Benson started all the way. So I usually use my real name. Huwa siweki majina zingine. That is who is me. I've never
sawa.
Huyu rafiki yangu namwambia asante, lakini namwambia katika uongozi kuna challenges, si watu wote watakupenda, na mimi niko sawa venye niko, lakini nimempigia asante. Kitu ambacho saa zingine naona kinanisumbua ama kinaniuma sana, ni kuwa saa zingine venye sisi wenyewe tunazungumuza. Kama leo tulikuwa na marafiki zetu ambao mimi nawaheshimu sana, lakini matamshi ambapo wanasema kuna ile kitu, there's something I usually called selective information, and the selective information is, what do you want to hear? You're very selective of what you want to listen to or what you want to hear, which means if somebody doesn't tell you what you want to listen to, then this person is not a nice person. Yeah. And I came to realize with he was called Cornell, my brother. Yeah. And when we were disagreeing on the issues, he's saying, huyu ni kama melipwa. And that's not how people should live. one of the things that you should leave, you should be very accommodative of each and every person's view. Yeah, if somebody disagrees with you, it doesn't mean that this person disrespects you or this person is disagreeing with you because he has been paid or there's some favor he has gotten from somebody. So that's why I'm disagreeing with you. So I think we should reach a point whereby we are looking for solutions, because like I don't disagree with Maandamano ya Raila. Yeah. But you have to look as pro and cons of Maandamano. Unaona? There, yeah, you know, like Black aliuliza swali ingine hapo. Hata mimi saa zingine siwezi kujibu kwa sababu ndaijibu aje. Unaona? Kwa sababu swali ambao anauliza, it's very genuine. Yeah? At the same time, like kususia Safaricom pia, they have a reason for saying that. So how do we kind of like be in a position to understand each other in a way such that we can reach a makeable solution that will not only help everybody, but will bring hope to the entire country? You know, I was supporting Azimio. Damn, I was, even if you look in this channel. But during my supporting of Azimio, at one point, there was no time I said something that was very disrespectful for by then Deputy President William Ruto. I did not. And I said one time, like, I disagree with him, but he's my Deputy President. I can't remember I said that, you know. So I've always been a situation whereby, like, I respect you the way you are. I might disagree with you and I might not like your policy, but my respect for you will always be there, you know. So it is very important. And that's why, like, I wanted also to talk to Moses. Moses is my friend. I know DP Gachagua says so many things, but like, if at all we subscribe to Christianity, or we are people who pray to God, and we always pray to God to give us those daily bread and mercies. And at the same time, there's a place that tells you that you should respect people in the leadership. Yeah. How do you kind of like, if this person is in leadership and you say a word that might be demeaning to him, how do we go about that? You know, it is something that we can discuss, because at the end of the day, at the end of it all, we only have one thing. There's one thing that unites us, is country Kenya. You know, sometimes hata venye Jackson anasema tuko hapa nje, hakuna mtu mwenye anatarajia kukua hapa nje. Hakuna mtu ambaye anafurahia kukua hapa nje. Hata ukienda hapa, kuna Wakenya ambao labda umepata akifanya kazi moja, mazee hii job ni job tu, lakini wewe unaenda home lini? Lakini siku ile unaenda home, umepanda ndege, ukisikia umebaki 10 minutes na land JKIA, there's this special feeling that you land uko home. Unashuka hapo airport, unapata Kiswahili yenye watu wanasema, yani ni ile kitu ambacho inakufurahisha. Yeah, unaenda kwa kibanda, unapata unakula chapati marago. Yani kuna vitu, there's things that you find in Kenya yenye huwezi pata hapa. Hata kama tuseme they are of low quality, but like if you eat them, you feel that Kenya. Uko na wasee kwa hood, mnapiga stories za Kenya. Unaona vitu kama hizo. Hizo ni vitu ambazo tunajivunia. Kukuja huku ni kutafuta. Yeah? So as we speak, let's speak what that inspires. Let's speak the words that will unite us. Hatujakamilika. Kuna mtu mwenye kamilika. President mwenyewe hajakamilika. Raila Odinga hajakamilika. Sisi wenyewe ambao tuko hapa, tuko na mapungufu zetu sisi wenyewe. Na hizi mapungufu zetu tutafanyaje ili mapungufu zetu tutengeneze, tukue na nchi bora. Unaona? Hizi chama zitakuja kukufa. UDA will not be there for 100 years. ODM will not be there for 100 years, but our country will stay. You know, unaona hii space yenye tuko nayo saizi, yenye tuko nayo Kenya, na baka tunaweza kuja hapa kwa social media. Somebody paid a sacrifice for it. That's why we are enjoying it. There's somebody who paid a sacrifice for it. But like right now, what kind of sacrifice can we make so that the generation that is coming will enjoy some of the benefit that us we did not enjoy? That is what we should fight for. Like, for example, let us make laws, like, especially like our elected leaders. You can see this in parliament. Every time they pass sometimes bylaws or laws that only favor them at the moment when they are in power. But immediately they leave power, these laws come and hit them back. But they don't make them for future generations. So that is the kind of mentality we should bring. Let us bring laws that are very universal, that only does not benefit us who in the leadership, but they also benefit the mwananchi. Watu huwa wanatoa hapa example like we need to be like Tanzania the way Magufuli did. We have to do like this and this. We are our own. This is what I call usually sorry for going too long. This is what I call the work of spiritual designer. There's a way in which the spiritual designer designed us in our own way as a country. The way Tanzania was designed is not the same way Kenya was designed. The way Senegal was not designed was not the same way Kenya was designed. We have to find our Kenyan way on how we can make Kenya work. We cannot benchmark Kenya with Tanzania, you know, or mark Kenya with Uganda, or mark Kenya with the USA. There's a way in which the spiritual designer made us in a Kenyan way, in a very special way as a Kenyan. And if we cannot work it out, this circle that we are seeing of election, Jax will be here, even years to come. If we don't solve electoral injustices, and if we kind of like don't have people of goodwill, the leadership, because if you look people in the IBC, even the Cherera 4, the Chebukati, none of them were for the people of Kenya. Each and everybody was playing for their masters. None of them. And that's why you see there was that division. The division was not there because each and everybody was fighting for their masters. We have to agree as a country that that thing was there. Where is the truth? Who was saying the truth? The Cherera 4 and the Chebukati. Where? So that is, hivyo ndio mimi naweza fikiri, hakuna kitu naweza sema kushinda hapo.
Okay. Before I come to you, MVA na Mzalendo, Brother Black is coming in a short while. Amejiomba kidogo. Allow me to read one or two. Odia Msinga says like this: Richard, to shame Raila, let the servers be open, then the issue will stop. I don't know. Please tell us. Now, there's something that Richard had written, and not Richard. There's something that someone had written. This guy here, and I want MVA to come in on this as I ask MVA the question. MVA, we saw this happening during the campaigns, and even after the elections. There was this claim that there are people around Raila who, in big words, are responsible for his loss. Others said that kuna watu walikula pesa za, what were they calling them? The returning officers. Wengine wakasema others were preventing anyone who had a contrary opinion that would have helped Raila. They were being blocked by those who termed to be Wandani wa Baba. Now this guy here says most of the people who left Baba have complained of the people around him. Do you think that kikulacho cha Baba each time kinakuanga nguoni mwake?
Let me tell you, the problem is not the people surrounding Baba. The Kenyans, they like Raila not because of those who surrounds him. They like him as a person, as a leader, as a capable man who can lead the country. Unaona? If you tell me, let's say for instance, somebody like Ababu Namwamba, let him call for a campaign rally in Nairobi, then let Raila call one. Who do you think will have the majority? Raila, because I'm sure people like Ababu ran away because of those who surrounds Baba. Unaona? So Kenyans vote for Raila not because of those actually those who surrounds Raila, they need Raila to win their seats. They need Baba to win their seats. It's not because of those people surrounding him.
But MVA, I agree with you. My chain of thought goes to this, that there are those also who come to him, they win what they want.
Let me tell you.
Like Jalango, for instance, and your MP Elijah, is it Elijah or Elisha? Elisha. Now they kind of use him to get where they are.
No.
But unfortunately, Raila seems not to be getting what he wants, because the presidency has eluded him for the last 5 times he has tried. So do you see as though some MPs, as you're saying rightfully, that they use him to get their positions, but as soon as they get it, they are easily swindled away by others, whether through their tumbo or what, but somehow their allegiance to Raila is questionable.
Let me tell you, for example, my member of parliament, Mr. Elisha Odhiambo. Elisha loves Raila. I've interacted with him in several occasions. We talk on we usually have a phone conversation now and then. He loves Raila. Even as we talk now, he wants to be, is it the Secretary General for ODM? He's still there. And being a member of ODM does not limit Mr. Elisha working with Mr. Ruto. Unaona? It's just like the governors. Governor Orengo interacts freely with Ruto when he was in Siaya. Right now, Ruto is in Kisii, and Rati was giving a speech and he was making jokes. He was even referring Ruto as a gentleman. Like, huyu jamaa ukimwona huko nje utadhani ni mtu mbaya. Lakini if you interact with him, he's a very good guy. Kind-hearted man. Arati said that. So I will defend my member of parliament day in, day out. Because I know him, I've interacted with him, and I know what he's doing for the people of Game. He's a man that likes Raila. And at the same time, somebody said something very important, that the books are being written down, and the clock will not stop ticking. Unaona? Because when 2027 comes, you will go and ask Mr. Elisha, what did you do for us to re-elect you? That's what the guy is doing right now. He's working because he knows in the next 5 years, he also want to be the governor of Siaya, and he must have that record. He must have that good record of Game, because Orengo had a rough time because he did nothing in Ugenya. Unaona? So when you talk about people surrounding Baba being a problem, these people, they need Baba for them to win their seats. Look, for instance, if you go to former to Budalangi, where Babu Namwamba used to be the member of parliament. When Ababu ran away, stood on his own, did he win? He did not win. Nanjala, the guy Baba supported, won the seat. If you go to Kilifi, Mungaro realized that he needs Raila. Raila doesn't need him, but he needs Raila to be a governor. Busia County, what is the name of the governor? Paulo Tuoma. He realized that he needs Raila to win that seat. He cannot win it on his own. Even in Kakamega, the Ayub Sivulas, they realized they need Baba for them to be the deputy governors. Unaona? So I think, and also they are not using Baba like you are going to put it. If I follow also clearly in Langata, I think Jalango is also doing some form of work. But with him, I can't tell his stand, because with him in most of the rallies is like
I don't know. Either my question is sorry, I'm cutting you, but I don't know if it's my question that is not coming as I wanted to, but
No.
my question is, they either help him, or rather, as you're saying, the Raila doesn't need them, but they need him, which is okay. But they use him. You see, they go to him in their hour of need, right? And somehow they're able to be helped, either get an MP seat, a governor seat, whatever seat they are looking for. But as soon as they acquire it, what happens?
Hey, let me
Because
you,
there's a
Jackson.
trend. Even now, this guy, is it a PA? I don't know what to call him.
No, let me
Is
ask
it
you.
Silas? He's called who? Silas Jackie Bamba?
Kimba, yeah, but let me cut you short. If I help you, if you are in a need, and I help you, do you need to just follow me everywhere I go and sing praises about me helping you, so that people can know that you are loyal to me for me to help you again?
But do you bite the hand that once fed you?
No, but
Or
you
once
can't just you can't follow me everywhere that I'm going because I helped you, that you want me to see that I help you so that you are being loyal to me. Unaona? It doesn't.
I don't. Alendo, are you getting my question?
I'm getting your question. That's why I'm answering you like that.
Uh-huh.
So if you help somebody, you yourself, and that person leaves you and go like hangs around your enemy, will you say the person has betrayed you? Will you want him to? It's like if I come to your house and you give me food, at the end of the day, you will want me to pay for this food?
Not really. You see, there's a proverb that says one good deed deserves another. When I do you good, it's always kind to as well show you the same. Look at this way. In any case, I attribute some of the losses that Raila seriously got to the people who once were with him but left him. Look at Wetangula, for instance. Look at Musalia Mudavadi, for instance. Look at Amason Kingi. Look at this other guy.
What seat has Mudavadi won since he left Raila? What seat has he won?
The same question can be asked: what seat has Raila won since he left? Since he lost all these people? The same
No,
question.
but Raila, if you look at these elections, it hasn't been going well. Like he has
yeah, it's the same. Yeah, like the coin can be
even
tossed
the member of parliament
anyway.
for Mudavadi is from ODM for Raila.
No,
Mudavadi
UDA.
couldn't even deliver an MCA to you, Kenya Kwanza.
The MP right now is from UDA, if I'm not wrong.
But not ANC.
Yeah, not from ANC. Correct. But ODM this time around didn't have that force. Now, my question is, why is it that Raila has a kingship making kind of strategy, but he himself has never really kind of catapulted himself onto the seat? Maybe Mzalendo come in kidogo before I come back to MVN.
Okay, you know, let me attempt to help.
No,
my brother.
You're not helping
me. Answer the question.
You're not helping me. Just stop.
I am helping you because you are evading a very simple. You know you are cutting in between supporting Raila and Elisha. At the same time, you are saying it is not wrong to go to Ruto. At the same time, you are castigating Ruto.
That's why I was
so
telling
you are
to open
you are not very clear in whatever you are communicating.
Open your brain and swallow this. You know, you are not.
No, I don't have any pain, my friend. I don't have any pain. I would have had any pain if I had a loss, but I don't have any loss.
Pain.
What pain do I have? I don't have any pain. So what Jax was trying to tell you is that there are people who, right? Let me answer you, Jax, in a very simple way. Raila does not know how to keep friends. He does not know how to keep people who have helped him along the way. That is his biggest undoing politically. There are people who he ought to have kept in his camp, people like Wetangula, people like Mudavadi, people like Lusaka, I think was in his camp, people like Kingi, so many people like even the Jichopevu guy was in Raila's camp. Even Hassan Omar was in Raila's camp. Aisha Jumwa was in Raila's camp. These people, it's not like they didn't have value. They had got people who follow them. And looking at the number of votes that he lost, it's only 200,000. If he had Wetangula back on his side, he could just stoop low and say, you know, even getting a running mate, even towards the election in August, they could not even suggest whether to bring Kalonzo on board or not. Most of his lieutenants were pushing Kalonzo away, that he doesn't have value. So you can imagine how many votes he would have got without Kalonzo. You can just imagine. Yeah, so Kalonzo brought in his big chunk of Kamba votes, and he got something. So Raila should know politically how to keep his house in order.
I can still ask something about Kalonzo. His indecisiveness. One moment he says, I'm going it alone. In fact, even if MVA can remember, he even announced his running mate. You remember the I'm forgetting his name, Sankuli or something. He proposed a running mate. Kidogo kidogo, he's back to Azimio. Kidogo kidogo, he wants to change the Azimio.
So
You know,
Jex,
he was.
let me
Just
interrupt you
moment,
for a second.
there's a question I want to bring home.
Jex, so for a second. So the discussion tonight, is it just revolving around Kalonzo, Raila, Azimio, or what's the topic for tonight?
We are looking at myriad of issues. One of the things we are looking at is before we even blame the servers, where did we go wrong? You know, because by the end of the day, somehow something didn't add up. That's how, despite having the president's backing, despite the deep state and all, something still didn't click quite well to make Raila the president. And today he's out there really in pain, and I feel it for the guy. And my question is, could it have happened differently if, for instance, we had people like you and I talking the truth, not just sugarcoating it, but speaking issues as they were? Because one, we saw Kalonzo here and there. Few weeks even to the elections, he was not so much decided. That way, Ruto still got some votes in Cumberland, right? Do you see such challenges as one of the reasons that attribute to that change or that turnout, either to be low, suppress it, or not to give Raila the winning margin? I don't know now if we are at par with them.
Mzalendo, hebu nimeitwa hapa, nataka kusema kitu. Observer, something like Jex aliuliza about unapata Raila gets good people, but immediately after them getting something, they run away. One thing that might be there, this is called ideology. One thing that I might say, I think like the people who come to Raila, they don't have the vision and the ideology that Raila has, you know. And since they know that Raila has a fan base, you know, once you are there, you are going to get what you want. Immediately after getting what you want, you will, because like you don't understand the ideology. Even you as a person, as a leader, you don't have something that you stand for. Yeah, that is one. Secondly, I disagree with the MVA. You know, the people that surrounds Baba again, and this is something that will also kill us. They are very selective on what kind of information do you want to consume. You know, if a very criticizing information is coming in where we are going wrong, what comes back is kwamba wewe umelipwa kuja kutu. But you might find that somebody is criticizing something like, if you are in a strategic kind of like a meeting, you are somebody who is a strategist, and you see there's a wrong somewhere, and you come and say, okay, this person is doing this to Baba, which is not good. Even if this person is saying the truth, you will not like the person because you feel this person is going to do what? Is kind of like going to bring us down, and then you repel, and this person will do what? Will go. And it's about also keeping promises. Is a very important thing, you know. And this is caused by the people who surrounds Baba. You can agree with me, Mr. Moses. There was a time immediately after the election, I don't know, there was a funeral that was somewhere, and there's something that Otinda Molo said, and people did not listen. Go to that clip where Otinda Molo said, like, that those who are with Baba, but they don't tell the Baba the truth. Otinda Molo said that, you know, the people that were surrounding everything. And another thing, maybe something that might also, I'm not very sure. Me as a person, Baba is my guy because I love his ideology and the kind of society I envision that, and I see that's a very good society. But another thing you have to look at is like this, what we call free and fair. Yeah. When you go to nomination, that is usually the determinant of the election, you know, because there are those who have where the common men or the citizenry feel like this is the person who should lead us. But this person might win at the polling station when they're doing nomination, but the certificate he doesn't get at Orange House. You know that. How is the Mwananchi going to feel? Because like they feel like this person is carrying our vision, but the person who is coming is not the person that they were for. But what will happen is, that's now where you find like maybe some Nyanza people are not voting 100% because the few people are very disappointed along the way. You know, even though the ODM member will win due to the fact that that is our ODM zone, but it's not going to win with a larger percentage because there are people who feel like what they wanted is not given to them. That one also might cause. Let us just, it's something that we reason, because these are some of the things that we see. Look at even during the election in Nyanza. In Nyanza, before even Raila went for campaign in Nyanza, it was rescheduled like around 2 times, and the reason why, because there was rebellion. You know, so that urge to go and vote, and you say like so and so tried. Somebody that we felt could have been somebody who would fight for us is not going there. So like the majority of people are not going to vote. That is something that is there. So the surrounding, the nomination, and those who like in ODM are not very kind with their words. You know, their words might be hurting, you know, they just speak, you know, yeah. And they're not, for instance, I want to give you an instance. I wish you were in my WhatsApp, and there's some things that I really said on WhatsApp because I was in a strategic meeting of Kisumu on Asoba, people who, and I kind of like told them what should be done, and like they say, hii mambo hata huyu jamaa alikuwa ananiambia umelipwa, because if you say the truth, because you're telling them not what they want to hear. And I told them that the way you are acting, the way you are giving us all this information about election, some of them you have to kind of like filter them and see they're not making sense, you know. And when you look at when people are going for Supreme Court, I did not agree with the judgment, but look how the Azimio went vis-a-vis the Kenya Kwanza lawyers went. What did you take there? Those people were very calm and collected, but sisi tulienda na mwembe. Unaona? Hey. So as you know, it's something that you sit and analyze and see, could, you know, I might be wrong, but those are kind of like observation I'm making, and they've been with me for the longest time.
Maybe MVA, I think I'll simplify my question because I felt you're the right person to answer me. What happens when, for instance, I know in the US, when a Republican loses a seat, or the president, the candidate from the Republican loses a seat, do those members from the Republican shift their allegiance to Democrat? Or they still remain in the party? My issue was the allegiance. I don't know if now my question is making sense. Umenipata sasa? My question is, do they change? Because people change immediately after the elections. One day they were saying Raila Tosha. Few hours. Actually, if you remember, is it UDM? Even before Ruto was sworn in, they had already shifted. What would you attribute it to? Is it a wrong political outlook that we have as a country?
It's not the way you put it, but if you look at the UDM party, that region has always been like how do you say it? A battleground. They always go with the government of the day. Unaona?
Okay.
It's not that the Baba pushed them away. Ali Roba and the team, they go with the government of the day. And that's what happened. And then Kenya, the democracy in Kenya is different from the one in the US. Unaona? Like here, a Republican, whether your presidential candidate wins or loses, you remain loyal to the party, or you can also shift and go to the other party. I've known several congressmen who has done the same,
But majorly they remain.
Majorly you remain in your party.
Because there is what you call ideologies, right?
Yeah.
Like there is what ODM stands for, right?
But I don't know if that really matters in Kenya.
Okay.
But here in the US is a big thing, the ideology. Like right now, the ideology here that the Republicans are trying to campaign along next election is that Democrats are trying to allow men to compete on women's sports. That's the transgender issue, the LGBTQ, and then the abortion. Those are two main agendas for Republicans in their next election. Or if I'm wrong, Mzalendo can jump in. It's in the US too.
I think you are right. That has always been the elections in the US are different from back at home. Here, elections are issue based. In Kenya, there are personality cults that we follow, but not on issues. So here, like just the same way you said, Republicans are leaning towards the education, what they are educating your children in school. They want to take over the school board, things like that, and the LGBTQ issue, and what else? Immigration,
and also when you are born as a kid, the Democrats are trying to come up with a legislation that you will be allowed to sign your gender when you are over 18. That your parents are not allowed to put your gender in your birth certificate, like if you are a male or a female.
No, that's already in place. That is already in place.
Very
Not
wrong.
in all the states, but it's already in place. If your child, I mean, if you have your wife, your child will choose his own gender when they are 18. That is the right of. It is a right. It
Very
is not
messed up society.
It is a right. So that is up to the parents to decide whether they want to name their kid or not. So they will name their kid when the kid decides which kind of sex that he or she wants to be. Hata wakiona this kid is sincerely a male, they leave it up to the child to decide at the age of 18. So these are some of the rights that have not caught up with us, but them, they are very, very, very deeply rooted into those kinds of rights.
Yeah,
that is why now MVA, you saw why Trump won the Anglican Church community is because he was pushing the agenda for the church.
That's where the conservative Christians come along,
Before
acha niwe na Black kidogo, namuona ako na jambo.
before the elections, during the campaign period, while we were here campaigning for various sides, political sides, there was an aspect that I tried to bring across, and that was that one of the independence.
Oh, Black, now I remember you. We used to debate
Yeah.
sometimes. Wondering who's
Yes.
Black.
Yeah. Safi sana bro, niaje. Yeah. Home is home. Home is best. Yeah, this is our home. So now the issue of independence. I don't know why people hawajapokea hii issue our independence, but to me I believe this would be the best way to go, at least to solve the problems that we have. You know, this partisan politics is the cause and the root cause of all these problems that we have, because unapata mtu yuko wrong, this is a rogue person, completely rogue, but he will do all his wrongness to make sure that he gets a party ticket, knowing that this ticket iko popular at a particular region where he's trying to buy from, na anapita direct. Unaona? But if we can normalize voting in independence, you know, then now we will move away from the party politics to the politics of how best these individuals can work for us and can deliver for us. I don't know what you think about this aspect. I mean, I brought it along wakati ule wa campaigns, watu wakabishana, and now it's coming, it's coming out clear.
If I can engage you as well,
okay.
As much as I'm moderating, I like what you say, but equally it comes with its own share of challenges. Look at what happened in Meru. We have a governor who is on an independent ticket, but because we have MCAs who come from a given party, and there are many in number, they collude together and decide to impeach you. And because you don't have MCAs backing you either from a party, and probably actually he was saved because of the goodwill of the president or maybe the party leader of UDA. But if that was not the case, independent candidates somehow would have challenges, and that's why you find most of them, even after election, most of them had to choose a political line, whatever. They had to choose sides, and most of them ended up choosing UDA and all. But my submission would be, it's the best form of idea, but also how will we now also grow our politics to be level where we have parties that are strong, vibrant, like those in the US or even in other African countries, that we have strong political parties. So as much as I celebrate independence, but equally political parties equally also play a big role. So both sides of the coin, they do help or they matter, but in actual sense, our country, Kenya, how do we grow to the level of having a strong political party if we end up also supporting independent? And some of these independent guys, some of them come because they are aggrieved by the political parties in the first place. It's not that they stood as independent in the first place. No, most of them come.
But most turn out to be the best.
Just one moment. Most of them fail in the party primaries. Some of them, because they don't like the guy either who was pushed by the thorax by the party, they end up being independent. Some turn out to be good. Others don't end up coming back again. For example, you remember the senator for Kirinyaga? The senator for Kirinyaga, the first term, aliingia vizuri together with Waiguru. Then he felt, I need to be a governor. He forgot what took him there or how he ended up being a senator. So he wanted to be a governor. Unfortunately, he didn't make it actually. So such dynamics are difficult. Others begin as independent. Eventually, they find themselves in parties. For example, Muhammad Ali, you remember him? He was independent, and then later on he joined UDA. As much as he was independent, he supported ODM. So it's tricky. It's independence. If they will be independent through and through, it will be okay. I don't know what MP would say.
And also on that part, I just remembered when you asked me about MP's allegiance in the US. And like in Kenya, like if you look at president here in the US, how they work, you don't see Biden inviting opposite members of Congress members of senators from the other party to the State House and taking a picture and be like, oh, we will be working together. Now and then, hey, MPs from, let's say, from Texas, hey, so and so from Ted Cruz from Texas is going to work with me. Instead, what they do here, for a president to work well or coordinate well, he invites the minority leader who comes to the State House and they say not State House, but the White House, and they talk about the issues, how they can pass bills bipartisanly. Unaona, it's not like Kenya whereby a president, as soon as, for example, when Ruto won, he started bringing in the opposition members of parliament. Every day it was pictures. Every day it was pictures at the State House. Like, hey, members from this place, members from this place, they are willing to work with the government. I think that's not the way it is done. It should be done. Like here, even Trump, when Trump was president and they were trying to pass this, no, not pass this, but when there was a governmental shutdown, Trump had like a 30 minutes conversation with Chuck Schumer, who was the minority leader by then in the Senate. Now he's the majority leader. And Nancy Pelosi, who was the speaker. And they were in the opposite party. And they came and talked about the issues that they can work together to bring the country together and to benefit the people. It's not like Ruto bringing individual member of parliaments. Not like that.
Just to add on that, Jakes, when there's a crisis in the US, for example, the COVID that was not anticipated and it was not in the budget, so they have to pass these billions of dollars in the budget, and Republicans are the ones controlling the Senate, and Democrats are controlling Congress. Yes, it can pass Congress, but it has to pass through this to go to Senate.
Okay.
That time, the president invites senators to the White House and tells them, "This is what we have, America."
No, president does not invite the Senate.
President invites people at the White House.
The Senate leadership.
No,
the president.
Please make Google your friend. Eh?
No, it's not about Google. I also I watch news and
don't just watch news. Don't just watch news. Don't just watch news.
News brings.
Biden invited 10 Republican senators to the White House. You understand that? Yes, Republicans, not Democrats.
It's the leadership of the opposite party.
They are the opposite party.
Like the Senate majority or minority leader.
They are called Republicans. Whether they are a minority or what, they are called Republicans. What I'm trying to tell you,
not all of them. Their leader, the minority.
You're both right, but now
you cannot have 10 minority leaders. You cannot have 10 majority leaders in Senate. You can only have one.
The majority and minority leader.
I am telling you, Biden invited. Jakes, can you just check this up and bring it out? Biden when the COVID in 2020 is when we had COVID.
Yeah.
Biden invited 10 legislators from the Republican Party. Please, don't go on air trying to refute this. It is something that is there. So they discussed and they passed the budget. So this was bipartisan. Anytime there is an issue, he invites the leaders. But sometimes they can refuse, even when there is a ball or maybe there is something happening in the White House. The president can invite leaders from the Republican side. If they agree to go, it is up to them. But it is not like you have to invite one person to do what. There is something that when there is a celebration in the White House, the Republican parties by law are supposed to attend, and they are invited by the president. So that one happens. On the issue, let's go back to our country. On the issue of I think Mtembei has put it up there. You can put it up for this guy to read. Oh, it is you. So you can read it. We don't talk things that we don't know. We talk things that we are aware of. Now,
You're
on
both
the
right.
issue of political parties in Kenya, you know, there was this law, JEX, where independent candidates, Parliament was trying to pass a law whereby you cannot go independent after vying for in a particular party, and that law was thrown out in court. That you can still be independent after losing in the nominations, in the primaries. The political party leaders, this is what they wanted. They wanted that if you vie on their political party and you lose or you are rigged out, you are not supposed to go independent. You are supposed to stick in that particular outfit. But that denies you your fundamental rights as an aspirant, because you should have options to vie and represent your people. So that thing was thrown out of court. The other thing is that independent candidates have not really been accepted in the Kenyan electoral process. It is they always appear as people who have been rejected by political parties. The reason why political parties have to be there are the political leaders like Raila, Kalonzo are really fighting to remain in within their political outfits, because political parties in Kenya receive funding from the state. They receive funding, wanapata funding according to the numbers of seats wako nazo pale bungeni na Senate. They get funding from government. So that is the reason why they are not going to wind up very, very soon. And many people are forming political party for this money. Iwe kidogo ama aje uko na ma MCAs kadhaa and you have a small political party, that is a funding that you get from government. And this funding is very, very evil, because political parties are supposed to look for money to run their own affairs. But since that thing was passed, ODM is not winding up very, very soon. ANC will not wind up very, very soon. The Wiper party will never wind up anytime soon, even if they don't have any agenda, because hiyo ni duka ya Kalonzo Musyoka na party yake ya Wiper. ODM ni duka ya Raila Odinga na watu wake. So they will not wind up, because they are getting 350 million every year as funding from the state. So nyinyi mnataka baba apate pesa wapi? Hiyo ni duka yake. Kalonzo the same. Yeah.
I get into another call soon, okay?
Swali, kulingana na the history of our Kenyan parties, most of the time when the leader goes, the party also disappears along with him. From time immemorial, kuanzia KANU all the way here. Leader akiondoka uongozini or akiondoka duniani, hiyo party wanga imekufa. Unaona tena watu wana move wanaenda party nyingine. Kufuatilia KANU, PNU, NAK, Kenya, watu blah 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 up until now. So, I mean, what do you think of that trend?
Black, unaona the trend, yeah, because our political parties are very, very, they don't have strong structures that bind the parties. These political parties are formed during election time, and their main aim is to grab power. And most of them, you'll find that they don't even conduct elections. They don't even conduct elections. You've never heard of Wiper changing its leadership at any given time. You never hear of ODM trying to conduct grassroots mobilization and changing its leaders on the grassroots. Or if they attempt to, sometimes it turns out to be very, 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 very chaotic. So when a political leader moves to winds up his political outfit, most likely is going to form another political outfit. Why? Because Kenyan voters follow these individuals. They don't, the people who support Azimio or the people who support ODM or Wiper, they have no ideology. If you ask these people who are commenting on the background, hata kuambia ideology moja or mbili tu za ODM or what Raila stands for, they don't even know. They don't know whether they stand for social justice, whether it stands for capitalism, whether it's communist. You know, they really don't know where what their political parties do stand for. They follow the individual. So that is the problem with the Kenyan political party, because most of them, first, they don't do civic education to their people, and the reason why they want to really get power. And if they did a lot of civic education with the millions that they are getting from government, then you will see the kind of the crop of leaders that we have from these political parties changing from time to time. I hope I answered your question, Blake.
Yeah, ndio. And then to the issue of maandamano, as much as yes, we do appreciate that our brothers and sisters are aggravated about a few things here and there that they feel they want to relay out there in the form of protesting. Don't you think there ought to be a way that it would be a win-win situation, that they could do their protests and as well not interfere with the normal running of other Kenyans who are not participants of those protests? For example, on Biashara. I don't know what you think about if it would be organized in a way that they would, prior to the protest date, inform the police that they would go through this road, that road, and particular road, just like the way we have marathons, right? They usually close particular roads for the marathons. Why can't we have that kind of arrangement whereby they would prepare those roads or close down those roads that these people have said prior to that protest date that they would use for their protest? That way biashara itaendelea, traffic ita move smoothly, kila kitu ita move smoothly, na wao pia protest yao itaenda smoothly. I mean, what do you think of that?
Mzalendo, if I can try to answer that one, as also I try to contribute. You see, one, I would want to ask, why choose on a weekday? Why choose on a working day? Why not on a Sunday? Why not on a Saturday? Why choose on a day that the country needs to make money? Of course, they want to send a message. Yes, they want to either cripple the economy or something. But by the end of the day, there is an objective to all they want to do. And also, what you're asking, why would it be like almost an organized demonstration? You know, if we have that, it would mean it's something that everyone is in agreement with. Number two, it would mean the police will be used to facilitate the maandamano. But now you see, this is a wrong approach to this issue, in this sense that, one, the government doesn't agree with it, so and the police tend to follow the government in one way or another. So it cannot be as you. It is the ideal and most best way, if we would have it, that if they are passing through a certain route, a certain road or something, that road be cordoned for them, that these guys are passing through here from this hour to this hour, you know. But I don't think that can come. It can come if this thing sends a message, and that message is appreciated by everybody. But you see, already the message is not accepted by the government, so it cannot go that way. Number two, someone said in the show earlier on, I don't know if it's today or some days back, that Maandamano bila tear gas or those fracas is not sweet. So they would want to create something that sends a message. So to them, it's not having it almost peaceful or almost organized. No, that really might not really send the message, but to have some degree of disorganization, to have some degree of fracas here and there, some running here and there, some tear gas here and there, that to them, that makes news, number one. That creates attention, and that probably might facilitate dialogue if that's what they're looking for. So by the end of the day, that day or that Maandamano thing, it has to have some desired outcome. So to me, I don't know if that is the maoni ya Mzalendo, but to me, I would think inaweza kuwa ngumu sana kuorganize. Itaweza kuwa ngumu. It's not easy to find a Maandamano that is organized. If it is organized, probably even the state supports it, or there's no much thing at stake. Then in Kenya, tuko na diverse. Kuna wase wenye kama hakajashika sana in terms of kurusha mawe na nini haija. In any case, if the last Maandamano didn't have any form of violence, I don't think Raila would go for it again. But simply because it created some talk, some news, some eyebrow raising, I think that's why it's attracting all this attention. Mzalendo, I don't know what you think.
Let me say that Jex, you really tried to answer that question, and I would give you an 8 out of 10.
It's a good score.
But in a simple answer, you see, like the way we are we are three of us here, we have got different ways of expressing ourselves. Yeah. Demonstrations are expressions. So you will find different characters with different motives. And in the characters, there are other people who are also criminals who have come to loot. So there is no way, or you can have an organized kind of demonstration. All right, it's because of these characters. So most of the time, you will find that happening in our demonstrations. Like for example, what is going to happen on Monday? The police are saying that the routes that whatever the ODM, whatever was presented was a bit late, and they don't know the routes that these people are going to take. So most of the time itakuwa ni kukimbizana na polisi up and down, because they are not supposed to follow this place, they are directed to another place. So that is how it's going to happen.
Even
But
as Mzalendo sorts out I see Ashley has joined us. Ashley, how are you?
Hi, Ashley.
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. How are you?
We are well. Thank you for joining us. Black had posed a question, and that's what we were trying to tackle. Mzalendo had to go back screen to sort out one or two things happening live at his home. But anyway, we were discussing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe Black is better asking that question than me.
Yeah. Hi, Ashley. How are you? Nice to see you again. In regards to the Maandamano, that is, we already know that ticketing is catered for in the Constitution. It is very legal, so it is allowed. But you see, what if perhaps, because kuna wale wanataka kwenda maandamano, and there are those that don't want to go for the maandamanos. There are those that want to open their business up, but the maandamanos, cause some interference with their business, so they have to close. Now, what do you think of a situation whereby prior to the Maandamano, the protesting date, that is, they would give up a notice to the police whereby they would state the routes which they would use, I mean, the roads which they would use, that is, so that those roads would then be cordoned. Now, the police, that's where they come in, or rather, the government through the police will come in to facilitate this Maandamano, which is legal, by cordoning these roads or closing down these roads so that the Maandamanos would follow these roads bila any interruptions, without causing any traffic mayhems and so on and so forth. And that way, other people that may not have wanted to be in the Maandamanos would not be inconvenienced. They would be having other routes to use, let's say for their cars, na wale wana biashara wataweza kufungua biashara zao kule kwengine ambapo watakuwa wanaweza cooperate, because watakuwa wameshajua in advance that a particular road, kama the way we usually have marathons, right? Wanganafunganga barabara fulani because wakimbizi watapita na hapo, wakimbiaji watapita na hapo. So what if we could have the same arrangement with the protests in Kenya? What do you think?
Is that a question for me?
No, it's a question that I posed for the whole panel. I mean, that in a way that it would be a win-win situation for everyone. I mean, what do you think of that arrangement, that is? Or if you have any other solution or suggestion that perhaps protest could be made in a way that haitaleta shida kwa watu wenye wataka kwenda maandamano. Jake said that it's best to be done in a weekend instead of a weekday. What of yours? Mine was to cordon the roads, which they would have stated prior to the protest date that they would use. Polisi wafunge hizo njia hiyo siku.
Unaona hiyo swali umeuliza Black. First of the ratio of police to wananchi, I don't know kama unaijua Kenya. So the protest does not just start in the CBD. Ukae kujua these people wanatoka mahali fulani, kama wanatoka Kibra ama wanatoka sehemu zingine za Eastlands, they come in a group. So there is this person who is running matatu business, anataka kubeba watu waende job Tao, na anatoka Eastland, seme hata Buruburu ama wapi ama Umoja, amebeba watu wanataka kwenda huko. No, first nobody would risk their commercial vehicle kwenda hiyo CBD. Hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza. That's why businesses have to close. Nobody wants to risk their personal vehicle to go and open a shop where they don't know what will happen. It's unpredictable.
No, that uncertainty, Mzalendo, is what now we are trying to say yenye naletanga shida. Now, what can we do? What we ought to do? And also let appear, thank God, also Ashley ameingia. Maybe she can also put in her views such that protests can happen, yes, but without distraction or interference to either the business people, to the ongoing traffic, whether people are going to town or coming from town, going about their business, and as well protests inaendelea sawa. So that's when I came with a suggestion whereby, just as we usually have marathons happens, right? Wanatumianga barabara from point A to point B. So if hawa watu wenye wanataka kuleta hii protest waseme, okay, we are going to have a protest on date XYZ or 1 2 3, and we're going to use a particular road, this and this and this and this, and our intended destination is a particular place. So that way then barabara zitaweza kufungwa kwa hizo routes zenye watakuwa wamesema in advance kwamba watatumia. So on that particular day there'll be barabara, magari haitapita hapo because it will be specifically reserved for protesters to use that and ticket. So that is one question that I had asked. Maybe Ashley, since ameingia tu sahi, it would only be fair, Mzalendo, if we accord her that opportunity to give her views.
Why
Maybe
don't
also
we,
Mr. Nakama.
we haven't heard from Jake. What is his view? I'll come next.
Jake said that why do these people have to do these mandamanos during the weekdays and why not the weekends? That's what was his suggestion.
I think we missed the point. Why are people congregating for demonstrations?
They want to relay a particular feeling about something, It doesn't have to be necessarily. It doesn't have to be necessarily a negative feeling. It could be a positive feeling.
No, we are talking. People get out of their normal. It's not. We are not talking about idlers who have nothing to do. We are talking about adults who stop their work to go to the streets. It has to really be something that is vital that they want to see change. Do you think if you do not make that person who is refused to listen and has made you go to the streets, if you make them comfortable and don't inconvenience them, that they are going to hear, or are you just going to waste your time?
Now, it's a rhetoric question to me, I would say. Sorry.
No, I'm trying to get the answer from you. I'm trying to get the answer out of you.
I mean, do you have to make me uncomfortable for me to listen to you?
No, I didn't think you are. What I'm trying to say is,
I mean, the way you're putting it is that for one to protest, they have to make someone else uncomfortable for them to be heard.
No. Okay, let me put it another way. What I meant is, if you look, when you're protesting, it's because there is an injustice that you have tried to address in every other way possible. And this person now you're protesting against has refused to give you ear. Now, if you go on weekends where you're not inconveniencing anybody, or you go to certain routes which are not going to inconvenience anybody, that said person will continue to ignore you. So in order to be heard, in order not to be ignored, you have to inconvenience them. You have to make them as uncomfortable as possible, as quickly as possible, to get to your resolution as quickly as possible. If you only go on weekends, or you only go to a certain road, like Gachagua says, you can demonstrate all you want for the next 5 years, and that will continue to do your work. So in order to have an effect, you need to get 1 million people who will agree to stay from the whole, not the whole week, but the whole month, if they have to, in those Maandamanos, day and night, and bring everything to a standstill. So whoever it is that you're demonstrating against can know that you mean business and listen to you, what you have to say, and let them tell you what they can and cannot do. And that's why you see when people are kidnapped for ransom, it's because they want whoever they want ransom from to be taken seriously. So by the time someone is going to Maandamano, they want to be taken seriously. So they should not come and play games. They should come to Maandamano meaning business, and to show that person, whoever you're going against, that you mean business. And that cannot be done by coming on weekends. That cannot be done by being nice. By the time you're coming to Maandamano, it can be without, if you remember the march to Selma during the civil rights movement, there were very many people, and they were told not to occupy the whole road, but they wanted to bring everything to a standstill so that those who were ignoring them could stop ignoring them and come and address the issue. So actually the reason I got on this forum today was on the same issue. I hadn't even had your question, but I was like, earlier I had listened to you and you're just talking about political parties. Now you're talking about Maandamano. What we forget is that in America, if someone is killed, even just anybody, unknown person, the most recent person was Petito. What was her name? Josh. Petito. When she was killed, even the president talked about her. The whole country, the governor of the state of Florida was there every day briefing people about her. Yet we are here talking like nothing is happening in our country when our children are being killed and we are just there. Let me tell you, this Babu Owino likes to quote this, and I want to also do that today and say, first, they came for the socialite, and I did not speak because I was not a socialite. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. So what we see happening in our justice system today is what we call creeping normality. And I'm looking online and they say it's a process by which major change can be accepted as normal and acceptable if it can happen slowly through a small, often unnoticeable increments of change. The change could otherwise be regarded as remarkable and objectable if it took place in a single step or a short period of time. You see, like this case of Jeff, the way the DCI is saying we are still investigating, and then a month will go, and then 2 months will go, and then people will get lax. Just they did like Msando's case, the way it was emotional, and now we no longer speak about it. Yet, some of these between Uhuru, Ruto, and Raila, one of them is a murderer of Msado. Between the three again, the guy who just died in Sioka, who we have forgotten, is still killed by them. Yet we are here talking about their needs, political parties. Well, we are being killed one by one, silently. And as the people, instead of going, yes, demonstrations are important, but between this demonstration we are doing for IEBC, high cost of living, I think even we have not shown our leaders that we are important. So we will be killed like chicken, but they do not have any time to stand there and even address what is going on, and we are taking it. I really have a problem with that, and I hope we will be, us, the people in the diaspora, should be able to tell our people in Kenya how it is done. We should come together, we should put up a reward and reward somebody who is willing and able to come forward and give witness to what happened. If it is 1 million, if it's 10 million, we can raise that money, we can give that person who will give a full account of what happened. But yet we are here talking about politics because it hasn't happened to you. When it happens to you, we'll ignore you, we'll continue talking about politics. In the end, who will be left to talk for me when it's my turn and there's no one left to talk? Or when it's become so normal, that's not even a thing, that our narrative is shaped by our politicians. And our politicians talk about themselves, because even this thing about, all these things, even about, if today Ruto gave Raila a position that he feels comfortable about, prime minister position, I'm telling you, the cost of living will become have like a past. So it is only on the table because he wants people to come with him so he can fight for what he wants for himself. Otherwise, why isn't he adding Msado? Yet he's adding the IEBC 4 commissioners. Msado was killed up to today, and his case, they refused the FBI to come and help. Yet we don't talk about it. We think talking about the demonstrations for political parties, for high cost of living that they have caused. Ruto says Uhuru and Raila stole the money. Has he told us, or have we demanded of him to tell us how far he is along in getting back the money? He doesn't intend to get back the money. Have we asked him? No, we are not asking him. We are still talking about the high cost of living. Why haven't we asked Raila? Is it true that you stole the money with Uhuru? Then how can you, then you are pretending to come and tell us there is a high cost of living. Well, you know, you looted so that Ruto would have nothing in the government. It is us. And then we are here talking about what they want us to talk about. When are we going to talk about what benefits us? Is my question to the panelists today and those that are listening.
Now, thank you for that. Earlier on, before you came, I had asked a question because I like when I'm submitting and then at the same time, I also ask a question in between. Now, as to first to respond to your earlier sentiments about kwanza, I spoke about political parties, and then tukaongea kuhusu maandamano. I skipped maandamano. It was an open session your time by the time you were coming in. But now to go back to what I wanted to tell you, kuna swali niuliza hapo mbeleni nikasema, among the directives that the Raila had put across to his followers and I mean kwa ile siku ya protest was that they should boycott some certain brands or some certain organizations. Among them was Safaricom. Now the question I asked is, if that is done, right? We all know there are people who work for M-Pesa na watu wengi ni watu wa kujisaidia tu, biashara yake ndogo, ametafuta 30,000 hapa mahali, akaenda akafungua kibanda yake ndogo M-Pesa. These people rely on that. M-Pesa is a Safaricom brand. What happens to these people? You see, it means their jobs are at stake. M-Pesa has employed so many watu wadogo chini mashinani. Now, the question was, isn't that so selfish of this person that wants to have his agenda put forward at the expense of this mwananchi mdogo, and there are people that are celebrating him for that?
Like I said, they are all selfish. And that is what I say. They set the narrative. You're asking that, they don't care. That's what I was trying to say in what I just said. They are setting the narrative and we are biting it. We are taking the bait and talking about their issues. How about we ignore them and tell them, before we go for Maandamano for this, we want to know who killed Msado. You say it is Ruto. Why have you not demanded that they do an investigation? Why don't you start with that? Let us find out who killed Msado. So we are not supporting a murderer. Let's start there. Before we go ahead with anything else, let us start and see who is killing these people, the IDP officials that are dead, let alone those ones that have been fired. Because a fired IDP official can get another job. What about those that are dead? Who murdered them? Why aren't we talking about that? We tell them, yes, we are going to talk about your issue after we finish our issue. And this is the issue we have with you, Ruto. Why are you putting more positions, burdening them wananchi, yet you're saying there's no money to lower the cost of living? Let us talk about that. Tell Raila, let us first Maandamano that Ruto do an investigation and find out who killed Msando. Then from there we can go to the next step. And also we want the money that was stolen to be returned. And those who stole the money to be brought to book. That is what we want to discuss. They don't have to tell us what we want to discuss. We can tell them, no, that is not very important right now. This is what we want. And that is what in America they do. So the people's voice have to be heard, but we have to assert ourselves to our leaders because they are supposed to be they are called civil servants. They are the servants, not us. How about we tell them what we want to talk about, not them coming and telling us what to do. We tell them what we want to do. If they don't want, we can find other leaders who will do what we want. That is what the problem I feel is.
Actually, you have a very, very good point. And you are talking about a modern society, like where you are, how things are supposed to be done. In Kenya or in Africa, let me talk about Kenya politics. Who is supposed to represent you? We have our elected leaders. Our elected leaders, like you have your MP from where you come from, is supposed to bring up this issue you're talking to us right now. What have you done as a person to contact your local leader to present that particular issue? And what is the response of that particular leader? Because ordinary citizens like you and I have got no voice. Then we have the media. The media, which is the fourth estate, is supposed to be the other fourth watchdog that is supposed to bring out these issues. But who owns the media? It is the politicians again themselves. But I like what the civil
but
society is doing, yeah?
Mzalendo, I still agree with you, but still equally would wish to differ respectively, especially in that part of the media. You see, we have a media that moves so quick or fast to the next breaking news. They don't even give us an opportunity to digest what they had previously told us. Yani, it is one news after the other. They don't at times even go for facts. They can report an issue before if it is fully baked. And while the listener or the viewer is trying to come to terms with the news, they have already moved on to the next one and the next. So at times you even lose track, There are so many things that happens, like there is this murder after another murder. Before that murder, there is drought. Now we're not even talking about drought. That one is now a forgotten story. We are not talking of floods, and even there's a child who has already been swept by them already. Before that, there was a child whose eyes were gouged out. Before that, there was Jeff. There is one news after another. So I agree with Ashley, but at times it's not even easy to keep up. Because before we talk of Musando, there was Flani. This news will always be making headlines. But how do we have responsible journalism that they follow up, like those are segment by Rubadiri of Citizen would say, least you forget, like she would remind us of things that happened, probably corruption scandals and all, what happened, like a follow-up form of journalism. We don't really have it. So the more they keep it out of our minds, as the Englishman once said, out of mind and it is as good as forgotten. So to me, I think the problem is that we are a society that keeps on brushing back. Bad or good memories zinakuwa brushed. At times don't make sense of what happens, tunazisukuma tu. So I agree with you, Mzalendo, but I equally disagree that the media somehow they go with what is trending, with what gives them money at that hour. They don't mind if they'll go back, revise a news they did last week, last year, last month. Maybe it was a headline of someone who was killed. We don't know what happened. Like Maribe's case, once, especially even the courts, once mtu ametoka nje on bond or ama on bail, hiyo news inaacha kuwa hot news. Like what happened to the Migori governor and the lady Sharon. We don't know what happened. So to me, I think at a media way not to fail. So it's not easy to keep up, as Ashley you're advising, which is rightful, but at times it's not easy to keep up. Jeff's news right now might be the hot thing, but it will be overtaken with events very soon. And it will be another report. Just like you're raising about Msando and other people, it will be like that. It is not really our fault. We wouldn't wish iwe hivyo. But I think it's a culture that has happened and it's a sad one. But we really need to, maybe as even journalists report, they need to follow up to see if justice was really served. I don't know, Mzalenda, what you think.
No, you know what? Yes.
I don't see the journalists come where the news is. Journalists are not the gatekeepers. It is us to make it happen, the people. And when there is news, when people cause ablaze, journalists will be forced to come to cover the news. So it is not the journalists who are failing us. It is not the media that is failing us. It is us that are failing us. And that's why I asked if you kept quiet because it wasn't your child, if it wasn't your brother or your sister, then they came for, what I was talking. It wasn't about the journalists. It was us as the people, because we know about these events and we let them pass. We want to shift blame to the journalists. Why aren't we our brothers' keepers? Why can't we do something as Kenyans and refuse to move on? Because we are making these things normal. And soon it will be you, soon it will be me. Remember during a long time, they used to have someone would call you on the phone and you'd go and they would cut off your breast. If you're a woman, they would cut off of your private parts if you're a man. And that seemed to be coming back because we are not saying anything. And we are talking about things that are not that close to our hearts that like these ones are. Because the people we are talking about have security. You don't have security. So we should be talking about our security first before we talk about their issues. What's so hard about Kenyans refusing to go to work and going to the streets? You will see the journalists come there. If you go to the streets for 2 days and refuse to move, they'll come and cover you because you're making news. So what can we do to sensitize people and not have the politicians be the ones who are telling us what is important to them, but us deciding what is important to us and demanding our government serve us because we pay taxes to them. So we demand that instead of them taking our money and dividing it amongst themselves to get themselves richer as we get poorer, that we demand they give us service that we have. Like now, why is Sakaja not talking about what is happening in his county? Why? He's being paid well. There are MCAs in Kasarani. There is a president. He's only talking about Raila because Raila is giving him sleepless nights. Yes, we keep writing here on social media, justice for Jeff. Is it going to come from heaven? No, it's coming from us. If we go to the streets, like we are going when Raila calls us, DCI is going to do something because then we are disturbing the normal running of the city. That's what I talk about. Demonstration is not child's game. By the time you decide to close your business and go to demonstrate, it means that you have not been heard. Like in America, when someone dies, like when they have these unjust killings, people storm the streets, they sleep on the road, everything stops. And there's a time in Birmingham, Alabama, someone was killed. It was about something to do with racism. They went and started uprooting those old monuments. And it was a big monument and it would have fallen on somebody. And the mayor of that county went and told them, go home. I promise you, before you wake up, this thing will be down. That is what a demonstration is supposed to do. It is supposed to cause an action from that person who has ignored you. So you have to demonstrate really loud so that you can be heard by those who are trying to ignore you. You demonstrate really loud until they cannot ignore you. I saw Charlene Ruto trying to come up and pretend to work on some projects. How about we call her and we talk to her about Jeff? Have we done all we can, really? Have we done all we can before we blame the journalists? Have we gone to Mudavadi's spouse? They have a spouse office. How about we go to the spouse office and make her uncomfortable sitting in that office? And then she can rethink if she really wants an office or she wants to go and sit home. If she wants an office, she better get to work. We are not making them work for the money they are taking from us. That's the problem. That's my issue. And I wish we would get so many people angry at how we are being treated by these politicians who are taking our money and squandering it. And all we do here is come and talk and talk and talk. We need to stop talking and start acting.
But number, actually, I think first I appreciate what you said. But I think Sakaja, hapo naweza mtetea kidogo on one end, because I think these demonstrations, rather these protests, are happening in his county. So, of course, in one or another, it involves him because it's happening in his county. It is interrupting with the way that his county normally operates. So I believe he has a say in that. And upon whether he has not told people or rather told us what he's been doing for the county, I think, to be fair, you know, here we like tunapenda kukosoana, tunaambiana hapa na pale pale tumeenda wrong, but I think Sakaja has come forward and told us what he's done for the county.
No, I mean,
to start with,
me wrong. I'm talking about Jeff. You know,
yes.
in and I'm going to give an example with where I am. When there is an issue, a big issue, like, you know, like this lady, you remember the Petito, the one who was killed by her boyfriend?
Yes.
Even the president talked about it.
Yes.
And every day, the governor of where she was from, which was Florida, he came and he updated people because they respect those people who have hired them. The people we have hired to work for us don't respect us. They don't update us. They don't fear that we get mad at them. That's what I'm talking about. Sakaja should come and say, I have gone to Kasarani police station and I've told them I've given 3 days, or he should, maybe they do the business different there. Here the county, the governor has, or, you know, like they can make an order there after the president is them in their respective counties or states. So, you know, like there is an MP for Roy Sambo. There's MCAs in that place. There is a governor. If each of them can come, and I've seen some leaders come and talk, what I'm saying is pile pressure on that department that they should give us. They're quiet. They're not telling us what they're doing. Why? Don't they feel that they're accountable to give us an account of what's going on? In this, I'm just choosing this one case that involves celebrities. What can we do to hold them accountable? Let's start with one case and go from there. What are we people in their diaspora? We can be able to put our muscle in there, not only by mouth coming to Mtembei or whatever other channel we can come. We can get them international lawyers, if possible, and help solve these cases. What can we do? How can we go from talking to action-based?
The problem here is people have become psychophants. They have been hypnotized. It's either you will live or die for Raila or live or die for Ruto. Nobody even no longer talks about the MCA that is right down there kwa wadi yake penye anaishi. I understand. Now this is where now Kenya is at this point.
Yet Anna. They are being paid a lot. We have to make them work for the money.
Ndio maana nasema it is very unfortunate that in our current state of affairs in matters politics, as it is right now, hata wale wenye wameenda kuprotest right there, right? They are throwing stones, some will be arrested, and it's by themselves. Watapigia simu familia yao, wakusanye pesa, wachangie, waende walipe bail, watoke kwa karau kwa police station. Not Raila. Raila will not go bail anyone out. Understand?
So what can you do?
But they fail to realize this, and they are there fighting for someone else's right to be in a particular office of the president, and they forget that they themselves have their needs, which this leader ought to, venye unavyosema, ought to be accounted for. No. So they have either been hypnotized, Kenyans have been blinded, such that they are failing to see what is happening to them, and they are more looking into what is happening to their leader.
National members of parliament, led by Kenya Women Parliamentary Association with our colleagues men, we are here heartbroken that our son Jeff was killed, was sodomized, was thrown from a long-story building. Therefore, we are here to remind our CES Kidiki and also to thank him because he took the first action when I communicated to him and told him we need justice for Jeff. Therefore, today as Kenya Women Parliamentary Association with our colleagues men, we are here again to tell our Kenyans, to tell the criminals, they know themselves, they are known, that we are not going to sleep until there is justice for Jeff. We are here with our colleagues you have seen here. Our simple point at the position is whoever the criminal is, we don't care about your connections. We don't mind how many days our son Jeff is in the grave, but we don't care how the big the criminals are. But this is the first case we have declared as members of parliament that we must get justice for Jeff. And we also thank the government because they have taken an action through the instruction of Kidiki, the CS, that the team of DCI, the police officers, they have been instructed to make sure they do a lot of serious investigation and to give us information about our side. We can no longer sit and watch as our sons, as our youth are being attacked. This looks like it was a very organized movie by the so-called boys. We are aware one of the boys who has been mentioned in most of the cases, he is now planning to leave the country. Therefore, what we are saying today, you might leave the country, but still you shall be haunted by what you have done.
Hey, Jakes,
Yes, sir.
chap namna gani? I hope actually you've been answered. But I think we have a societal problem. This story of Jeff, maybe it's because he's a celebrity involved or something like that. I've not really taken much keen interest on Jeff's story, but I think it is a celebrity kind of thing that is involved around it. The issue that I wanted to tell Ashley is that Kenya, we have a societal problem. Today, it is not the country that we used to live 20 years ago. Today in Nairobi, along Tomboya and Moi Avenue, you can see somebody being mugged. And Kenyans will just walk away. Hakuna mtu atashughulika. Yeah. Unapigwa ngeta hapo, unanyang'anywa kila kitu. You can even be stabbed in the streets, but nobody will even shout or even kukuambia. The closest to help you can get is probably mtu akwambia hey, pole mama. Na ameona tu kinyang'anywa hapo. So we have a problem which I think is deeply rooted, because even as we speak, there are so many Jeffs outside there who have been killed. So many people who have been killed just tonight. And that is the sad bit about the story. But I'm glad the issue has been taken by DCI, and you've seen the parliamentarians. Just as I said earlier, they are our representatives. You bring an issue to them, they'll have to act. And I'm glad the women parliamentarians acted on this one.
Unfortunately, DCI is quiet. And I want to put a point. There's something I've been wanting to say, and I haven't had the chance. I know people have been asking. You see, for those who have watched the picture of the guy, DJ Fatso, in the room with some girls sitting there, and the TV is not playing. They are holding empty glasses. And I was talking to someone who does computers, and they told me there's something called CGI, like the one in the movies, where you can create a scene of something that is not there. So, and even the way they are saying the body was not seen from where it was dropped from, but where it was dropped is where the people are looking. The possibility is that it was placed there, and even the cameras were interfered with at the complex. So these are criminals. And for people to do such a high-tech job of placing a body there, it didn't fall, because if it fell, it would have broken into pieces from the 10th floor, and then it's still intact. There is no way. And they say that DJ Fatso went to the studio in the morning. This is probably what he went to do, to create those scenes, like the way you see Spider-Man walking up a building. It's not real, but it's created because whatever the scene was there was not supposed to be seen, and something else was put in its place. My concern is that there's nobody who has been arrested, even if they were just arrested for filing a fake police report, because in Petito's case, at first the guy wasn't arrested, and that gave him time to flee. But then when they wanted to arrest him, they couldn't find him, and he ended up, in quotes, killing himself, but he was not caught. But had he been caught on time, they would have come to know exactly what happened. So when they say they're investigating and all these people are still out there, don't you think even some of them can start being eliminated to hide the evidence? Because a lot of people are involved here. because even the security at that complex is involved, because there is a possibility their security cameras were also interfered with. So they say delayed justice is the same as justice denied.
Have told Citizen TV that an upcoming interior designer, Jeff Mwathi, did not take his own life but was murdered. Homicide detectives probing the mysterious death of the 23-year-old ruled out suicide, insisting he was killed and thrown off from the rooftop of the 12-story building apartment in Roysambu area of Kasarani. Detectives told Citizen TV that their investigations reveal that there was struggle inside Mugithi musicians Lawrence Njuguna alias DJ Fatso, pointing to a possible fight before Jeff Mwathi was killed. Detectives who took over the case from Kasarani Police Station on Friday last week revealed to Citizen TV that they will be interrogating all those who were in DJ Fatso's house on the day of the incident. The story was produced by our very own Ben Kirui. A week after detectives from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations DCI took over and began a fresh probe into the mysterious murder of Jeff Mwathi, significant progress on the case has been made. Homicide detectives handling the cases told Citizen TV this afternoon that from their probe, the 23-year-old interior designer was murdered and did not jump to his death, as earlier reported. Detectives from the DCI further told Citizen TV that their investigations after the scene reconstruction and forensic analysis points to clear signs of a struggle inside Mugithi musicians Lawrence Njuguna alias DJ Fatso's house. The detectives insist this, pointing out that there was a possibility of a fight before Mwathi was dragged outside and off from the rooftop or from the stairs of the 12-story building apartment. The investigators, in ruling out suicide, believe that Mwathi was murdered before he was thrown off to cover up, make it look like suicide. Initially, it was recorded that Jeff jumped off from the window of the bedroom, but that was ruled out as it is impossible for an adult to fit into the tight window of the window. On Friday morning, homicide detectives investigating the death of Geoffrey Mwathi gave a status report on his death, revealing that process included the interviewing of the first cluster of witnesses in the case, forensic examination of the scene and retrieval of CCTV footages that captured the deceased's last moments. Detectives saying they are now progressing to the second phase of the investigations, where several persons of interest will be interrogated and appropriate recommendations made to the DPP. Detectives told Citizen TV that the persons of interest to be interrogated in the
hard, but we will emerge victorious. God bless. As my lawyer said, it's me who went and reported. We went with Jeff to my house, and then I immediately left with 3 ladies. Then later, coming back after a few hours, finding that Jeff is not in the house and the others are there, I am the one who actually went with them to the police station to report that Jeff is missing.
If you go and check the OB, it will bear you witness that Mr. Njuguna, also known as DJ Fatso, is the one who made that very first initial report.
My name is Lawrence Njuguna Wagura, or DJ Fatso, and one is to condole the family of Jeff Mwathi because he was my good friend, and I want to assure you that yes, as my lawyer said, it's me who went and reported. We went with Jeff to my house, and then I immediately left with 3 ladies. Then later, coming back after a few hours, finding that Jeff is not in the house and the others are there, I am the one who actually went with them to the police station to report that Jeff is missing. And then there is also this other issue that is going on. Yenye inapita kila mahali inasema, I didn't mourn the demise ya Jeff. I reached out. Hata mimi tu ndo mwenye niliambia familia yao about Jeff is no more. And I actually contacted them and told them I would have supported them, wazike mtoto wao na tushikanie na wao, because it was something that hata mimi nanihuzunisha. So I reached an extent nikaona sipati response venye nafaa nipate. I told my mother, can you please call one
Take
of
note
my
of his body
members and
movements
request
and
them
his restlessness.
wakubali tushirikiane now, because this is something new to me. There's no way I can lose a friend and fail to mourn them. So with that, I'll just want to say to the family, maybe Mama Jeff hakufikishiwa ripoti, maybe hakuambiwa nataka tupatane, but what I can say is that we reached out to an extent that my mommy called them. But on the other issue is that Mimi, I am so willing to cooperate with the detectives, DCI, and kila mtu mwenye ako hapo hivyo. I'm ready to cooperate until sisi wote tujue what happened to Jeff. God bless you so much. And for Kenyans and my fans, keep on praying for me. This thing is so hard, but
We, Wakenya kuna vitu mingi tunaombea, but anyway, I didn't want to go so much deep in this. There are so many clips about Jeff. You can find them online. But that is Fatso from Zalendo. I played that from Zalendo. He said he has not really gone deep.
Leo ndio nimeona huyo jamaa for the first time. But it looks, you know, when you have killed someone, and for his age, to me, he already appears innocent. That's my first take. When you know you don't kill someone and be ready for the camera. You'd rather let your lawyer speak for you. That's already, for me, I would rule him out as one of the suspects.
Okay. Do I play the what happened to that?
Can I say 2 sentences only?
Okay.
It's not about him, but I'm just saying, I saw on the comment someone saying they saw a body fall. So I just wanted to address that issue about, it's not about him specifically, it's about this thing called CGI. It's what they use in movies where they can animate something like where you see a car blow up or something blow up. It actually didn't blow up, but it's computer generated. So something can be generated by a computer to show something fall. Well, it's actually not that thing falling, but it's a computer generated image. It's not an actual image. So that's what I was talking about. You can see like there's a body falling. Well, it's not really a body falling. It's something computer generated. So it would have to be investigated to see whether it was an actual body or somebody interfered with that and hid all the details, and maybe someone had placed the body there on the floor.
Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, or lady and 2 gentlemen, I don't know about you guys, but I've been sitting here for the last 6 hours and a half, headed 7 hours. We wrap up the show, we continue kidogo. I start with Black, unaona aje? We begin wrapping up. Unmute.
Naona tuendelee kidogo. But I think the lady should speak. I mean, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken first. My apologies,
Nice.
Ashley.
It's a Mzalendo.
Ladies first. Let Ashley speak.
I'm coming to her because I need to ask her several things on some issues, politics. Mzalendo, unaonaje?
I think hiyo swali umetuuliza, it is best Ashley awe wa kwanza kutoa maoni yake.
Okay, sawa basi.
As a gentleman, napeana nafasi yangu Ashley.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity, but I came last. So I think it would be unfair for you if I gave, because I could say we go another 3 hours and you guys have been here for a while. So I'll go with what everybody says.
Okay, so I would say we can go on a bit.
Okay.
Because I think what we are talking about.
Let me make it easier. Kwa comment section, let me know if you want us to go on for a while, and then to decide as we go on. But let's come back to what we were discussing. We were politics kidogo before we went to Jeff and all. okay, maybe what I can say, Ashley has made 2 points. One I can say is this matter is already in court, or rather it's being investigated. So a lot will come out, I'm sure. Above all, I pray justice will prevail and Jeff finally gets justice. But there's that much we can do, because until the truth is said or is brought out, there's really nothing much we can do. But all we can do as maybe those who come on this show and any other platform is to advocate for justice and to shout as loud as we can. But probably the right institutions really need to up their game, the DCI, the police and all, and find and probably let this be the first case that we seriously see justice. And above all, to the family of Jeff, I condole with you and I wish you God's mercy upon you. And above all, may He comfort you. I know it's painful. I cannot pretend to understand. I have not probably gone through what you're going through, but I'll say there is hope. There is hope. All is not lost. I think we can wrap it that way, unless one of the panelists has something else to say.
Yes, I do. If the George Floyd case was handled the way Jakes wants us to handle the Jeff case, there would never have been justice for him. It is the people who spoke loud until the powers that be took action that needed to be taken. It took a long time for the people who the officers who caused him death to be even taken action. And had we left it to them and not made our voices heard that it was intolerable and we are not going to accept it, it would have been swept under the rug. But there was so much demonstration, so much outcry. The city of Minnesota was brought to a standstill and they had to do something to calm the people so that people would go back to their lives. The problem with Kenya is we are complacent. Is that what you say? And that is the problem we have. We say, okay, those people, and they don't. They didn't do that for Msado. They didn't do that for Daniel Musyoka just the other day in August. And they won't do that for for Jeff, if we do not, in collectively as Kenyans, demand for that justice.
Jex, do you
Yes,
have a clip of the body falling from the building?
Do you want us to? Okay, I can continue looking for more things if you want.
You know, I'm beginning to get some interest in this story because Ashley brought in another aspect, another angle of the story, and I'm still wondering who is this guy of interest? Is he like a politician? Is he very popular? Has he a connection? Why is he not arrested up to now?
And this is what I'm asking. And the thing is this, even though they are saying they are still investigating the murder, when during the Petito case, they started looking for the guy who arrested him for using her credit card so that they could have him behind bars, so that they could be able to hold him and question him. So yes, they can say they are not sure, as some people are saying. I am not accusing him. He's just a person of interest. But one thing that we are all agreement, that the DCI has said it was a murder. He went to say it was a suicide. He should have known that it was a murder. So he should be held for filing a false police report. And we start from there. Then when they have him in custody, it will be easy for them to have them all in custody. Someone murdered him. They should all be in custody, even the security guards at the door, because the security guard must have seen him go in with Jeff. So with the DJ Fatso. So when DJ Fatso came back from wherever he came from, since when the police came to pick the body from out there, the security guard saw that guy They must have looked through their cameras, or their supervisor looked through their cameras. I've worked somewhere in a situation, a building that has security. They will go through the cameras because it is in their premises and it is a secured premises for reasons such as this. And they will see this guy came into our premises. He does not live here. He has fallen from one of these houses. And we have knocked on all these doors, and these doors were not open. So this guy fell. These doors we knocked on. The first thing these security guards should have told the police is that now I'm talking facts. I'm not blaming anybody. This door was not opened. If there were 3 doors not open, that is where the police start. But then they go on to the camera. The police, you know that, you guys, they'll come and look at the cameras and see how did this guy come in. Okay, he came with DJ Fatso. So DJ Fatso should have been contacted by the police that same day when the body was found, because he's seen coming in with him. So even though they don't see where he falls from, he came in with him. So he has to be answerable. How is this guy falling? If he fell, how is he falling? So they should have already been able to pinpoint that this person who fell came in with DJ Fatso. At that point, then he goes to file a missing person, yet this guy fell. So how is it that the security in his complex didn't tell him the guy you came with fell? That's something that we should know. Was he told or he wasn't? And why didn't they tell him? Because they must have looked at the security camera to see this guy doesn't live here. How is he ending up dead in our compound, in our private property? So they knew who he came in with. So why is he being reported missing? So one thing that DJ Fatso and whoever else they filed the police report with, they should have been in jail for filing a police report, unless that is not a crime in Kenya. I don't know, but where I live, it is a crime to file a false police report or incident report.
Into the story of DJ Fatso and Jeff Mwathi, and it's been a couple of days after the DCI went to the apartment ya DJ Fatso, wakafanya the investigations and wakasema sasa hii kesi wamechukua fully from the Kasarani police station. But however guys, we have not yet got to see any changes from the investigations. Hatujaweza kuona mtu yote ameweza kukamatwa, and that's why Kenyans are still asking, bana, when will justice for Jeff be served? Now giwe najua kutoka history ileweza kuchomoka, there is one thing yenye ambayo Wakenya wamekuwa wakisikia sana na wakifuatilia sana, because hadi ukienda kwenye mtandao wa TikTok utapata it's one of the most searched thing pale hivyo. Now unakumbuka kwamba after history yote iliweza kuhappen, tumekuwa tu tukisikia story. Kuna CCTV footage ziliweza kuchukuliwa. At this time kuna watu walionekana wakienda ground floor. At this time DJ Fatso alionekana akitoka ama akiingia na kwa nyumba yake kwa mwanadamu. Si wote tukibana, kwani hizi CCTV footage, when will we get a chance maybe to see what really happened? And guess what guys, now today niko na some exclusive videos ambazo basi ziliweza kukua shared pale hivyo kwenye mtandao wa Facebook, na one of the journalist ambaye aliweza kuleak, kama niseme ni blogger, anafahamika kama Simon Mwangi, aliweza kupost the few CCTV footages ambazo basi ukiangalia ni kama alikuwa na record kwa umbali, but zikiweza kuzumiwa in ziko in good quality. And guys, finally we can get to confirm some of the things zenye ambazo tumekuwa tukisoma huku kwenye media. And now wacha ni kuongelele about the first clip ambayo basi CCTV footage tumeweza kupata. Now the first clip inaonyesha kabisa kwamba DJ Fatso, kazini yake, the driver, and of course Jeff na wale mademu watatu waliweza kuingia kwa nyumba. So that is a confirmation kwamba the CCTV footage iliweza kuchukua wote wakiingia. Now also a part of the clip ambayo aliweza kuicheza inaonyesha the two gentlemen. Now nazungumzia DJ Fatso's cousin na the driver wakisurvey the ground ambayo Jeff alikuja kuanguka 7 minutes later, na hiyo time walikuwa na survey ni 5:30 am. You guys can angalia kwa hii clip vizuri, angalia vizuri tu, you can see walikuwa pale hivyo chini wana survey, and then wanapanda lift at exactly 5:39 am, alafu kufika mpaka uko hivyo 10th floor I guess ni kama 1 minute, wakashuka lift 5:40 am. So guys, it's very evident now from the CCTV footage, and we can confirm kwamba hizi story tumekuwa tukisikia ni ukweli the CCTV footage. And of course inaonyeshana kwamba after basi waliweza kupanda kwa building juu 7 minutes later kwa a different frame kwa CCTV footage ambayo I guess you guys mmeiona ikitembea sana sana kwenye mitandao. Ile inaonyesha tu kwa mbali the way Jeff,
and it is in the YouTube and all, but it's a story that is, ukitaka more details iko kwa TikTok. I think it is even there that it first made headlines, and the story even came to play as after the guy was buried. So Mzalendo ni story deep, unafofuate. Kuna so many versions, utasikia others. Someone here is saying anyone can try to explain. That's true, but I don't know. For me, I believe if only the real culprits who are there, one, they come out and say the truth, because by the end of the day, there's even a school of thought that is saying probably this guy was dead even before he was thrown out the window or rooftop or from where he fell from. Probably he was dead. Yeah, so him landing on the ground was just a cover-up post-crime after probably something had happened to him inside the room. Maybe even while this guy says he had left him, maybe he was already dead when he was leaving. There are so many, there's a lot, and others were saying probably this guy died because of a drug overdose. It's like these guys were partying and all. So it's a story that personally I don't know what to say about it, because there's a lot, and at times prosecuting a case without all the facts, it has a way of blowing on our faces. For instance, I remember we were here when we felt Azimio had, sorry, I'm going political kidogo. Azimio came with a track road, and personally I felt these guys wamekuja na evidence. That hiyo gari imejaa boxes Jalango and the rest walikuwa wanabeba ma boxes. That was intimidating. Anyone could think probably these guys have evidence, these guys would win the case, only for you to hear the other side. Yeah, the other side of the explanation, the other side of the story. So until we hear all the facts, I wouldn't wish to judge anyone, either DJ Fatso, whether Mwathi died genuinely or it was suicide or it was murder. I don't want to be the judge. I don't want to play to like be the one leading the jury, and the prosecution and everything. I wouldn't wish to be doing so, but you're allowed to do it. Mzalendo, I don't know. That's my take, because I would wish kila mtu apewe opportunities to be heard, because everyone is entitled to be heard, whether you're guilty or not guilty. Facts and evidence and the truth should be what guides this case. Mzalendo, I don't know how it's done over there, but I think that's how I would put it.
Okay, before Mzalendo speaks, I'm going to give you a case of George Floyd. It says a timeless of key events, beginning with George Floyd arrest on May 25th, 2020. And we're talking a guy who went with a counterfeit bill of 20. So we are not talking about a person who was like Jeff, who had gone out in good faith. This was a guy who wanted to use a fake $20 bill at the store. So the police came, and unfortunately, he died because of that. So that is May the 25th. Officers respond to a call shortly after 8 p.m. about a possible counterfeit $20 bill being used at the corner store, and encounters a black man, later identified as George Floyd, who struggles and ends up in handcuffs and face down on the ground. Officer Derek Chauvin presses his knee into Floyd's neck for 9.5 minutes, while bystanders shout at him to stop. Video shows Floyd repeatedly crying, "I can't breathe," before going limp. He is pronounced dead at a hospital. May 26, police issue a statement saying that Floyd died of a medical incident and that he physically resisted and appeared to be in medical distress. Minutes later, bystander video is posted online. Police released another statement saying the FBI will help investigate. Chauvin and 3 officers are fired. Protests begin. That is May 27. Remember, we talked about the demonstrations should be uncomfortable. So the process begin May the 27th. Mayor Jacob Frey calls for criminal charges against Chauvin. Protests lead to unrest in Minneapolis and other cities. May 28, Governor Tim. Remember, we talked about the governor here. The leaders earn their money. They don't go and sit in office stealing. They go work for the people, and they please don't interrupt. Let me finish, please. They go work for the people.
Continue.
Okay, they go work for the people. So now you see, we talked about the mayor. He calls for criminal charges to be filed against Chauvin, not mayor from another city, the mayor of the city where it happens. And then the process lead to unrest in Minneapolis and other cities. May 28, Governor Tim Walz activates the Minnesota National Guard Police and Minnesota Personal Guard Police. This case became so big for the local police to handle. The National Guard had to be activated. Police abandoned the 3rd Precinct station as protesters overtake it and set it on fire. They even set that police station on fire because they did not investigate. They had lied what the cause of death was. May 29, because after they set the police on fire or the police vacate, the National Guard is brought in. Now, this is the highest. National Guard is bigger than police. The police were unable to control, and the National Guard had to be put in. And on May 29th, because of all that unrest, Chauvin is arrested. That officer who placed his knee on the neck of Floyd for 9.5 minutes is arrested and charged with 3rd-degree murder and manslaughter. President Trump tweets about thugs in Minnesota protests and warns when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Protests turned violent again in Minneapolis and elsewhere. May 30th, Trump tries to walk back his tweet. Protests continue nationwide. May 31st, Walz says Attorney General Keith Ellison will lead prosecutions in Floyd's death. Protests continue. You see, he has been arrested, but the protests are still continuing. The county medical examiner finds that Floyd had stopped beating as police restrained him and compressed his neck, noting Floyd had existing health problems and listing he had also taken a certain drug and had other significant conditions. And then June the 2nd, Minnesota Department of Human Rights launches a civil rights investigation into the Minneapolis Police Department. June 3rd, Ellis files a tougher 2nd-degree murder charge against Chauvin and charges the other 3 officers with aiding and abetting both murder and manslaughter. So even if Jeff was killed, let's say by somebody, the others should be charged with aiding and abetting if they stood there and watched and did nothing and did not report to any officer. They are culpable. The only way they could rescue themselves is running to trusted official and giving their statement in, to ask for a deal, to be cut a deal. But even whoever was in that home, whether they killed him or not, they are culpable for aiding and abetting, according to if the law applies the same as it applies in the US. Minnesota Human Rights Department launches a civil rights investigation into the police. And June 3rd, Ellis files a tougher 2nd-degree murder charge against Chauvin. that officer who did his neck, and the other 3 officers that were standing there because they did nothing, they did not help. They are charged with aiding and abetting both murder and manslaughter. So on June 4th, he's buried. On June 5th, Minneapolis bans chokeholds by police, the first of many changes, including an overhaul of the police department use of force policy. I'm going to stop there. There is the recounts of what happened in the other case. But you see, we keep talking about a lot of things. And we, the citizens, we, the people, have the power. We just not using our power. We are either scared or complacent or I don't know what. But until the day we start using the power that we have, things will remain the same or they will get worse. Thank you.
Okay. Black.
Well, my take is just the same. I mean, first on this issue, I would say I would rather leave it for the specialists to go about it, because I am no specialist and I'll be lying to say that I know how investigations are done. So instead of niongee tu vitu itakuwa ni kama speculations tu. So let me just leave it to the experts to give us the outcome of the investigations.
Mzalendo.
My take on the issue of Jeff in comparison to Floyd, the dynamics in both cases are so different. So the issue here is death, yes, but the circumstances and what led to the issue of the police in the US, the black society versus the police. This is an issue that has been going on for a very, very long time. So it is ni kama kale that boil that has imekuwa hapo for the longest time. So this is not the first time they are demonstrating against police brutality against a black man. It is something that they've been doing for a long time, but there's no action that has been taken by either Congress or the Senate. So the blacks really took the matter into their hands and started demonstrating against the police brutality happening in the US. So this is something that can go way back to Martin Luther days, to George Floyd. So after that incident, there are so many other incidents now that have happened, and the black community are coming out very, very strong. So in reference to the Jeff case, we might have a different kind of scenario because this is the state killing its own citizens. But in the Kenyan scenario, it is a criminal case between two people, two individuals. Maybe they differed over something else. So it is completely and totally different to say that now it is a society problem, because there are so many murder cases happening in Kenya right now as I speak to you, so many of them. It's only that some of them don't involve a celeb, but there are cases like Musando should have been a very, very pointing case where the citizens can rise up and say, this was just not any other ordinary person. This is somebody who was going to be in charge of the election and he was murdered. But we let things go. We just let things go like that. To date, in Africa or in Kenya, there are some murders that are sanctioned by the state. I believe so. There are murders that are sanctioned by the state, and there are extrajudicial killings I am glad that the Ruto government is addressing the issue of extrajudicial killing, and probably they'll bring, we hope that some people will be arrested. The body bags that were being found in Athi River and all that during Uhuru Kenyatta's regime, we will come to get some answers. The issue of this guy of the IBC who was killed, and I was surprised the election still went on, despite an IBC official being killed. The election still went on. Business was as usual. And you saw the clip that you played earlier, where we had this women group lobbying for justice for Jeff. I saw Dismas Baraza there. What an irony! I think I saw Dismas Baraza in that group. So some of these things we really have to dig deeper into our thought and see how we are going to address them, especially the ones that are happening among citizens. The ones that are that the government is involved, sometimes we might not go so far, but this one will go far, and justice will be done to Jeff. That's my take.
Ashley? Ashley,
Hi. Yeah, I was trying to see, but I don't know whether it's copyright. I wanted to post something about CGI, how you can have an effect, like those who have watched Inception, the movie called Inception, and see how CGI is used. Like when you see a body falling, you can think there's a body falling, but if it's computer generated to look like there's a body falling, well, it's actually not a real body falling. It's just something put there to make it look as if that is, like when you see in a movie the building falling down. It's not really a building falling down. It's just that it's generated to make you believe that it is an actual building falling down, but it's not. So if this case comes out and it is done correctly, you will find what I'm talking about has also been applied in there, where the body falling may not have actually fallen, because now this is my speculation. Anyway, let me not go there, but I'm going to say this, where people keep saying, oh, it fell from the 5th floor, it fell from whatever floor. Going that far up, it would be in pieces. Some pieces would have broken out, I think. So where they went to check, it's called special effects. Where they went to check, coincidentally, happens to be the same place the body fell. So it could be that they checked there and they put the body there, and I'm not saying, I'm just speculating now, but by special effects, you can see like a body is falling when it's actually nothing falling. It's a special effects made from a computer. So we will find out if that is what happened. And even that picture in the room where girls are looking like they have empty glasses could also be not an actual picture, because somebody said the math is not mathing. And that is what made me think again, this picture it's a still picture that is made to look like a video. So the real video has been removed and that still picture has been applied. Is in my interpretation, but I'm not an investigator. That is just my 2 cents.
You know, Ashley, you are a real investigator. The only part where those computer programs can help and cannot be used unless the guy who is trying to do the cover up is very ignorant, is that when you open a program in any computer, it gives you the time it was used, the time it was generated, and how it was applied, and who actually that trail can always be traced. You can't erase that. So if they tried, you can't
but
erase that.
This case was supposed to go under, but somehow some people brought it to the front. It was something that was supposed to be swept under the rug. So I don't think it was covered enough, because if it was covered enough, this is a protected type.
Is that what you're trying to explain?
Yes. You can see the building falling when it's not actually falling. Those are called special effects. So you can actually make a body look like it's falling when it's not really the body that is falling. The body has been placed there and then they make it look to explain how it ended up there. And then you don't see where it's coming from. So they say that somehow that area is not covered by it's hidden what? That area was not, you can't see where it's coming from. It's shown just from a point. So that's what I'm talking about, special effects. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I'm trying to make even our listeners imagine as I'm imagining. Mzalendo, sinafanya kazi mzuri.
Manze, you are up to date. You really know. You really know about the softwares, and you really know the kind of videos that you need to put at this particular moment. But I think that answers Ashley's question. The scene for that particular event or for that body to fall down, unless this murder case happened in, it cannot be created in in 3 hours. That's
no, you see, what you're forgetting, this guy is music, he's used to creating scenes in his music videos. So it is something, it's somebody who has access to that technology. It's not just a everyday John or Jane or Gio. It's somebody who actually works in that field. You know, like the photo he did of him and Samido is something that a normal person wouldn't be able to put two faces together.
Ebu, just bring that photo. DJ wetu ni Jake Sapo. Just bring that photo Ashley is talking about. Okay. This is becoming interesting.
And you know, he put the photo the morning after the nephew was killed. He was with the nephew of Samido the night before. He died. The nephew died in his hands, and then the next morning he puts his face and the uncle of the child who died on Facebook. Alafu anasema anaandika something. Anyway, let me. God have mercy. You know what? If we keep saying our government will leave you to do the job, at a point we have to demand justice. You see, these people in Minneapolis, if they didn't go to those extremes, and that's what I talked earlier about demonstrations. Otherwise, it's just playing around. You come, you waste your time, and you go back home. You have to come knowing you are coming to get the job done, or don't do it. There is no time to waste. They went, they did what they did, and they got the action they did. If they came and asked for one street or came on a Saturday, even today, those people would still be walking free.
You're right, but you need to talk about the investment that was put into those demonstrations. It was not just people just waking up early in the morning. There was a lot of money that was circulating to support the movement. That is what lacks in the country. So the civil society needs to inject the money that they are getting from the donors to push for these activities that is not reaching, such kind of causes. So for Black Lives Matter to be where it was and to start the movement, there was a lot of goodwill, both from companies, from the locals. They injected a lot of money, and now you see the scandals that have followed after George Floyd's murder. Unajua tu the kind of scandals. Hiyo pesa tena walianza wakakapora. They now live lavishly in Florida. They bought apartments. Wamenunua tu mali. Those guys who are in charge of that movement.
Zalendo, don't you think even as they buy those things, they have done some justice has been found, like in the case of Floyd. So you see in Africa or in Kenya in particular, we are letting our politicians eat our hard-earned dollars, shillings, but then we are not holding them accountable to do anything. You're saying, watu wakuja waseme, who? Sometimes you think they do waterboarding for what reason? Who will come there and incriminate themselves if they are not made to? Why do you think there's Guatemala? What is it called? Guatemala. You know that where is it? What's the name?
Guatemala.
Yeah, Guatemala.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think it's there? If human beings were as upfront, would we even have prisons? We have
Sorry,
Guantanamo
Bay. You are talking about Guantanamo Bay, or you are talking about Guatemala? Guantanamo Bay.
Guantanamo Bay.
Did you find the picture, Jeff?
What is there is you see there's speculation that Mwathi is related to Samido.
It's not speculation, it's a fact.
So what from what I'm getting, what DJ Fatso wanted to bring out is like they are friends with Samido. The clips I'm getting are in vernacular. I cannot seem to understand them, so I can't play them here. So maybe
for the picture, you know that picture where he's
there is a picture, but where I'm getting it StreamYard can't display a photo. I wish it was in a video form.
But what I'm saying is that photo was put in. Even insensitivity plays a part. If like his friend's nephew died in his house, how would you the next morning post a picture of you and the uncle on Facebook, and it's not even to condole? It's not to condole. How?
Okay.
Let me give you. Can I show you the picture?
Please do if it's possible.
Okay, 1 minute.
Mzalendo, do you still wish we continue with the Fatso guy?
No, we can change. I think it's boring you.
Not boring,
no,
really.
I think
like Mimi doesn't know what to say, you know.
Yeah, no.
I'm
we just needed to. I think we will wind up with that photo because this matter is before.
It's beyond our hand, yeah.
Now,
I didn't even know that the guy has already been buried.
He was buried, but now the case came up after he was buried.
Huh?
The news broke out after he was buried.
Oh my God! So hii ni story ya ku-exhume body tena.
Do you know Samido?
I know Samido is this popular Mugithi guy. He's very, very controversial. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the photo. Can you see it very well?
Yeah, I'm seeing it. Yes. What about it?
The head belongs to the guy who is accused, whose house the nephew of Samido died in. So the head is the guy, DJ Fatso's, and the bottom is Samido's. This photo was posted the day after Jeff died. Samido's nephew died. Fatso posted this on his Facebook. Akasema,
actually, pole. Hii face ni ya nani?
It's two faces in one. The top part is DJ Fatso's body, face. Yes, and the bottom is Samido's. So what message was he trying to send?
So what was he trying to say on this photo?
And his photo is on the 24th, and Jeff died on the 23rd of February. He posted this in the morning of the 24th. Akaandika hivi, I wish he was writing condolences. He didn't. Alisema kupata homa saa hii ni attention seeking, goja July. And then he put a laughing emoji. Akasema wajuaji huyu ni nani?
Well.
Sasa wajuaji kama mimi ndio najijazia.
So what he did there was just simple. That's just Photoshop.
No, what I'm saying, he posted this the day after Jeff died in his house, and Jeff was Samido's nephew. Na hii hata kusema I'm condoling, alisema kupata homa saa hii ni attention seeking, goja July. Wajuaji huyu ni nani?
So is this DJ related to Samido?
they are friends and they also work together.
Okay.
The Mugithi music scene is in turmoil following the untimely death of Jeff Mwathi, with speculations rife that his passing could ignite a bitter beef between two of the genre's biggest stars. Fans have been left reeling by the news that Jeff was the nephew of Kikuyu Benga star Samido, who attended his funeral a few days ago. While many have been quick to demand answers from Samido, who is also a police officer, the singer has remained tight-lipped on the matter. But with DJ Fatso, another prominent Mugithi artist, alleged to have been with Jeff when he died, some are wondering whether the two stars could be at odds. Could Jeff's death be the spark that ignites a beef between Samido and DJ Fatso? Now, Samido himself has been quick to distance himself from any such suggestions, insisting that he is committed to finding justice for his late nephew. In a recent post, he revealed that he has been working tirelessly behind the scenes to investigate the matter. It has been 16 days of grief, confusion, and endless trips to relevant offices in pursuit of justice. I am glad we are finally headed in the right direction, Samido wrote through his Facebook page. However, netizens remain unconvinced and have called on Samido to take more public stance on the matter, with some urging him not to spare DJ Fatso. For instance, this Facebook user, identified as Mother Mwihaki Hinga, said, Samido, as a law enforcement officer, you have what it takes to pursue justice for your nephew. You have what it takes to have Lawrence Njuguna Wangura, aka DJ Fatso, arrested and charged in a court of law. There's no way the untouchable DJ will get away with this. That's how one of the Facebook users commented on the matter. But Samido has been hesitant to engage in any kind of public attack on his fellow musician. In a conversation with Betty Maina, who is working closely with him on the case, he expressed concerns that any such move could be seen as a jealousy towards DJ Fatso's success. For the first time we have been talking, I know how hurt you have always been. You bitterly told me that if you attempt to fight on social media, the matter would have picked a different route. Many people would have castigated you to be fighting him because of either being jealous to another star. That's how Betty commented on Samido's post. And to be honest, ukiingia pale kwenye Facebook, mashabiki wanataka Samido ayamrushie tu matusi DJ Fatso pale, sio? Hii ni kwa sababu inadaiwa kwamba DJ Fatso alikuwa na Jeff kabla hajaga dunia. Na ukiangalia DJ Fatso is a biggest Kikuyu Mugithi star and Samido too. And by the way, I have a question. Kuna picha za wasanii hao wawili wakiwa pamoja juu. I have tried looking for pictures of these two artists being together. I haven't found any. Kama wewe ni shabiki wa hao wawili, do you have pictures of them? Maybe tujue kama ni kweli wanakuanga marafiki ama kuna vile hawakutani. And why? Kama wakutani, shida ni gani? Anyway, what are your thoughts about whatever is happening on social media? Leave your...
Okay, that's the best I've found about Samido and as you have seen ni maoni ya watu.
Kweli.
Yes.
No, now you know, this issue has really taught me something. You know, today I was checking the media. I saw Samido in a police uniform. I didn't know he was a police officer.
Yeah, he is.
So I thought that he's doing an outreach in prisons or the police force singing Mugithi. Kumbe yeye ni police officer. Now on the photo, and now I also see that DJ Fatso is a very popular guy. He's a Mugithi artist just like Samido. Ni kajama ka popular pia haka ka kijana.
And they are brand ambassadors of this company. Lesotho or something. That's them. They are together. They are brand ambassadors.
No,
They Mogidi people, and they sing together.
no, I think Samido knows something about what happened to Jeff. That's my thought. He knows something about what happened to Jeff, just like this other DJ might know. They have a clue, but they are probably not the potential like criminals, you know, but they have a clue of what might have happened.
You know, Jeff had left a message before he died.
Gani tena?
I'm looking for it. I'm just playing it just now. Just now. So it is an interesting story if you listen to it, and as I've said, ni ngumu kuexplain. It's ni story tu iko tu hivyo, yani very complicated. Let me try to play.
Alafu unaona the way he was buried very very fast.
Bona sade udawaji kama mudinga kare kwa gereta moko roya po au metesiri ranka wewe.
Okay, I found it. Allow me to play.
That's them dancing around.
Yeah, that is them. But there is a clip of him when he was alive. Just one moment, lovely people. Here we go.
Niko Kiambu Road, tuko na DJ Fatso. Alikuwa anataka nimjengee nini ofisi.
Hapo hivyo nimechini na Holy J.
Holy J. Subscribe to Holy J. Holy J TV. Are you holy?
Hello guys and welcome back. Of course it's your boy Holy J, na kama huja subscribe manze, kindly consider doing that. Sasa kuna historia ya Jeff Mwathi, the late saa hizi, kwa sababu already he is dead and buried, na it's a very very sad story yenye imekuja kutokea huko hivi mtandaoni, na yenye inahusisha DJ Fatso, kwa sababu the death happened kwa nyumba yake pale hivyo Kasarani, at an estate pale hivyo Kasarani. Na this video I want us to share the last moments of Jeff Mwathi, ile excitement yenye alikuwa nayo akienda kumeet DJ Fatso, expectations zenye alikuwa nazo, na zile moments zenye walishare na mother yake pale hivyo, kwa sababu kuna voice notes zimeweza kutolewa pale hivyo na mother yake from Qatar, na za hivyo venye alimwambia anaenda kumeet DJ Fatso, picha video zenye alimtumia after wamemeet. Listen to easy voice notes, alafu utaona video hapo mwisho about the last moments of Jeff Mwathi.
Mom, akipress nitumie tuso sahi. Nimechatishwa na DJ Fatso, ameniambia niende tupatane hapa Ruiru sahi. Alafu sikuwa na do, nilikuwa nagoja do jioni. Nilikuwa nagoja mado jioni. Sasa mom, acha niende na smart guy. Nitaenda kupiga picha na tukipatana nitakutumia uone. Sasa mom, niko Kiambu Road, tuko na kina DJ Fatso. Alikuwa anataka nimjengee nini ofisi. Nimeona ofisi na shop kama ile ya viatu ya Roysambu. Kumbe shop wasa wanaona, so wakiulizwa mwenye alijenga wanapeana namba yangu. Hadi nimeona amenikanisha ofisi na kanisha nyingine, kapiga hesabu. Sana video sasa tumekia maybe do kesho nianze kazi. Hapo enda kuwa fiti mom. Utapata at least pesa kidogo tu bei maruku na bro.
It's a very 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 sad story pale hivyo, na unaweza comment hapo utuambie.
So that is it, Mzalendo. Okay, I think your part, you see, when the mother brought out that part that they spoke and those clips, I think that is even what made people go mad, even worse. Like, you kind of bond with the story. You want to dig deeper. So the more people are digging deeper, the more they want to find out what truly happened, and that's why even when you search on TikTok, it's a huge story. I don't know if now we have helped Mzalendo.
Saa nimeifuata bwana, sahii naona ni kakijana kadogo and I think he is an interior designer or something.
Yeah. Alikuwa anauza nguo na interior designer.
Nika interior designer, so anapigia madhake ati atapata doa akifanya. I think DJ Fatso alikuwa ampatie job fulani ya kujenga kashop or something like that. So hiyo ndio story napata. This is somebody who doesn't look suicidal. Alikuwa ameenda biz, alikuwa biashara, alikuwa job. So kwa hiyo harakati ya kuwa job, then ndio akapatana na mauti yake. Being young nini, I think hii ni mambo wacha ni kwa the devil's advocate, pengine alikuwa drugged ama alilewa, vitu kama hizo, ama alikunywa pombe na hajawahi kunywa pombe. This kid doesn't look like somebody who is even drink.
And then because of an overdose akakufa, maybe the DJ and those with him
so
the scandal in the house. So maybe wakaamua, how do we cover up? Wewe DJ enda na madem out, and then maybe they left other people inside. I don't know. As you have said, we're just playing the devil's advocate here.
No, watu wanasaidia hii story ni maneighbor.
So the part where you don't know, the part which makes it suspicious, all through the night, Jeff was calling his mom, and the mom was checking out on him. So at around 3:40 a.m. or around 4-ish, he called his mom and he said, "Mom, ata madake akona hiyo voice, it's one of them, maybe if another day we get, you can play. Mom," and the phone cut off. So what I suspect is that he was recording things he shouldn't have been recording, and he got caught and got in trouble because it's like someone snatched the phone from him. Because when his mom, that is what I think, because his mom thought that there was a network problem because they were talking on WhatsApp. Because he called her around 3 to 4-ish, and that's the time that these things seem to have happened. He called her, "Mom, and then the phone cut off. She tried to call him back, she couldn't get him the whole night, and from that time she never heard back from him. That's how they lost communication. And then after that the phone was off. Ilikuwa mteja. Even ndio alisema. So that's where it doesn't seem like an overdose, because the phone was disconnected at a point, and from that point he was never able to contact his mom, and his mom was not able to call him again. His phone was turned off.
There are difficult questions to ask, because you see, this guy says immediately they entered his home, he left with the ladies, and then he comes back, finds Mwathi missing or Jeff missing, and he goes to the police. I don't know how quick does your mind tell you, if you leave your daughter, your son, or someone in your house, umetoka nje kidogo ukirudi haumuoni, do you first go to the police? Such thinking ndio inaleta hizi mambo zote, because he says he was the first guy to report to the police. How soon? It was immediately he found him missing in the house. And how soon was he missing? He was missing after they came.
Waliporudi kutoka and the thing is, before you go to the police, the unfortunate part for him is that there is security. And before you go to the police, unajua, by the time you go through, kama umeshaifanya job ama pali kuna security, unajua they know the people there, so they'll say hi to you. If there's something that happened, they'll tell you, or they'll tell you, "Hey, you know the guy you came with, he ended up dead." Or if the other shifts change, they'll say hi to you. So before you go to the police, you'll ask the guy at the door to check for you in the camera because you can't find him if he can see him leaving. So before he goes to the police, for him to be so concerned to go to the police, he should have also confirmed with the security at his premises if the guy ever left the building. And at that point, I know the security always have an incident report. They must have that there was a death in the building, should have also been recorded. So he looked like he didn't have a clue what had happened to Jeff. So you wonder, did he talk to the security? If not, why?
I think the cover-up must be very, very, the cover-up, the evidence that the police are trying to gather, probably after the burial na kila kitu, it's what is making it very difficult to arrest this DJ Fatso. But I remember now, one of the criminal lawyers, Cliff Umbeta, warned DJ Fatso on Twitter that he should not be commenting on camera because it's a person of interest. I remember such a thing on social media in Kenya. So he is a person of interest. The only thing now, Ashley, is that the police don't have enough evidence to arrest him.
What I said, they could start like the story of Petito, where the boyfriend was found to have used her card after she had died, her credit card. So, in fact, he ran away when they started looking to arrest him for using her card, unauthorized use of her credit card after her death. So, to begin, they don't have to arrest anybody for murder, but they can arrest them for reporting the person missing. Well, they knew the person was not, there was a murder, but he was reported as missing. That is a beginning for filing a false police report. They can arrest them for that and then go from there if they want, if they have the desire to do something. Because all they need to do is look for a reason to get them in custody. Then when they're in custody, they can be questioned. So I'm going to play one more clip of Samido and DJ Fatso to show you how close they are. So I wonder why DJ Fatso, when he put this face merged, why did he not think to condole with Samido? Or that time the boy was missing. So imagine the guy is missing. He already knows this is the nephew of Samido, yet he doesn't, like that. This is the photo he posts. This is how close they are.
Okay.
So that's how close they are.
Okay. Now, Black, I have given us a whole hour. We are now 7 hours. So you can imagine me sitting here for the last 7 hours and a half. Kudos to me. Wacha leo nijipongeze. But pia wacha nipongeze timu moja kali hapa. There's a team that has been here with me all through. There's this guy by the name Nilo Sahara Kalenjin United. There's Getish D. Asante sana. There is who else? There is Larry Kamo. Yeah, I think I'm pronouncing it well. There is MC Daido, who has also been commenting throughout the show, among many other people who are commenting. Thank you for keeping us company. It's 5:36:37 here in Kenya. I don't know what's the time in the US. I know it's 3 hours behind for UK and other countries. But all the same, thank you guys and the panelists. We really need to bring this show to a close. We'll have it today in the evening, so we can pick it up from there. So, Black, I don't know what to say. If you're there,
yeah, I've just been listening to all the comments that the panelists have been giving about this issue about Jeff. just like I said earlier on, I'm not a specialist in that, neither an expert. So ilikuwa vizuri at least nimelearn a few things here and there. But more so to close on this, I would just urge people, I mean my Kenyan people, brothers, sisters, this issue of Maandamano, sawa. But like Ashley said, I mean it should be more based on what you stand to gain and not what the leader stands to gain. I mean, it's not about fighting for his right. It should be fighting for your right. And when it boils down to people telling you to boycott certain products, or some organizations, you should put in mind that there are some people there, brothers and sisters, that are employed there. So they stand to lose jobs, they stand to lose businesses. Kama hizi mfano hiyo M-Pesa nimekuwa nikisema, that's the most wrongest thing that anyone could ever say, and it's very unfortunate that nimeona ndugu zangu wengi wa Azimio wakisema okay, wanasusia hiyo kampuni na moso M-Pesa is part of that company. Wanasahau kwamba kuna jirani yao mahali, ndugu yao mahali, hata pale alipo kuna M-Pesa mahali hapo karibu ambao wanaitegemea kuwasaidia wao wenyewe kuweza kutuma pesa kutoka point A point B, or wao wenyewe kureceive kutoka point A to their position where they are point B. Licha kando na hiyo ya watu kupata kazi yao kupotea. So I mean, let's not be sycophants. Let's not be so blinded by these leaders. Yes, we support them, but at least let's do so smartly. Mwachane na Safaricom. I'm not advocating for Safaricom, but my point is more on the M-Pesa part of it. So kuna watu wanafanya kazi, watapoteza kazi zao, na nyinyi wenyewe mtapata shida kutuma pesa na kupokea pesa. Tumieni akili pia kwa pande zingine. Sasa asanteni.
Thank you, Ashley.
I think I want to thank you for the time, the investment you've made to be here and to make this show possible, and also to Mutembei for that. We do thank our viewers, and those utterances are mine and my own. If someone wants to hold me responsible, they can. They do not in any way show. It's not what Mutembei TV stands for. Those are my opinions. Thank you.
Mzalendo.
I want to thank everybody who has been on the show this evening, and especially Jake for standing up throughout the night. It's been 7 hours in the show, Jake. Good job. I want to thank you very much, because this show has always been like a therapy for Azimio losers. So I want you to continue bringing these shows. So some of us, this is where we hide our frustrations with the government, or this is where we sometimes air our views so that someone out there can act responsibly. Just like Black has said, if you're going to picket there, go picket peacefully. It is your right. But remember that there are people out there who are not interested in the demonstration. Don't interfere with the people who are not interested in the demonstration. Otherwise, thank you once again, and have a good night. See you later in the evening.
And to the many of you who joined, let me salute you for keeping us company. MC Dido, I saw you. I saw so many other guys who joined in. Kennedy Koske, you were there. Odier Musinga, you were in. I saw Gatish, you were in. Barahab, I saw you. I saw this guy by the name Nilo Saharan Kalenjin United. There was Rex. There was this other man by the name of Fred Kamolo. I was having many panelists who joined in. I had Cornell. Was it Cornell? Yes, there was Cornell. there was Bushman, there was Black, who is already still in, there's Ashley, there was Rhoda Serra, there was Mzalendo, there was Msimamo. There were many panelists who showed up for the show. I want to thank you. You guys made the show possible. But above all, this show is for you, Mwananchi. Mtembei does not speak for anybody. He does not speak for the government. Neither does he speak for Azimio. So we stand for you, Mwananchi. We speak for you. And you speak through Mtembei TV because this is where you are allowed to speak your heart. We don't discriminate. We don't gag you. We allow you to say it as it is. We speak all issues. Today we have even touched on justice for Jeff, among many other things. So this is a channel for you. This is the #1 station in Kenya where we allow the Mwananchi to have the say and speak for himself. We do not condone any form of gagging, and we will not ever entertain any form of discrimination. Whether you belong to Azimio, UDA, Neutral, whatever you are welcome. We had people like Brother Benson who don't stand for any political party, but they believe in what they believe and they stand for what they stand for. We thank you for making this part of your daily show. We normally come to you every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and at times whenever there is an issue hot in our country. So we'll be making this possible whenever we can. We look forward to having more moderators and all, but we encourage you to keep up joining us. Like, subscribe, turn on the notification bell so that whenever we are live, you are able to be notified. And above all, let's keep our nation at our hearts and let's love Kenya above every other country. Whether we go there visiting, living, and whatever, our country remains our home. God bless you. God bless Kenya. And as Ashley has said, the views of our panelists do not at any way represent the views of Mtembei TV. We thank you for being part of us. You made this show possible. We listen to you because you listen to us. God bless you. We love you. Have a fantastic day. See you in the evening.
And remember, if you want to watch a CG movie, watch the last movie where the Fast and Furious, what was his name? The guy who died in a car accident.
Passed away, even with all the space battles and lightsaber
effects. He was Paul Walker. They brought him in the last movie in CG form.
Okay. Bye, wonderful people. See you in the evening.
Then Jakes.
Sorry.
Tuambiange time gani? Tuambiange time show inaanza saa ngapi? In East African time. So that it's easier for everyone to know.
Inaanza saa 4.
Mtu anaweza calculate kulingana na time zone yake. Saa ngapi?
Saa 4 Kenyan time. Saa 4 Kenyan time.
Yes.
Saa 4 Kenyan time. Closing time is extend, like leo tumefanya 7:45. But anyway, it depends with you. So you're all welcome. Let's keep this show. It's for you. No one is restricted. You are allowed to come in. We are not in competition with any other station. This is the #1 station. #1 can never compete. God bless you, people. God do you well. Bye-bye.
O God of all creation, blessed is the Lord and nation. Justice the shield and defender. May we live in unity, peace and liberty. Plenty be found within the borders. Let one and all arise. We are strong and true. Service be our honest endeavor. And the homeland of Kenya, heritage of splendor, from where we stand to defend. Let all with one accord, in common but united, build this a nation together, and the glory of Kenya, the fruit of our labor, free
Black,